Chapter 544 The Revolution, Final. The final phase has many steps, and Wang Wei walked toward the first step. Inside one of the rooms of the base, two formations stood next to each other. On the left side, a dark red aura kept gathering at the center of the formation. Meanwhile, on the right side, a golden aura gathered. Wang Wei checked the left side since it worked faster than the other. As he looked at the red aura, he could hear cries of despair. Anyone without sufficient willpower could not observe the formation for long. Without saying much, he checked both formations one last time before leaving. Sir Xueqi, what is the next step of our plan? For the next step, I need a few emperor artifacts for sacrifices, said Wang Wei calmly, making the others' eyebrows twitch. They immediately knew they would be paying. Is that necessary? Asked Yellow Heart. Without it, step 3 cannot succeed. If you guys want, I can stop my actions. After all, you have dealt a great blow to the demon race. Maybe this success is enough for you. The four became quiet as they secretly communicated through divine sense. Sir Xueqi, how important is the next step? If we succeed, the humans of this world will finally have a chance to overthrow the demon race and even become this world's protagonist. If succeeded, I won't lie. There is a chance of failure. The others frowned as they considered the situation. Although things looked favorable to them, they knew this was not the case. It's only a matter of time before the Alliance quickly regained control of the situation and counterattack against the humans, especially the enslaved ones. Although their resistance took the opportunity to plunder and liberate another 5% of the human population, the remaining one will still suffer terribly. Fine, we agree, said Greenheart, and Wang Wei nodded. The next day, he sat cross-legged in a room with a few emperor artifacts floating around him. With the ancestor's clone, the fourth incarnation has reached the quasi-emperor realm and condensed many black holes. With its power, this plan has a higher chance of success, but I should slow down from now to prevent some problems from occurring with the incarnations. Alright, let's begin. One of the emperor artifacts glowed before a flame suddenly appeared, slowly destroying it. Meanwhile, Wang Wei immediately borrowed the strength of 4 incarnations. The strength of 1 leaf immortal? The current me would survive Yi Tuizi's attack without a scratch. He then concentrated as he summoned his physique's vision. So, a version of himself sitting on a throne with the River of Fate at his feet appeared behind him. Using that River of Fate, Wang Wei summoned the main branch of the river that connects everything and everyone in the endless void, including all Heavenwell world and their world communities. As Wang Wei gazed at that river, he felt that he was all-powerful and all-knowing. He felt he could control the fate of everything in existence, including all Daos. He felt free. Immediately, he used his willpower to rein his mind. That was a little scary. He knew if not for his strong willpower, he would have given in to that feeling, and the River of Fate would swallow him, making him a part of it. I can waste time since I don't have long. He used the River of Fate to search for a particular string. It took him a few minutes to swim or navigate, but he did find what he was looking for. He did not immediately interact with that string but activated the Shadow One's Chaos Treasure to ensure he could not be detected. Then he focused on that string. Wang Wei's gaze changed as he saw somewhere in the endless void, countless trillion light-years away from his location, in some unknown world community. It was a humongous beast with a black body, scales, and 1 horn. A Tier 10 void beast, thought Wang Wei as he watched the sleeping beast. He briefly observed it before taking action. He directly used a soul attack, creating a sword that stabbed the beast's sea of consciousness. His attack did not work, but it did anger the beast and woke it up. Then, Wang Wei acted swiftly. Fated destination. He manipulated the beast's fate strings through the River of Fate to make it as if he was destined or fated to be at a specific destination, thus achieving teleported. And the destination of that beast was the territory of the Great Rock Tribe in the Demon Supremacy world. Bang! An enormous black beast suddenly appeared on top of the Great Rock Tribe. Luckily, the Emperor formations activated, preventing any catastrophe. However, the beast was now enraged. He was in the middle of an essential cultivation advancement when someone disturbed him, wasting a lot of time. So, he wanted to destroy everything in its sight. In the human resistance base, Wang Wei opened his eyes. His complexion paled. He could sense that his main Boda soul was injured in the process. Nevertheless, he knew this was not the end. The Void Beast will not be the opponent of the three insurgents of the Eternal Tribes despite being the equivalent of a great emperor. However, Wang Wei chose one with great defense so it could last longer against these three. He also calculated that the other two tribes would not immediately come to rescue the Great Rock Tribe. They would take this opportunity to weaken them and remove their status as the most powerful tribe in this world. Wang Wei looked at the Emperor artifacts next to him. He asked for 7 for this plan but only used 2. So, he did not hesitate to pocket the other 5 as payment for his services. As for the other 2, they turned into powder after being sacrificed to boost his fate ability. "Sir Chuemo, are you all right?" asked the colored Taoist once he exited the room. "There is no time to waste. Remember the plan?" "Yes. When the other 3 come to the Great Rock's aid, we will take this opportunity to attack and destroy even more Emperor tribes." "Good. Now, I have something else to do." Wang Wei's projection teleported to the Great Rock Tribe's main habitat, a towering tree with different caves dug in for people to live. The higher a person lived on the tree, the higher their social status. Before the start of his plan, he stuck one of his spirit particles on one of the tribe's members so his projection could secretly infiltrate. Once he arrived, he began to divine something and even activated his luck, ignoring all the rocks flying around with scared expressions. "If my calculations are correct, they should be the ones who have it." He knew he did not have long, so he had to be fast. Soon, he found what he was searching for. It was an entrance to a secret realm. He waved his hand, and a space ring appeared in his hand. It was Great Rock's Patriarch's space ring. With his subtle manipulation of space and the fact the latter was distracted activating the tribe's formation, this was easier than expected. He took out the Patriarch's token from the space ring but immediately frowned as it was connected to its owner and unusable by others. So, he looked in the direction of the Patriarch and copied the latter's fate. Although the Patriarch was a powerful quasi-emperor, he was nothing in front of Wang Wei. With control of the token, he could now access the secret realm he wanted. However, things did not appear to go smoothly. No one was inside as they most likely left to deal with the Void Beast. In such a dangerous situation, everyone's strength is helpful. What stopped him was an emperor formation specially designed to protect what was inside. Wang Wei did not waste time as he took out a talisman from Origin 1 and activated it. He controlled the attack to focus on a specific point of the formation to create a small gap. And from that small gap, he slipped in his array virus that has one of his spirit particles sealed inside. Then, through that particle, his projection bypassed the emperor formation. However, Wang Wei knew he did not have much time since someone should have detected the fluctuation when he used the talisman. So when he saw a cauldron with designs of demons inside, his eyes lit up. The demon race's luck-condensing treasure. He calculated that this treasure would be in the hands of one of the 3 eternal tribes. And considering the Great Rock was the first one, they most likely had it, and he was correct. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous desire to swallow the cauldron, and he knew the desire came from the human destiny sword in his hand. After appeasing the sword, he took action. Wang Wei did not immediately take the cauldron as he knew it was semi-sentient and would not allow anyone besides the demon race to touch it. So he sealed the cauldron before immediately sending it to his main body. Then, he dispersed the projection and even destroyed his spirit particles to remove all his traces. Back in the deceiving trial, Wang Wei's main body called Ancestor Wuqing and tasked him to use the human destiny sword to separate the absorb the demon race's luck back in the sect. A portion goes to the sword, while the rest goes to the sect. Back in the Resistance's base, he condensed another projection and waited as he observed the battle with the Void Beast. A few hours later, the colored Taoists returned with a smile. Then they also watched the fight. The other 2 tribes finally interfered after the Great Rock suffered a significant casualty. Then, after working together, they injured the Void Beast, forcing it to run away. Regrettably, these tribes did not have a long time to celebrate their plans as a golden dragon suddenly appeared that surrounded the entire demon supremacy world. The dragon with the character for demon on its back roared in agony in the heavens before dispersing into countless motes of lights. Following this, all demons, no matter their status, felt overwhelming grief as if something had been stripped from them. The pain was as unbearable as their mother passing away. The human destiny sword is way more important than people realized. I cannot believe they just let something like that in Sun Jialong's hand. Wang Wei knew without the sword, he could not absorb all of the cauldron's luck. The best he could do was to slowly weaken the demon race's luck through time. Nevertheless, he felt it was too reckless to leave something with such a potentially catastrophic effect in the hands of someone like Sun Jiaolong. When I become emperor, I must find a better place to hide this thing. Otherwise, if someone used the same tactic I did, the humans in the myriad emperor world would suffer. Sir, did you do this? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly. If you want humans to have a chance in this world, the best way to do so is to remove the demon race's status as this world's protagonists. Now that their chi luck is no longer condensed, many problems will occur, and their status as protagonists will slowly disappear. Now you have to take the opportunity to rise. From the bottom of our hearts, you have the heartfelt thanks of the human race, said all four-colored Taoists, even bowing deeply to him. I accept your gratitude. Now, follow me. We still have a few finishing touches. Wang Wei brought them to the room with the two formations. He pointed to the one on the right. This formation will gather all the grievances, pain, suffering, and hatred of humans since the supremacy era to condense a powerful weapon that is highly effective against demons. I call it the demon slaughtering sword. I believe when it's born, it would probably be on par with an innate treasure of the highest rate, if not more powerful. It will be your greatest reliance in this upcoming fight. He then pointed to the right. This formation will condense the human's luck, ensuring your prosperity. Furthermore, I've cast a luck spell with the formation to create a racial son of destiny. They should be an extremely talented individual born to lead humans to prosperity in this world. I've ensured they will be born in this generation, but you don't have much time to train him before the heaven will. Nevertheless, as long as that person can prove the Tao, the humans of this world will be set. That person has a high chance of winning with the demon slaughter sword, the destiny sword, and how the demon race is currently in shambles. We cannot thank you enough, said Greenheart. No need for thanks. Tell that person they owe me a favor, and I will come to collect the debt in the future. Sir, with all you've done for us, we will go through hell and high for you. Wang Wei nodded. Finally, the last point you have to consider is the lower realm. The four immediately began to listen. The Alliance has essentially conquered the majority of the lower realm, with countless worlds under their control. Although it looked like they were in danger now, give them enough time, and they could replenish their low-level demon population and even recondense their race's luck dragon. Not to mention the large human population in these worlds. So what should we do? The same tactics we used to deal with the low-level demons. Spread chaos amongst them. Now, you can do it yourself or pay me to do it for you. What's it going to be? These Taoists' lips almost twitch. A few seconds ago, they were all emotional and thankful. But now, they were back to doing business. Sir, we will pay, said Greenheart, knowing this was the best option. Wang Wei nodded before talking about his payment from their 20% of the agreement. Then, he went back to the room. The main body acquired a drop of a soul tear, an emperor-level resource of the sect. So, his injuries were healed in just a few hours with enough medical remedies stored in his body. So, he used his soul network to access all the worlds in the Demon Supremacy world community. Usually, he could not see all of them since they were not from his community. But, the demon race's chi luck he recently stole connected to many worlds in the lower realm. So, he could divine their position and gain access to them through his soul network. So, he began to instill the demonic bloodline improvement arts in the minds of all the low-level demons across many small, middle, and great thousand worlds. The process was exhausting, but he finished in 4 days. Finally, Wang Wei ended his projection and opened his eyes to the deceiving trial. He stretched his body out before walking out of his room, where Wang Wucheng waited for him. Kid, I don't know what to say. He honestly did not know how to describe the past month's events. Chapter 545 The First Test. Body Wang Wucheng thought of all the Emperor artifacts the kids sent back to the sect. Although many of them were pseudo-Emperor artifacts, the materials were still valuable, not to mention the immortal powerhouse's bodies, resources, and luck. He once decided to test the kids' ability to gather resources, but he never thought it would reach this level. In just over a month, he destabilized an entire Heavenwell world and almost brought a mighty race to its knees. It's not as big of a deal as you make it. Most of this plan's success is because of the situation of the Demon Supremacy world, Wang Wei replied with a smile. How many people do you think can analyze the entire situation of a world in a few days, infer information from their billion years of history, then come up with a way to destroy them from the very core of their civilization? I know I can't do such a thing. All right, I won't be humble anymore. I know I'm awesome, said Wang Yi with a smug look. Awesome? You mean a profiteer. After I killed Yi Tweezy, my vendetta was finished. So, everything I had to do after that had to be properly compensated. Plus, I've even gone easy on them. Easy? What else could you have done? I was going to use a scare tactic to sell them a few Dao Ancestors puppets made by Miscellaneous One at an absorbent price. But I felt bad for them, so I stopped. Wang Wuchen became speechless. He genuinely did not know what to say. You would have been a great merchant. Wang Wei smiled. In his past life, he was a businessman, so he knew when to take an opportunity or how to satisfy a client. Did the sect send the chaos treasures for all my incarnations? Regrettably, that is not possible. What's the issue? Wang Wei asked. Although we have the resources, they cannot all be used on you. So, we decided to give you enough chaos materials for 3 incarnations. As for the rest, we will give you emperor materials on par the best chaos treasure we have. Wang Wei frowned as he pondered. After a quick analysis, he realized this decision made sense. Chaos materials were scarce. Unlike emperor materials that can be cultivated with the presence of a great emperor. He even suspected that Miscellaneous One could use many of the pseudo-emperor artifacts he brought back to combine and cultivate true emperor artifacts. So, they accepted the decision. That's fine. What about the luck? What's the plan? We decided to slowly inject it into our sect's chi luck to prevent detection. However, the final decision is in your hands, said Wang Wucheng. It's a good idea. Although I've eliminated my tracks in the demon supremacy world, it's good to be cautious. Where is my sword? Wang Wucheng waved his hand, and the human destiny sword appeared in his hand and handed it over. Many people did not want to return it to you. Since they've witnessed the sword's importance, it's understandable, Wang Wei replied calmly. Anyway, we have placed many seals on it in case it lands on the wrong hand. Wang Wei was okay with that. He took the sword and felt it was more powerful than before. So, he nodded in satisfaction before placing it away in his sea of consciousness, using its luck to help him comprehend the laws when necessary. Finally, he waited for the day of the trial's beginning. Luckily, no one challenged him after his battle, but he received a recording of the other seeded players' battle. Besides Su Shi, no one lost their seeded position. On the scheduled day, he flew to the center of the city, where everyone waited in front of a silver pagoda. He saw a place for all the seeded players, so he flew to his position. Not long after he arrived, Lord Spirit showed up. Since everyone is here, let's not waste time, said Lord Spirit in his strange voice. The first criterion we will judge is your fleshly body. There are different levels, and you will receive both points and a reward with each level you pass. And the top 3 candidates will receive a special reward left over by the world. These heaven-chosen quickly analyzed the rule and understood that Gu Xian wanted to sow some positive karma with them. Nevertheless, they also wondered if this man had anything worthy of their status besides his inheritance. At their level, only high-level or rare resources are valued by them. Now you can begin, said Lord Spirit. So, everybody entered with the seeded player going first based on their ranks. After entering, Wang Wei quickly noticed that a mysterious force had sealed all his powers except his fleshly body. The characters 4 level 1 floated in the air with a countdown from 30. Furthermore, he was alone. Wang Wei quickly adjusted his state until the countdown finished. Then, a blue flame enveloped the room, burning everything, except for him, for a few minutes. Then, he received notification that he had passed the first level. Interesting. Gu Xian's requirement for the first level is to have a fleshly body comparable to a true monarch. That's pretty high. Not everyone follows the body refinement path or actively tempers their bodies, so having such a high requirement was a little surprising. Then, Wang Wei sensed a strange energy entering his body. He intercepted and analyzed it. This power can help me open my acupoints? And it seems to be on par with the star essence, if not better. He could feel this power was versatile and of high quality, so it would benefit him greatly. So, after checking over and divining possible danger, he absorbed it. Too little, he muttered before proceeding to the second level. He did not change location. Instead, after another countdown, another flame appeared again, this time with the strength of a quasi-emperor. On the third level, He had to withstand gravity capable of squashing a normal quasi-emperor. On the 4th level, the trial asked him to lift a heavy object, and on the 5th level, a spike pierced his hand before healing less than a second afterward. Wang Wei quickly analyzed that this level tested his defense, stamina, physical strength, and regeneration. And only once they reached the quasi-emperor grade would he pass the level. Before entering the 6th level, Wang Wei gathered all the mysterious power granted from the previous level and easily condensed a black hole with them. So, his eyes lit up as he proceeded to the next level. The 6th level combined all the previous ones. He had to carry something heavy while flame tried to burn him and resisted an immense gravity. Furthermore, once in a while, a spike would appear out of nowhere, ignore his defense, and pierce his skin, forcing him to heal. Nevertheless, this trial was not a problem for him. Wang Wei rose in levels and persevered despite the intensity of each level increasing. By the 123rd level, he had gathered enough power to finally condense supermassive black holes in all his primary 1962 acupoints. Then, he finally entered the 3rd stage of the true power Dao realm, the primordial dragon realm. He had precisely one primordial dragon force. However, Wang Wei slightly frowned when he learned what one primordial dragon force meant. It signified he could destroy 1% of a great thousand world with one attack. I should be able to destroy a great thousand world, right? He thought. However, after analyzing the situation, he understood where this distorted perception came from. With his strength, he could walk sideways in a great thousand world. He could single-handed killed all the infinite people in a great thousand world since the highest power of that world is the supreme realm. However, technically speaking, the highest peak of a great thousand world was not the supreme world but the one root Dao ancestor level. So, only this level of strength is enough to destroy a great thousand world. And unfortunately, his fleshly body does not have that level of power. Even if he used all his other strengths, he could not reach the level of destroying a great thousand world, let alone doing it simply with his fleshly body. Only once all the clones reached their peak, and he combined their fleshly body strength, could he achieve such a feat. So, the 3rd layer is a large leap, the thought before continuing his rise. On the 261st level, Wang Wei had opened an additional 50,000 acupoints without condensing black holes. But he only had the power of 3 primordial dragon force. Furthermore, he also reached his limit. So, he borrowed the strength of his incarnations to keep climbing. The process was not easy since the borrowed strength was temporary, and he needed a break in between to do it again. Nevertheless, with this method, he reached the 522nd level and opened a total of 120,000 acupoints, with 10 primordial dragon force. He finally reached his absolute limit. Finally, he checked the ranking list. Chu Luo came first after reaching the 1000th and final level. He was in 2nd place while Su Shi, Mu Lei, Star Beast World, and Yi Dafu, monkey-seated player, fought for the 3rd spot on the 100th level. As he looked at the number 1 place, he squinted his eyes. If he could use his law for even a brief moment, he had a way to reach the top as well. Nevertheless, even if he could, he would not use that method since it was his trump card against Chu Luo. There are many other categories. There is still time to catch up and surpass him. His result in this trial granted him 1044 points, while Chu Luo had 2,500 points. The 2nd seeded token was worth 40,000 points, but the number 1 gave 100,000 points. So, as long as he does better than his opponent in the upcoming trials, he will still be the final winner. If all fails, he will just take the first token for himself. Chapter 546 The Second Test. Sol Su Shi was in a separate room for her test. She had now reached the 98th level, taking the 3rd spot. However, she knew it would not be long before her other 2 competitors caught up and surpassed her. She then focused on the first 2 positions and squinted her eyes. She did not say anything but concentrated on her reward for this trial. With this power, I should be able to begin building the immortal aperture. The primordial chaos art and the primordial chaos physique are perfect for each other. Her husband thought of absorbing the other physiques in the first place because of a secret page left in the scripture that people with absolute chaos physique could only access. The primordial chaos art is an excellent body refining technique divided into 4 layers: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. In each layer, the cultivator will create something called apertures inside their bodies, which is an energy organ or hidden treasure of the body like meridians, acupoints, or orifices. As such, in the first layer they would create the yellow aperture, then the profound aperture for the second, and subsequently for the other layers. Each apertures will temper the cultivator's body to an extreme height, and based on the cultivator's willpower, the tempering is different for everybody. Spiritual chi and other resources are required to cultivate any aperture. Still, it's best to use the chaos aura released from an owner of the absolute chaos physique as the foundation of the aperture. For most cultivators, the primordial chaos art only had 4 layers. However, there is a hidden 5th layer for the primordial chaos physique. The physique owner can use the natural chaos chi created by their bodies to condense an immortal aperture. According to the scripture, this technique can allow someone to break the boundary between mortal and immortal and reach the battle strength of 1 to 3 leaf immortal venerable. Xueqi reviewed the information about this art one last time before beginning. She lamented that if this technique's 5th layer were not restricted to only people with a primordial chaos physique, it would be an even better body refining technique than the ancient desolate body refining scripture. She concentrated on the power inside her body to begin building the immortal aperture. She could sense 4 small spaces inside her body similar to her divine sea, and each space contained a black gold rune. The lowest one was not that complicated, but the heaven aperture was as intricate as the best quasi-emperor formation. Xueqi knew this was another difficulty in cultivating this technique. It is impossible to do so without some talent for divine runes. Using the unknown power of the trial, she opened the 5th treasured space, as they were called. Her body shook slightly as the power generated by opening that space traveled throughout her body, destroying everything in its path. Then, the destruction healed and increased her fleshly body strength in the process. Immediately afterward, she used the remaining energy and the chaos chi that her physique condensed to build the immortal aperture, constructing thousands of interconnected divine runes. Regrettably, she only had the resources to make 1/10 of it. The incomplete immortal aperture trembled as it released a power that began to temper her body and elevate it to a higher level. The pain was unbearable to 99% of cultivators, but it was nothing to her as she did not even grunt. To Xueqi, there was no greater excruciating pain than losing the love of her life. After an unknown amount of time, the process ended. So, Xueqi clenched her hands to feel the power coursing through her veins. She felt her strength, endurance, regeneration, and defense greatly enhanced. She believed that once she finished creating the immortal aperture, she would have the strength of a 3-leaf immortal. By then, I will also be able to survive the attack of a 1-leaf immortal. Better yet, I can easily defeat one, she thought, reminiscing about that previous shocking battle. She stood up, feeling better than before. I cannot believe this technique is an incomplete one. She knew from her inherited memories that the creator mentioned higher layers such as Tao aperture, chaos aperture, and primordial aperture. She could not fathom how powerful someone would be after creating these apertures or the resources needed for them. It does not matter. After I prove the Tao, I can search for the remaining of this scripture. And, before anyone asks, no, Wang Wei will not get his hands on this scripture. He cannot have all the good things. Xueqi then proceeded to the next level. She reached the 145th level with her newfound strength, taking the 3rd spot. As for Yi Dafu, he came in 4th in the 110th level, and Mu Lei came 5th in the 105th level. In his trial, Wang Wei finally received the notification that the competition had ended, and as the 2nd place holder, he had a special prize. Then, a book appeared in front of him. 12 Zodiac Powers. He flipped through the book, and his eyes lit up slightly. The book was a battle technique that used his acupoints to recreate the 12 Chinese zodiacs and allowed a cultivator to display many powerful and weird abilities. This is the perfect technique to allow me to display the power of my fleshly body to its full extent. He was satisfied with this reward. Suddenly, he heard Lord Spirit's voice inside the pagoda. The minimum required points for a seeded player to challenge another is 500 points. Unfortunately, only the 2nd seeded player acquired enough points. So, we will immediately begin the 2nd round of the trial. Every participant can have 2 points for each level they reach, and the 1st seeded player had an extra 500 points. Since no one other than these two reached the 250th level, the competition continued. The environment changed, and Wang Wei found a massive pillar of jade divided into 5 before him. He received the instruction to instill his spiritual power into the pillar, so he did so after checking things. The first section that indicated a standard quality of soul lit up. A few seconds later, the remaining 4 sections show the classification of a soul's quality: bronze, silver, gold, and jade. Wang Wei easily lit up all 5 sections before waiting. A few minutes later, a new list appeared in front of him. Wang Wei, Peak Jade Quality, Unknown Soul Mutation, 2,000 points. Chu Luo, Peak Jade Quality, Samsara Mutation, 1,500 points. Liang Shixian, Peak Jade Quality, Incense Mutation, 1,440 points. Ji Lanfang, Advanced Jade Quality, Sword Mutation, 1,200 points. Jingwu Hua, Medium Jade Quality, Yang Mutation, 1,100 points. Xueqi, Peak Jade Quality, 1,000 points. Tong Ruobing, Peak Jade Quality, 1,000 points. Feng Hang, Peak Jade Quality, 1,000 points. Su Low Jade Quality, Chaos Mutation, 990 points. Yidafu, Peak Golden Quality, The Eye Mutation, 950 points. Mu Lei, Peak Golden Quality, Star Mutation, 900 points. Kudalin, Advanced Golden Quality, Golden Light Mutation, 890 points. Dalyui, Advanced Golden Quality, Golden Light Mutation, 850 points. Everyone reacted to this list differently. Chu Luo frowned at the fact he was not first but did not focus too much on the results since he still held the overall #1 position. Nevertheless, he wondered why this trial could not identify Wang Wei's mutation. Liang Shixian was genuinely surprised as he thought he would shine in this part of the trial since he was an expert on the soul. Li Lanfang did not care about the final outcome. He was just looking forward to fighting some powerful people to prevent his sword from being dulled. Nevertheless, as a pure swordsman, his result in the first trial was abysmal as he only reached the 12th level. So, he was glad he had enough points to challenge some seeded players. Jingwu Hua could not control her anger. She thought after using the method her father left for her, she was guaranteed to eclipse all her peers and prove the Tao in her second attempt. However, everything so far has hinted that she had awakened in the wrong generation. Xueqi was frustrated. As an immortal child, she was born with a powerful soul. And as a light race, as long as she commits acts of kindness that generate positive karma, she can purify her soul. She thought she had reached the limit on that process, but this trial gave her a wake-up call. Tong Ruobing acted calmly after receiving the news. She now thought of how to mutate her soul like the others, and she already had a feasible plan. This Wang Wei is like a gift that keeps on giving, she thought with a smile. Feng Hing also did not care. He hid the mutation of his soul to prevent others from discovering his Buddhist nature. Su Shi frowned as she figured out the reason she did not have a higher quality soul. She did not inherit everything from Lin Fan since she did not cultivate all the laws he did. For example, he understood soul law but she did not. So, she decided to find a way to raise the quality of her soul. Yi Dafu and Mu Lei were not surprised by this outcome. They both focused more on their bodies than their souls. Nevertheless, they still decided to make up for this shortcoming once they returned home. Wang Wei watched the results while analyzing the list. He instantly could tell that Feng Heng should be higher on that list. However, he focused on something else that caught his attention. The soul mutation of the barbarian siblings. He found it odd to be golden light when it should be related to the ancient spirit they contracted. So, he decided to watch out if this anomaly was important or not. We will begin the second part of the soul trial. Quantity. The Lord Spirit communicated to all the participants in the pagoda. Then, the pillar in front of them changed, removing the sections. The participants then began to instill their spiritual power without stopping. While doing so, the participants can see the lived ranking of the others, fueling their competition. Half an hour later, the third spot and below had a result, but Wang Wei and Chu Luo were still fiercely competing for the first spot. After an hour, Wang Wei had reached his limit, and he could tell he would lose in the quantity department, but he did not want to. So, he slightly removed the seal in his primordial spirit and accessed some spiritual power from his past life to compete with Chu Luo. Then, after another hour, the Spirit Lord suddenly decided to give both of them the first spot and award them 1,000 points each. The third spot did not change as the divine race, Liang Shixian, took it, but not by much. The fourth spot went to Jingwu Hua, who tied for the same points as Xueqi. Finally, the group left the pagoda, and everyone became tense. Chapter 547 Wang Wei vs. Yi Dafu. Lord Spirit appeared in front of everyone before distributing tokens to each participant. And as long as they inject their divine sense inside, they can see the number of points they have. The next trial will take place a week from now, and we will also do 2 at the same time, and maybe more. The next test will involve energy control and comprehension, so be prepared. After finishing his announcement, Lord Spirit looked at Wang Wei. You had a request for your first place reward? Yes, I want to exchange it with the energy from the first trial. Lord Spirit paused for a moment as if pondering or communicating with something. Your request is accepted. She waved her hand, and a blue crystal flew from the pagoda. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out a book from his space ring, handing it over. Finally, Lord Spirit gave him a deep look before leaving. Immediately, the situation became tense as all these heaven chosens stared at each other. Finally, Yi Dafu walked toward Wang Wei. This Monkey King would like to challenge you. Little monkey, don't waste your points. I'm out of your league, said Wang Wei. This handsome monkey thought he was the most arrogant person in the endless void. But today, I finally found someone more arrogant than me, Yi Dafu replied with a sneer. All right, give the 500 points battle challenge. The monkey demon took out his token and exchanged 500 points before flying into the sky, and Wang Wei followed him. All the other participants calmly watched from a distance. While holding his red hole, Yi Dafu's dark gold armor shone brightly as the sun reflected on it. As he looked at his opponent, his usually frivolous and arrogant look was gone, replaced by a calm demeanor with intense battle intent emanating from his body. Then his eyes changed. The left was silver, the right was gold, and a third purple eye was on his forehead. As Wang Wei watched his opponent, he could see the left eye was brighter than the rest. The three-eyes monkey is an innate demon born with three special eyes: heaven, earth, and human eyes. It is said that the heaven eye can see through the truth of the universe, including all laws and causality. In terms of power, it might even outclass the yin-yang eyes, he said softly. So, let's see its power. Wang Wei decided to use this opportunity to learn and test out the power of his 12 zodiac powers, so he used the first and easy ones, the ox and rabbit zodiac. He controlled his acupoints to light up in the form of a very intricate ox design. Immediately afterward, he felt his strength double, which surprised him since few techniques work for him regarding boosting his fleshly body with pure physical force. Then, since he had enough acupoints, he also created the rabbit zodiac, boosting his speed beyond his usual norm. He then rushed toward the monkey to punch. Yi Dafu squinted his eyes with a great shock. With his heavenly eye, he could see the opponent's acupoints, the increase in strength and speed, the opponent's flight trajectory, and everything else. He could also see his opponent had held back on the power of that punch. He did not defend but went on the offensive instead. He raised his pole and struck the punch. Boom! Yi Dafu flew back a few dozen meters by that punch's force. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he felt that his acupoints had become chaotic, and the zodiac's technique abruptly ended. His eyes lit up as he realized what had occurred. His opponent targeted the weak spot of the technique, forcibly ending it. And since this was the first time he used this technique, he knew he had numerous flaws in the application. So, he instantly modified the flaw the opponent targeted before going on the offensive again. Boom! 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 The clash of these two generated shockwaves that disturbed the clouds. However, Yi Dafu was not happy. It did not take long for him to realize his opponent's tactic, using his heavenly eye to cultivate this new technique. He further activated his bloodline to boat his fleshly body, which was inconsequential to his opponent. So, the Monkey King changed tactics. He distances himself from his opponent before activating his second innate bloodline. Heavenly Disaster. Meteor Punishment. As he waved his staff downward, millions of asteroids bigger than stars appeared in the sky. I, your father, will make you taste the ultimate punishment. Wang Wei calmly looked at this apocalypse scene with calmness. Instead, he took a brief time before this attack descended to comprehend the sheep zodiac power that granted him dominance over the elements. It allows him to convert all his pure physical force into elemental power. For example, he can exchange his 10 primordial dragon force of power for 10 primordial dragon force of elemental destruction. To be more specific, he can use any elements he is knowledgeable of to destroy 10% of a great thousand world instantly. The benefit of this technique is that elements naturally have more destructive ability than pure force. After all, a fire will do more damage than any punch. So, as long as he can train the sheep zodiac to a higher level, he might be able to do 11 or more primordial dragon force damage with only 10. All these thoughts flashed across his mind in a period that can only be described as brief. Then, he blew to the sky, instantly freezing all the meteors before they broke into pieces. As the large ice debris fell on the city, A formation appeared to protect them from creating even more destruction. Meanwhile, Yi Dafu knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. Usually, he easily bullied most of his opponents from the other races with his powerful body. As for the demon race in his world, 99% of them cannot even raise the resistance to fight him after he releases the noble aura from his bloodline. Only a few people can make him serious, and no one has yet to force him to go all out. But now was the right time. Earthly Eye. Population. The Monkey King's right shone as he activated its ability. Then, numerous monkey clones suddenly appeared, all with the same aura. Wang Wei's lips twitched after seeing this. He did not care that there were 250,000 clones, all with the same battle strength as the main body. He only found the specific technique absurd coming from a monkey demon. "Are you sure you're not related to Sun Wukong?" he asked. "Who's that?" asked one of the Yi Dafu. "The Great Saint equal to heaven." "The Great Saint equal to heaven? What a domineer name. I like it, we should use it," said one of the clones. "Better yet, let's call ourselves the Great Emperor above heaven. That should be our emperor title." "Agree. Agree." Soon, they all agree on their future emperor title, leaving Wang Wei speechless. "All right, let's focus on this battle," said one of them. Then, they rushed together toward their opponent to gang up on him. Wang Wei smiled with an odd smile. Then he activated the Rat Zodiac, which created thousands of clones of himself. To be precise, 1962 clones, one for each of his primary acupoints. The clones only had 50% of his power since he did not fully master this technique, but it was still more than enough. Or so he thought. The monkey clones devastated his clones. It was apparent that Yi Dafu had strength beyond 50% of his. In the end, he had to finish things on his own. He rushed to a specific monkey and instantly slapped it to death before frowning. He thought he could end this technique if he found the original Yi Dafu. But, he discovered this ability worked similarly to Su Ya's clones. As long as one of the monkeys remained alive, Yi Dafu would not die. So, he went for an attack with a wide area of destruction. A multicolored flame came from his body to burn everything within 100,000 miles radius. And to his surprise, his attack did not destroy as many clones as he expected, as only 30,000 disappeared. And that's because Yi Dafu used his disaster monkey bloodline to protect him from heavenly fire disasters, and since the chaos flame is a heavenly flame, he acquired some immunities. Disaster bloodline, Earth Dragon. Moving. All the remaining monkeys used the same technique, which forced the whole city to shake like an earthquake of incalculable magnitude. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel the terrifying vibration of this quake directed toward him. Boom! The place he stood exploded. But, to no one's surprise, he was intact. And it was not because of his natural defense but because he used the pig zodiac that allowed him to absorb, store, and redirects his opponent's attacks. This zodiac had the same effect as his grandfather's overlord body once completed to the highest level. Wang Wei stopped cultivating that technique and focused on the desolate scripture. But now, he could have the same ability. Additionally, his grandfather might found the pig zodiac's cultivation method useful to him and learned from it. Wang Wei looked at Yi Dafu's clone, and he knew the latter's plan for the last attack, to buy enough time to recuperate the previously destroyed clones. Meanwhile, the Monkey King looked at how calmly his opponent dealt with some of his most potent attacks, so he decided to use his most powerful one. Human Eye. Human, Earth, and Heaven as one. The third eye on his forehead activated. Then, all his clones fused with him. And the more fused with him, the higher his aura becomes. Once he finished, Yi Dafu felt an unprecedented power rushing through his veins. Nevertheless, he knew this was not enough. Far from it. So, he activated his most powerful ability. Disaster Bloodline. Immortal Tribulation. The clouds turned dark in an instant as dark red thunder constantly flashed. However, Yi Dafu was not finished. A magical treasure in the shape of a lightning bolt came out of his body before fusing it with the clouds. And once he did that, the participants squinted their eyes as they felt the power emanating from those clouds. Chapter 548. That One Sword. Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Dao's true self for the gift. Everyone could feel this thunder had approached the level of one leaf immortal. Then, everybody began to wonder when it was so simple to reach the power level of immortals. Wang Wei watched the red lightning in the clouds. He could sense that the attack barely reached the level of one leaf immortal. 3 incarnations could deal with this level of attack with relative ease. And now that he had the power of 4 incarnations, this was no longer a problem for him. However, he had another idea. He wanted to use this opportunity to temper his body. So, when the thunder fell from the clouds, he only used the strength of his main body to withstand the attack. Of course, he could not tank such a powerful attack alone, so he had to be wise in the process. He used the pig zodiac to store some of the immortal lightning's strength while also sealing some of them using the same seal Wuhong left for the divine punishment thunder. Then he would release these stored strengths slowly to destroy his body and rebuild it, thus achieving the purpose of tempering. He also used the power of good fortune ancestor Wuqing left in his divine punishment thunder to help refine his body. So the participants watched as the lightning constantly destroyed Wang Wei's body before regenerating. Yi Dafu immediately knew what his opponent was doing. One of the favorite things he enjoyed doing back home was fighting against powerful lightning or fire cultivators. He usually humiliated these cultivators by using their strength to temper his body. But today, the same thing occurred to him. As he watched his opponent's action, he realized he had misunderstood something. He thought the latter only survived the previous immortal tear attack because of a secret technique with drawbacks and a long cooling time. But now, he realized his opponent's strength was already touching the immortal realm. He wanted to stop his technique but soon found a cage made of gray string surrounding him, immobilizing and preventing his action. After using his Proving Dao artifact to stop Yi Dafu, Wang Wei continued his tempering for another half hour. Then the clouds dispersed, and he healed himself one last time. 15 primordial dragon force, not bad, he thought to himself before looking at the Monkey King, who looked different. His shining yellow hair was not dull gray as if it lacked luster. He was now extremely thin, as if he was dehydrated and had not drunk water in a few decades. The lightning bolt magic treasure flew before Yi Dafu, and he sighed when he saw how weak it also appeared. This was the first time he saw his bloodline Dao treasure in such a terrible shape. This treasure has been with him since he was a fetus, and he spent hundreds of thousands of years nourishing it with his bloodline and cultivation. After placing it away, Yi Dafu sighed loudly, "I've lost." Wang Wei nodded before looking at the other people, his eyes asking them if anyone else would like to challenge him. No one answered, but Ji Lanfeng suddenly appeared in the sky while holding his gourd. He took a sip before asking Yi Dafu, "Monkey, how long before you can return to your peak?" "I can fight in a few hours." "I'm not asking when you can fight. I want to know when you can return to your peak." Yi Dafu did answer. In his current situation, he will need plenty of immortal tier resources to return to his peak as soon as possible. And currently, he is considering whether to withdraw from the trial since he only came here for the insurgent technique, but it appeared things were not in his favor. Suddenly, Lord Spirit appeared next to these two with a talisman in his hand. "I have a solution to your problems. Deceiving Body Talisman. With it, you deceive your body that you're in peak shape, thus momentarily returning to that state." Yi Dafu pondered for a moment before accepting the offer. After crushing the talisman, his body did return to its peak. He felt he could use the same level of attack that had placed him in such a terrible shape before. "To ensure no trouble, let's decide victory with one attack," said Ji Lanfeng, who pulled out the sword on his waist. "Fine by me," said the Monkey King. He used the same technique except that the red lightning appeared on the tip of his staff. Ji Lanfeng took one last sip of his gourd before concentrating on the fight. A supreme sword will emanated from his body as his entire demeanor changed. He was no longer that drunkard but an unrivaled swordsman who sought a worthy challenger. The two gazed intently at each other while their aura became tangible as they clashed. Then they attacked at the same time. Swish! Yi Dafu's red lightning was midway through its travel as it stopped. Then, a look of horror displayed on the monkey's face, wondering what had just happened. Then, his head suddenly left his neck as it flew in the air. While upside down, he could see the swordsman had returned to his lazy and vulgar demeanor. "Only one serious slash? I guess it's better than the weaklings in my world," Ji Lanfeng said as he continued drinking. Then he squinted his eyes. A cocoon that resembled rock surrounded Yi Dafu's body. His flying head disappeared, and not long afterward, he broke out of the cocoon with a new head and a look of fear. If his disaster bloodline did not have a technique to avoid disaster and saved him at the last minute, he would have died, his soul disappeared, and Dao vanished. Yi Dafu did not say anything but handed his third-place token to his opponent. Then, he contacted his ancestor. He had used both his bloodline's secret techniques, and he sensed that the backlash could kill him once the deceiving talisman's effect ended. So, he needed to return home as soon as possible to use the tribe's resources to heal without affecting his Dao foundation. As such, a monkey dressed in a blue robe appeared next to him before disappearing. "So what do I do with the 4th seeded token?" asked Ji Lanfang. "The other seeded players will go up 1 rank, and the 6th position will go 2. She looked around at all the participants before giving the spot to Jingwu Hua. Now, Mu Lei was 4th, and Xueqi was 5th. Ji Lanfang did not care about this, so he focused on his other target, Wang Wei. "Do you need time to recuperate?" "No. In that case I challenge you." According to the rules, he only had to accept 1 challenge a day from the seeded players. Nevertheless, he accepted the duel as he was interested in this swordsman. So, after receiving the 500 points fee, the two began. Ji Lanfang concentrated his sword will. Swish! He swung his sword exactly as he did to Yi Dafu. "Interesting," said Wang Wei as he caressed his throat. "The Tao of speed? You abandon everything to swing your sword with unmatched speed. It's rare to find such a pure swordsman. Such a thick neck. I know one sword was not enough to defeat you. Let's try again. 1,000 sword cuts." Swish! Wang Wei could see the sword moving in slow motion, but his body could not move in time. This was how fast it was. And in less than a nanosecond, the opponent slashed his throat 1,000 times at speed, millions of times light speed. Ji Lanfang frowned when he saw he barely left a white mark on his opponent's throat. Then he became excited. 10,000 sword cuts. For this attack, he increased not only his speed but the number of attacks. But to his surprise, his opponent evaded the attack. Ji Lanfang rapidly analyzed the situation. The power of time. He could see his opponent delay the arrival time of his attack, so he had enough time to evade. "Try this sword." Swish! A small red line appeared on Wang Wei's neck that healed a few seconds afterward. "A sword so fast it could cut time, cut concept," he muttered. "I've never felt so disgusted fighting a body refiner," commented Ji Langfan. Any normal body refiners would have been dead long ago. But now, even if he could cut his opponent, the latter's defense was simply outrageous. "All right, I'll use my most powerful technique. Infinite speed, swish." Unfortunately, Ji Lanfan stopped midway through his swing. His eyes were momentarily confused before he regained clarity. "I've lost." Wang Wei smiled. Although his body could not move, his mind and soul were fast enough to see the latter's movement and speed. So, he just placed the swordsman into an illusion before he could even swing his sword and lose. "Is that illusion real?" "Yes." "Who is that person?" "That's my father. I did not expect there was another pure and powerful swordsman as myself in the endless void. Can you give him my communication talisman? I would like to discuss the way of the sword with him." "No problem." After giving the talisman, Ji Lanfang flew away. He only came here to meet worthy challengers, and he met one. He hoped the others would also allow him to fight to his heart's content. Furthermore, it was a bonus to meet a possible fellow Taoist that was his equal on the way of the sword. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked forward to seeing a clash between these two extraordinary swordsmen. He wanted to know whether his father could cut Ji Lanfang's speed, or would the latter be too fast for him to cut. He then looked at the participants, wondering whether there would be other fights. However, no one challenged the seeded players. Wang Wei guessed many people wanted to further their strength through the trials rewards or use the days off for some last-minute training. Nevertheless, he knew things would not remain peaceful for long. So, he flew to his residence as he had other things to do. In his battle with Yi Dafu, he acquired the latter's soul imprints to access the monkey's home world. Chapter 549 Force Control Skill. After entering his mansion, Wang Wei saw Li Jun had already entered and waited for him. "What's the matter?" "I was wondering how I would be fair in those 2 exams. Wang Wei looked at him up and down. "With the trial's reward, you should be able to reach the 100th level or more. As for the soul trial, let's see." He raised his hand to construct complex runes in the form of a tesseract. "Inject your spiritual power." Li Jun followed his words. "You have an advanced gold quality soul and a mutation towards slaughter. The result makes sense, especially the slaughter mutation," Li Jun said with a wry and slight desolate tone. For the past few thousand years, He had been trying to enter the Duyi realm by making his soul into particles of slaughter aura, similar to Wang Tian's method. Unfortunately, even though he had the right idea, he encountered the limit of his talent and failed. Since no one could help him with this process, there was nothing else anyone could do. Otherwise, even if he succeeded in using help, he would not enter the Duyi realm. Luckily, because of his many attempts, his soul has mutated and now has slaughter properties, making him powerful. Wang Wei sensed how his friend felt, so he patted him on the shoulder. There was nothing he could do in this situation. "Come with me," he said as he led Li Jun to an empty room in the mansion. Then, he took out a few materials from his space rings to form a formation. Finally, he condensed a crystal with his soul to use as the formation's core. "What's this?" asked Li Jun. "This is soul purification formation. It will use my soul to release a special pressure that can purify the soul. If you can resist the inhuman pain, it is a quick way for your soul to reach the peak of jade quality." Li Jun's eyes lit up. Liling would love this formation. True, but she probably has a middle or even advanced jade soul quality. I guess it will still be enough. Let me contact her and see if she responds. He used a talisman to contact her back in the sect, and she responded. So, Li Jun explained the situation to her. "No need. Why? I used the merit from the automatic cauldron to purify my soul to the limit, and I guess it's what you call jade quality. However, I am indeed interested in soul mutation." She pondered how to achieve a mutation through merit and which kind of mutation suited her. "It's good that you don't need it. If you want, I can give you some merit to purify your soul." "No need," replied Li Jun. "It's a good method to temper my willpower. I might even use it to temper my soldiers." Then, the two lovebirds began to chat with each other. Wang Wei wanted to give them space, so he left before reminding Li Jun to let Tai Gang use it once he finished. They also planned to use it as one of the main secret realm trials of the sect. Wang Wei did not visit Yi Dafu or Ji Lanfang's world immediately because he had two things to do beforehand. Firstly, check the array virus to see if he discovered any new information. He checked the reaction and conversations of all the participants watching him fight, but did not find much significant use. However, while reviewing the recording, he felt he had overlooked something, so he checked it repeatedly but could not find what it was. Ultimately, he gave up, focusing on his second goal, to optimize his force control skill. Initially, he divided this technique into 5 layers: full control, master control, grandmaster control, pinnacle control, and heavenly Tao control. Previously, he believed that the pinnacle control was the limit any individual could reach, and he was correct. But now, he also understood the pinnacle control was too broad and had room for further division and optimization. So, he decided the best way to optimize this technique was to add more levels after Grandmaster, and he came up with a few levels: Mortal Pinnacle, Immortal Control, Tao Control, Emperor Control, and finally, Heavenly Tao Control. Wang Wei spent a few hours analyzing these levels but did not immediately create or cultivate them. He left the trial and teleported back home before using the transplanar transmission array to teleport to the space-time incarnations world. Afterward, he had the incarnation send him to a parallel timeline that was in the past so he could have enough time. He only spent a few months there, which was a few years with his future Buddha self. And in that short period, he cultivated his control over physical forces, energy, soul, and laws to the Tao control level, meaning he had the same control as a Tao ancestor. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his retreat. However, he sighed. Indeed, his control of everything has reached the same level as a Tao ancestor. Regrettably, he cannot use that level of control unless he uses the power of the incarnations. His main body can only use immortal control, which provides him with the battle strength of a one-leaf immortal venerable without borrowing power from the other incarnations. I guess I should be satisfied. Another reason for his increase in strength is he used the trial's reward to open a total of 255,000 acupoints, and had the power of 20 primordial dragon force. And with his control, he can burst out double the strength, 40 primordial dragon force. I could probably refine an immortal tier pill, Wang Wei muttered as he decided to try after the upcoming trial. He then left the parallel timeline to return to the main one, which the space-time incarnation used as his home. After chatting with the latter, he returned to the trial and directly used his soul network to travel to Yi Dafa's homeworld, the primordial demon world. Using a random soul as an anchor, he sent a projection. As soon as he arrived, He first discovered the weird energy or power between heaven and earth, a power fused with the spiritual qi of this world. As always, Wang Wei read his opponent's fate line when they were at their weakest, so he knew plenty of information about this world from the Monkey King. The primordial demon world is famous in the endless void because it was a grave for innate demons and primordial gods. So many of these extraordinary creatures have been killed here during the ancient war. Their blood and soul have mixed with the core of this world. The spirit qi has mutated to contain certain blood factors from these creatures, thus making it easier for the habitants of this world to awaken a bloodline, even an innate one. Furthermore, there is plenty of fortunate encounter in the form of bloodline inheritance in this world. Because of the environment, the cultivation system of this world focused on body refining combined with bloodlines. After analyzing the situation, Wang Wei took action. He first searched the mind of someone nearby to learn of his whereabouts. The Black Cloud Heaven Realm, he muttered. This world was divided into 72 heavenly realms and 36 earthly territories, each as large as hundreds of domains from the myriad emperor world. Each realm and territory is controlled by a realm lord, an official position created by heavenly Tao, usually held by an immortal powerhouses. As long as these realm lords keep their territory safe and preserve the safety of the people, they can receive some merit at the end of the terms to speed up their cultivation. The law and order of this world are strict, so I should be more cautious, he thought before taking action. He activated his Qi luck to search for a fortunate encounter. He wanted an emperor-tier cultivation technique for this world. After finding what he wanted, he teleported deep into a mountain a few hundred kilometers away. He discovered a book left by a loose cultivator who died after stealing the book from a secret realm. Wang Wei then read the cultivation system of this world. The first realm is the body forging realm, where cultivators temper the body to the pinnacle until they develop blood qi, energy from their blood. The second realm is the body foundation, where they improve the blood qi to a certain quantity before fusing it into their bodies, further tempering it. Dao preparation realm. Cultivators comprehended different intents to prepare for future comprehension of the law. Bloodline plays a significant role as they allow cultivators to understand unique intents. Metamorphosis realm. Fuse the intent with the body, making it more powerful and awakening many different abilities based on the intent. Bloodlines also undergo the first awakening. Primordial soul realm. Fuse the soul with the body, similar to the true spirit realm in the ancient cultivation system in the myriad emperor world. Dao peering realm. Intent evolves into laws. In this stage, the cultivators cannot control the law but only borrow its power. Dao engraving realm. Engrave the laws on the body to control it. Wang Wei frowned after reading this part, but he did not stop and continued reading. Dao embodiment realm. Comprehend the laws until they evolved into Daos. In this stage, cultivators no longer have to adapt to the laws of other worlds before they can use their powers. Yi Dafu was at the peak of this realm. Primordial God realm / innate demon realm. Cultivators will experience a pseudo-atavism in this stage. Whatever bloodline they have inside their bodies will activate to the fullest, granting them a powerful body that copies primordial gods and innate demons. If someone does not have a bloodline, they would be extremely weak in this stage. After reading the cultivation technique, Wang Wei had many thoughts as he reviewed the system in its entirety. Chapter 550 True Power Dao, thanks to Gordon under 4421 for the gift. Firstly, when it comes to lifespan, the overall lifespan is similar to the origin system, except powerful bloodline gave these cultivators an additional 10 to 30 million years of lifespan in the quasi-emperor realm, which was only the peak of the innate demon realm when their bloodline had been sublimated to the peak. The primordial demon cultivation system is more impressive than even both the origin and spiritual foundation system regarding battle prowess. However, they are too restricted by the environment. Without the special blood factor between heaven and earth and all the bloodline inheritances from ancient times, this system cannot be adequately cultivated to its full extent. Wang Wei can even predict in a few eras, once all the innate demons and primordial gods' bloodline inheritance have been discovered, this world will begin to go downhill in terms of overall strength. Even the unique bloodline factor in the environment won't last forever. By then, the cultivators will have to change their system or accept being the weakest of the primordial god realm individuals with no bloodline. He can even predict the vast difference between the primordial demon heaven world and the lower realm. The majority of cultivators there are probably the weakest version since they have no bloodline or specific environment to grow. Another major downside to this system, especially for Wang Wei, is the Dao engraving realm. In most cultivation systems, there are 3 standard ways to control the law: soul, body, and energy. The origin system used the soul, the spiritual foundation system used energy, while the primordial demon system used the body. The problem with using the last one is that it prevents any cultivators from entering the true power Tao realm. Body refiners are classified into 3 categories. At the top are the people who enter the true power Tao realm by tempering their pure physical powers to a certain height. The second level is for the body refiners who understand the laws of powers. Through understanding the law, body refiners can increase their strength, stamina, defense, regeneration, etc. Increasing these stats separately can also boost their comprehension of power laws in a cycle of self-improvement. The second level of body refiners can be as strong as the first level. They follow the same philosophy of using strength to break myriad laws. That's the essence of the Tao of power. However, the body refiners in that level cannot enter the true power Tao realm and eventually open that gate. Nevertheless, considering that there might not be a single person in the lower dimension that has opened that gate, it is a much better choice for most body refiners, not to mention how difficult it is to walk the path of true power Tao. The first category's only advantage is that the heaven will grant them a significant increase in strength without taking away their qualification in the true power Tao realm. The boost is not enough to open the gate, but enough to increase in layers in the true power Tao realm. Meanwhile, the second category can only comprehend the power grand Tao source. The third level consisted of body refiners that used their bodies to control the laws. Whatever laws they comprehend will spread through every corner of their body, baptizing it over a long time. These body refiners also cannot enter the true Tao power. The Tao engraving realm made it impossible for the cultivators of this world to walk on the path of true power Tao. After analyzing everything, Wang Wei placed the technique away and focused on his goal of coming here. He did not here to cause trouble. He could not if he wanted to give the strict control of the realm lords and how powerful the primordial demon world was with 5 eternal emperors. His only purpose in coming here was to set up a faction that could help him gather rare cultivation resources and, more importantly, bloodline. He wanted to prepare for when he cultivates the Fiend God 12 body revolution. So, he traveled throughout the 72 heavenly realms and 32 earthly territories to secretly control supreme land factions and have them work together to do his bidding. He focused more on human factions since the human race was only a middle-level race in the entire world. They were strong enough to help but not powerful enough to be always on guard by other races. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also controlled a few spirit race factions, along with other races. He did not touch the demon race since they were the most powerful race in this world. Luckily, these demon races did not act like the ones from the demon supremacy world. After that, Wang Wei headed to Ji Lanfan's world, the immortal ascension world. He did not use his luck to find an emperor scripture. He divined someone whose luck had awakened and would receive an emperor scripture. Then, he stole it from the poor guy before returning it. This world's cultivation was similar to the pursuing longevity world in the early stages. Body tempering, chi refining, core formation, nascent soul. However, since they do not have an immortal source sealed in their worlds, they walk a different path. After nascent soul is the divine transformation realm, which is precisely like the origin system's primordial soul realm, refining the 3 immortal souls or ethereal spirits as they called it in this world. Then, it is the star-plucking realm, which came about due to a unique place in this world. The Tao star dimension. The Tao star realm contained numerous stars connected to a law of the universe. By connecting to one, cultivators can better understand the laws. There are levels in the realm. The more talented a person is, the higher they can reach in the Tao star realm to acquire their stars. However, a cultivator does not have to use the stars in the realm. Instead, they can create a unique star for themselves if they have a special law or Tao. Ji Lanfang is a perfect example. Afterward, they will enter the body integration realm, where they fuse their stars with their bodies. Subsequently, they will undergo 9 tribulations in the tribulation realm. Each tribulation further elevates their lifespan and understanding of the laws. Finally, it is the Tao treading realm where cultivators use their stars to create a heaven path toward the grand Tao in their bodies. Once they reach that path's end, that's the quasi-emperor realm. And after acquiring the heaven will world, the path will lead to the grand Tao source. Wang Wei could tell that whoever created this Tao treating system wanted people to become emperor, or even Tao ancestors on their own without the heaven's will. Regrettably, the heaven path led to nowhere. The only thing it accomplished was giving cultivators an extra lifespan of about 5 million years. So, this system is slightly better than the origin system regarding lifespan, but the general battle prowess is similar. This system is interesting and might be worth studying in depth, he thought, pondering how he could fit some information in the optimization he would make to the origin system after proving the Tao. After his contemplation, he went to do what he came to do. His main objection was finding primordial star energy, as he felt this world might be the one with the highest possibility of having it. So, he searched everywhere through controlling luck or divination. He did find a small amount in a secret realm but not as much as expected. Should I search the immortal realm? Thought Wang Wei. The immortal ascension world was divided into the mortal and immortal realm. As long as someone reaches Tier 7, void-shattering realm, they can ascend to the immortal world. However, most cultivators do not do this for the simple fact that all the immortal tier powerhouses are forced by heavenly Tao to live in the immortal realm. They cannot spend much time in the lower realm or fight there. So that place is a prison for them, but it ensures the safety of mortals. Due to the danger of the immortal realm, many people refuse to ascend even if the environment is slightly better. Only during the Heaven Will battle where they would do so, since the battle usually takes place somewhere there. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to take some risks. He influenced some poor guy, forcing him to ascend before using his spirit particle to ascend with him. With this method, he was undetected and avoided people's eyes. After all, this world also had 5 eternal emperors. Then, he went on his search for primordial star energy. He found more than the mortal realm but not as much as he wanted. Enough to condense a few dozen black holes. So, he created many secret factions as he did in the primordial demon world to gather resources for him, but also to prepare for his plans after he became emperor. Afterward, he was curious whether the lower realm could access the Tao star dimension. So, he projected himself there and learned they could. So, Wang Wei returned to trial. As Wang Wei walked out of his room, Ancestor Wucheng waited for him. He handed him a book. What's this? An emperor scripture from the Emperor Tao world. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He could finally begin planning the creation of his fate palaces. Regrettably, the next competition was tomorrow, so he did not have much time. The next day, Wang Wei and the other participants went to the pagoda, where Lord Spirit waited. As soon as everyone arrived, he displayed every point and ranking. Chu Luo was still first with 4,900 points, and Wang Wei was second with 4,544 points. The third place went to Jingwu Hua for a total of 2,200 points, and Su Shi and Shi Qian were right behind her. I have a few announcements, said Lord Spirit. Firstly, a seeded player needs 1,000 points to challenge another. As soon as he said these words, the participants frowned as they analyzed the situation. They quickly figured out that points were essentially useless, especially if there were only 8 trials and each only granted a maximum of 1,000 points as indicated from the previous 2. The real way to get the inheritance might be to acquire the number 1 token worth 100,000 points. Lord Spirit smiled before continuing. We will get through the next 2 trials today, and each one will be worth a maximum of 1,000 points. This information confirmed the participants' conjecture. The next 2 trials will be energy control and comprehension. Now, let's begin. Everyone walked into the pagoda. Chapter 551 Saint. Oh, I almost forgot, said Lord Spirit. I know the sudden rule change might affect how many of you view this trial. The participants wanted to roll their eyes. With the new rules, most of the 8 trials are essentially useless. As long as they performed the bare minimum to acquire enough points, everything else did not matter since they could win this trial by taking the number 1 seeded token. And if they applied the rules correctly, they probably do not even need the points. Lord Spirit smiled as he read these people's minds through their facial expressions. For the next trial, the first place prize is extremely precious, so you should do your best. Additionally, other prizes may be as valuable as this one in the other trials. What's the prize? Asked someone. All I can say is if you get your hands on it, it is enough to remove any regrets for not acquiring the final inheritance. Everyone squinted their eyes as they became more serious. Lord Spirit smiled cunningly before telling everyone to begin the subsequent trial. After entering the pagoda, Wang Wei could sense different types of energy or qi floating in the environment. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The first part of the test was to control basic spiritual qi available in every world across the endless void. First, he had to control it to do many complex shapes to show the level of his control. Then, he had to use them to cast spells or other techniques. He had to create the largest destructive power using the smallest amount of energy. For example, one string of spiritual qi could create 1 ton of TNT in terms of destruction. An expert in energy control can use one string to cause 100 ton of TNT. And a person at Wang Wei's level could use a tenth of a string of spiritual qi to create at least 100,000 tons of TNT damage. After doing so, Wang Wei then proceeded to another energy. Although he could not recognize what it was, he knew it was of a higher level than spiritual qi, but not quite at the level of innate qi, so he did the same process. Mold it before using it to display different levels of damage using the smallest amount possible. The process was slightly more difficult because of the higher quality of the energy, but he did not have a problem. There were 10 different energies, and each one higher than the others. Some of the ones in the higher level seemed to have wills of their own, making them even more challenging to control. Nevertheless, the entire trial was worthwhile of his time since it allowed him to apply his force control skill and become more adept with it. Then, he waited for the result. A few minutes later, Lord Spirit's voice echoed in his trial room. We have an unexpected result. Young Master Chu Luo and Young Master Wang Wei tied for first place. Many people sighed after hearing this. They had already begun to suspect these two might be in a league of their own. Meanwhile, Chu Luo was not happy. He had almost finished his 9-extremity Dao foundation, having absorbed 90% of all his power from all his reincarnations. Meanwhile, his adversary could only be said to be in the middle of his process, not even knowing whether he would succeed in setting a true 9-extremity foundation. Yet he still lost. Yes, to him, a tie is a loss. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Everything was fine as long as the number 1 token remained in his hand. No matter what, I must get my hands on that technique to compensate for my flaw. Now, for the final prize I mentioned, said Lord Spirit, who took a pause that was too long for many people's comfort. There is no prize. I deceived all of you. Many people began to curse out loud in their different rooms. They swore they would call their elders and ancestors to level this place to the ground. Ha ha ha, I was kidding, continued Lord Spirit. The prize is Dragon Sovereign Qi. 1 string for each of our first-place contenders. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing about the final prize. Dragon Sovereign Qi was an energy capable of creating an insurgent immortal venerable on par with a third-class great emperor. So, as long as the sect found someone talented or suited to refine that 1 string, they will have another insurgent. This Gu Xian really went all out to find a successor, thought Wang Wei. Then, an orb appeared before him, and he saw a dragon swimming inside. He could sense the terror coming from that dragon, making him lust after its power. Unfortunately, he could not refine it. Otherwise, his emperor path would be cut off. After regretfully shaking his head, Wang Wei placed it inside his space ring. He then looked at the list in front of him that displayed him and Chu Luo receiving 1,000 points. He did not care for it or the placing of the other participants. Let's begin the next competition. Comprehension. The winner of this competition will be the person who improves the most in the allocated time. A marble appeared before Wang Wei, and as he looked at it with his divine sense, a sightly surprise flashed across his eyes. He could sense all the laws between heaven and earth, and they were so clear. It was like someone refined an entire world and forced heavenly Tao to display all its laws. Another opportunity, he thought before closing his eyes to understand fate laws. He also did not hesitate to use his 360 future Buddha self. After an unknown amount of time, runes appeared around his body. These runes indicated he had entered the law manifestation stage of the void-shattering realm. The laws between heaven and earth were invisible and undetectable. However, once a cultivator's understanding is deep enough, they become visible and tangible, granting them more versatile use and applications. Wang Wei's law tree did not change much besides the runes on it. It was still a seedling. However, the deeper he understood the law, the more the seedling grew until it became a sapling. Finally, something changed. The law Altair inside his divine sea flew to his sea of consciousness, where his primordial spirit took control of it. Wang Wei's body shook slightly as he sensed a change. He could now control the surrounding 1,000 of kilometers and enforced his laws on them. He no longer had to adapt to the laws of other worlds since he could forcefully control them or make them adapt to himself. Wang Wei was now in the Saint Realm. A true person. The Saint Realm was divided into 3 stages: Dao Sapling, Young Dao Tree, and Mature Dao Tree. With each stage, he can extend the limit of his domain based on spiritual power and origin essence. Wang Wei knew this trial was an opportunity, so he decided to take it and continued his understanding. He did not know how long had passed, but all he cared about was his law tree was now young, symbolizing he was now in the young Dao tree stage. The time for the competition ended, and he opened his eyes. He spread his domain and felt he could do virtually anything. His control over the power of fate seemed to be boosted. 269 trillion kilometers. I'm only in the middle stage, and I've already reached the limit of my domain, muttered Wang Wei. Even his father's domain only reached the limit, so his domain would probably be quite large after he becomes a peak saint. However, Wang Wei did not care much since he knew some people would have larger domains than him. For example, Su Shi, who he knew, planned to follow Lin Fan's plan to fuse a world with her domain. Even if it's a middle thousand world, it would be more extensive than his. Nevertheless, he would never lose in a confrontation. Not to mention he technically has 8 other domains in the form of his incarnations. The main body currently has peak 1 leaf strength and can probably fight 2 leaf immortal venerable for a few rounds, Wang Wei muttered before he was interrupted. The winner of this competition is young Master Wang Wei. He is the person who improved the most during the past 100 years. Lord Spirit had to try extremely hard to hide his shock. 100 years is not a long time for cultivators, and it is impossible to expect significant improvement in such a short time, especially regarding law comprehension that takes thousands of years. Yet today he saw a miracle. Even in the particular case of this trial where the laws are easier to understand, such an improvement is unimaginable. Maybe the master will finally find a suitable inheritor. There is no special prize for the top 3 of this trial. That's all for today, and see you in another week for the Willpower and Dao Heart trial. Wang Wei walked out of the pagoda. He sensed a sharp gaze and looked over to see Chu Luo staring at him. Do you finally see me as a competitor? He smiled but did not say anything. He thought there would be some time formation in the pagoda so that time would not pass long on the outside. He was wrong. 100 years had passed. This news made him smile as he sensed his other incarnations. 7 of them have already reached the quasi-emperor realm and even finished condensing most of their black holes. However, there was a slight problem with one that caused a delay. The Order Incarnations mission had something go wrong that delayed him. So, he is still in the Saint realm and his memory sealed. If I borrow the power of the incarnations, I should have the power of 2 root Dao ancestor. Although he did not know for sure, he had a feeling. Nevertheless, he decided to test his full strength on ancestor Wucheng. But now, he focused on the task at hand since he knew a few battles should occur. Chapter 552 Su Shi's Challenge. Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Denghis Khan for the gift. Jingwu Hua did not hesitate as she challenged the 4th-seeded player, Shi Qian. She paid the challenge price, and the 2 flew into the sky to battle. Jingwu Hua did not waste any time as she went on the offensive. A bright red flame appeared on her body, twisting the surrounding space with the sheer temperature. Golden Crow Flame. The flame on her body turned into a humongous crow before flying to her opponent. Pillars of Purification. Shi Qian waved her hand to manifest 3 massive pillars of golden lights, descending on the flame crow. Unfortunately, the crow easily burned the pillar and their purification ability before rushing toward her. Extreme Yang? Thought Shi Qian before creating golden light cages around the flame to slowly weaken the crow until it disappeared. 9 Yang Suns. Jingwu Hua created 9 suns made of extreme yang flame before dropping them on her opponent. Shi Qian frowned for a moment as she rapidly calculated her next step of action. A pair of white wings suddenly appeared behind her back. Then, she flew with unrivaled speed to evade the 9 suns, who felt on the city's formation. Jingwu Hua also grew a pair of wings, but hers were crow wings. She flew toward her opponent 100 times faster than light speed. Regrettably, Shi Qian cultivated the Dao of Light, a Dao with a natural speed advantage. Shi Qian did not clash head-on with his opponent. She knew her fleshly body would not be on par with a degraded demon like the 3-legged golden crow. Additionally, her main tactic of fighting is using long-distance spells. So, she used her speed advantage to kiting her opponent. She would create light spears, light swords, and numerous other weapons to attack Jingwu Hua, who only used the flame on her body to burn these attacks. After trying for a while to catch her opponent without success, Jingwu Hua used another approach. She used her Yang Law to boost her speed. Everything between heaven and earth can be divided into yin and yang. Speed and slow, for example. Speed is yang, while slowness is yin. So, through the laws of yang, Jingwu Hua controlled the concept of speed to boost her speed. In an instant, she appeared before Xueqi and punched her. Boom! The immortal child descended from the sky and landed on the ground, destroying countless houses. Half her body was burned to crisps before she could remove the yang flame on her. Pure body. A golden light appeared on the burned side to make her body pure, and a pure body cannot have any injuries. Jingwu Hua was not about to let her opponent heal, so she created a massive pillar of flame that descended from the sky to finish the job. However, when the attack landed, Xueqi turned into motes of golden lights before appearing in the sky. However, she now looked completely different. She now had 9 beautiful white wings on her back, and had a full body armor made entirely of light. She now had a holy and noble aura emanating from her, an aura that would force the weak-willed to bow down and worship her. The light race transformation, Jingwu Hua muttered. Karma judgment. Xueqi pressed her hand down, and a golden beam descended on Jingwu Hua. The latter released a flame barrier, but the light ignored her defense and went straight to her primordial spirit. Jingwu Hua screamed as she felt a burning sensation directly in her soul. All the negative sins or karma in her life had turned into a flame of judgment. She quickly converted her yang power into light as a form of defense. After all, darkness is yin, while light is yang. Her action slightly reduced the attack's power, but it was not enough. So, Jingwu Hua activated some power from her bloodline to hide her karmic sins. You can hide your karmic sins, but what about your ancestors? Said Xueqi, who waved her hand. Judgment of the ancestors' sins. With the motion of her hand, Jingwu Hua instantly inherited all the sins her ancestors committed. Previously, her karma could be considered neutral, but now it was massively negative. As a result, the golden light's potency drastically increased. She knew she only had a short time before her opponent purified her soul and killed her. Do I have to use that method? Thought Jingwu Hua amidst her excruciating pain. Her father left a Dao bone taken from his ribs to her. He refined the bone with the best emperor materials he could find and left it in the Golden Crow clan for his daughter. After waking up, Jingwu Hua had some trouble with the current patriarch of the clan since the latter wanted to take the bone for his family. Luckily, she was powerful, and her father ensured no one else could take it for themselves. After absorbing the rib, Jingwu Hua's talent and bloodline sublimated. She felt she had the talent and strength of some Dao child. It's better if I do not activate the bone now and leave it for the heaven will battle. She understood her decision meant she had little chance of winning the inheritance without the bone. However, considering that her emperor path was at stake, she chose the path that guaranteed a brighter future. As for the inheritance, she could stay to learn about her opponents, especially Wang Wei, who appeared to be her most significant threat. I forfeit, Jingwu Hua said, to Xueqi's surprise. Then, she stopped her attack before sighing in relief. She looked at Mu Lei in the distance but did not challenge him. She flew to the ground and waited. Did you discover anything? Li Jun asked. Yes. Her bones seemed special, but I can't read any more information. The next challenger was Su Shi. She flew toward someone, but someone else stopped her midway. You again. Haven't you learned from your previous defeat? I've recently improved drastically, and I want to re-challenge you, replied Kudalin. I don't want to waste time on you. One attack. I just need one attack to defeat you. Fine. I'll play with you again. Kudalin then went on the offensive. Shadow of the past. Nothing happened after Kudalin attacked, she only flicked her hand. However, shortly afterward, blood dripped down Su Shi's eyes, nose, and ears. She used shadow to attack my past self, which is quite weak. A perfect application of shadow laws to enter the domain of time. If not for my control of time law and the recent increase in my fleshly body, I would have lost. How could she become so powerful? Is that it? Su Shi asked calmly as her injury instantly healed. Kudalin sighed. She had used a lot of lifespans to cast that technique, but it still failed. So, Feng Heng got to the barbarian siblings? He could sense the Buddhist power secretly contained in her body. Maybe most people will not recognize that power since it has been eradicated from the endless void for too long. He knew it very well since he had some in his chakra. Immediately, Wang Wei began to sense the other participants and discovered a few people with Buddhist power inside their bodies. There were people from Ji Lanfang's immortal ascension world, Yi Dafa's primordial demon world, and a few others. Feng Heng seemed to choose the lesser genius of this competition, using the fact many of them had their pride and confidence shaken by the recent result to lure these people into Buddhism. Maybe I should also start spreading Buddhism and repaying the karma for the future Buddha scroll. There are 3 karmic debts that are constantly weighing on him. The first one is from his sect. He is not concerned with that one since it is from his people. The second one is from the future Buddha scroll. He guessed some powerful entity gave him that book to create karma with him, so the sooner he paid it off the better for him. Finally, it is the debt from Di Tian's wife. After seeing her opponent admit defeat, Xueqi flew toward her chosen challenger, Chu Luo. "Do you want to challenge me?" he asked. "Yes. According to the rules, I'm not a seeded player and can challenge anyone I want." Chu Luo frowned. "You should understand I am not in the same league as you. These other tests meant nothing. Only strength matters." Xueqi did not believe her words, but she could not pass on the opportunity to get this inheritance. Her husband's revival relied on it. No matter what, she must at least try. "Fin," said Chu Luo as he flew into the sky, and she followed him. Xueqi did not waste time and went on the offensive. World domain. Lin Fan had cultivated many laws to the law manifestation stage. He did not become a saint because he had many others to comprehend. However, she inherited a few of his laws, so she had become a true person quite some time ago. Chu Luo calmly looked at the surroundings. Laws of destruction, time, karma, and life and death. Great laws. He waved his hand to manifest a sword that beamed with the power of annihilation. The sword rushed out of his hand. Crack. Xueqi's world domain cracked. She could not resist even one attack. If not for the opponent's mercy, she would have died. She bowed to thank him before flying away. She had to heal her world quickly. Otherwise, her cultivation will fall into the realm. Was that the Tao of annihilation? Asked Li Jun though divine sense. No quite. His true Tao is. Chapter 553 The Origin Talisman. His true Tao is creation. He created a sword of annihilation to defeat Xueqi. So, he's a Tao overlord, like you? Oddly. No. I can't sense the aura of an overlord from him. So did he fail the test and use some method to weaken or restrict his Tao? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as the power of fate flashed across them. It seems that he did not have to take the trial. That does not make sense from what we know about outlaw Daos, especially supreme outlaws, Li Jun said. I'm aware of this. However, I cannot sense the aura of a person who had to take the test. So this situation could mean 3 things. He eliminated that aura, I could not sense it, or his parents found a way to allow him to use a supreme outlaw without the trial. But is such a thing possible? I don't know, replied Wang Wei. If it is, they must have paid a severe price. Even if they were pseudo-eternal emperor. When it comes to the supreme outlaw trial, he did not think an eternal emperor could intervene without paying the price. Otherwise, Di Tian's status in ancient times should grant him the help of a few eternal emperors, ensuring he passed the trial if it was no trouble for them. Moreover, he was 90% sure Chu Luo's Tao had some restrictions and wanted the deceiving heaven longevity art to fix the problem. So what's the plan? Do you think you can defeat him, or do you want me to test his strength for you? Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look. He could tell he got a little cocky after achieving a P-Jade soul quality. You saw that attack. Use the dream art to see if you can survive it. Li Jun closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening his eyes with a wry smile. He did not say anything else, so Wang Wei patted his shoulder. In front of the pagoda, not far from Wang Wei, Tong Ruobing also watched the battle. This level of power has reached the immortal venerable level. And if I'm not mistaken, Wang Wei also has this power level. She frowned as she thought deeply. My transformation is not finished, and it won't be anything soon. As such, I cannot achieve such level of battle prowess. She concluded that this inheritance would not fall into her hands. So, she needed to think of ways to benefit from this trial. Destiny. All these heaven chosens are people with ample destiny. By defeating them, I could increase thus improving my chances of becoming an eternal emperor. So, she inspected the seated players, searching for an opponent. She ignored the first 2 before gazing at Ji Lanfeng. I need a special trump card to defeat him. Then, she looked at the others, focusing on Mu Lei. Without much hesitation, she walked to him with a gentle smile. What a beautiful woman, muttered Mu Lei before fixing his clothes. Young Lady Tong, my name is Mu Lei, and it is an honor to meet you. Tong Ruobing placed her delicate hand over her mouth before giggling with her angelic voice. I am flattered, young Master Mu. However, I've come here for a challenge. Tong Ruobing had to admit that Mu Lei would make a great Dao partner. Although he was not handsome compared to most cultivators, he had a manly aura emanating from his body that was quite charming. He was talented, powerful, had a high background, and more importantly, he was from another world community, so they would not have to worry about competing for the Heaven Will. Nevertheless, she did not come here for romance. I accept your challenge. However, young Lady Tong, I won't go easy on you because I found you more beautiful than the noblest of immoral from the 9 heavens. Your words make me blush. Nevertheless, I won't accept it any other way. Then, the two flew into the sky, standing a few meters from each other. Tong Ruobing waved her hands, and numerous yellow papers with runes surrounded her enemy. Tong Ruobing did not believe in prolonged battles and liked to use the quickest and most efficient way to defeat an opponent. So, she did not hold back and employed 90% of her strength in that attack. Although she knew this would reveal her information to that person, she also understood it was only a matter of time before he figured things out. Hellfire Talisman. Thousands of black flames came from the papers to destroy Mu Lei's body and soul. Unfortunately, the latter completely ignored the attack and punched forward. Vibration Punch. A terrifying vibration from his hand rushed toward his opponent. Tong Ruobing rapidly activated a defense talisman and redirecting talisman to protect herself, and she succeeded. Meanwhile, Mu Lei frowned slightly as he discovered something. The small world or dimension the trial took place did not have any laws. It was simply a large space with an artificially created environment. Usually, this would not have an impact on most participants. They have something similar to law seeds inside their bodies or domains that allows them to use their laws anywhere, with some having to adapt. And for some, their laws have evolved into Daos, meaning the constraints of the worlds no longer bind them. They can use their laws anywhere they see fit, for example, the endless void, and not have many problems or restraints. However, he was different. As a true power Dao cultivator and one that cultivates the Star Biasi system, the issue of law was more delicate for him. The Star Beast system absorbs all kinds of laws to grow their bodies or fight. However, he cannot do that. Mu Lei then invented a way for his fleshly body to use law resonance. But, he could not use this method since the trial space had no laws, so his power was significantly reduced. Tong Ruobing faced a similar dilemma. The Tao of Talisman relies heavily on the law resonance. If she wanted to instantly create certain talismans related to powerful Daos that are most like outlaws, she needed to use law resonance. Regrettably, she cannot do that in the current environment. Her talisman laws only allowed her to create certain talismans. And even when her laws evolve into Dao, she cannot completely get rid of law resonance. This is the advantage and disadvantage of Daos based on professions. Infinite Explosion Talisman. Boom! 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 An uncalculable amount of explosions occurred on Mu Lei, burning his skin. However, he quickly healed the surface injury before rushing toward Tong Ruobing. He was so fast that he appeared as if he had teleported. However, she used a switching talisman that allowed her to switch places with any objects in her surrounding, even a single string of spiritual qi. Then, she continued her bombardment. Meanwhile on the ground, Wang Wei was secretly fuming. What's wrong? Asked Li Jun, who could feel his mood change. I know why she seems familiar. She's using the idea I gave Wu Ming back in the Spirit Road trial. You mean your idea of turning the body into a talisman? She succeeded? Yes. And I can even sense a slight emperor aura on her body, meaning not only did she turn her body into a talisman and essentially change her physique, but she also managed to borrow some power from an emperor talisman. Wang Wei was mad not because Tong Ruobing was using his idea but because he never actually thought of using it himself. After figuring out her secret, he immediately thought of using his acupoints to create a formation that is linked or can borrow the power of the Sex Turtle Shell Array, which might be the best defensive formation in the whole Myriad Emperor world. If Tong Ruobing succeeded in doing so, then she is quite talented, commented Li Jun, and Wang Wei agreed. Wu Ming had the idea, but based on their last meeting, he failed to borrow the power of Emperor Array. Although Wang Wei did not know how she succeeded, he knew how capable she was of accomplishing such a feat, and as he continued to watch the battle, he discovered more information. Tong Rubing's soul had mutated and acquired properties of talismans. He could tell she achieved this result after the soul trial. He secretly shook his head before continuing to analyze the situation. Could it be the origin talisman? Talisman Ancestor created 12 ancestral talisman, and most cultivators considered them the peak of his achievement. However, the actual peak of his accomplishment was the origin talisman that he left for the Great Talisman City as an Emperor artifact. The origin talisman is the most powerful talisman of the Myriad Emperor world and the first Emperor talisman created by someone in the origin system. The primary function of the talisman is its versatility. It can be used as any talisman. Attack talisman? The origin talisman can be used as such. What about a devour talisman? The origin talisman can also accomplish the task. There were even rumors that the origin talisman was connected to all the talismans created in the Myriad Emperor world, even the ones after the talisman ancestor disappeared. Many people do not believe this rumor because the talisman ancestor was only a pseudo-eternal emperor. However, Wang Wei would not be surprised if it was true. He would not even be surprised if these profession ancestors had the battle powers of eternal emperors, given how special many of them were, except for the array ancestor. Wang Wei began to pay more attention to the fight since something had changed. No more playing around, said Mu Lei as each of his pupils turned into 9 purple stars. Then, his body grew to more than 1,000 kilometers. This was a small size for Mu Lei, but the environment did not allow for a bigger size without complications. He turned into a dark light as he rushed toward her. His immense size did not diminish his speed. On the contrary, he became even faster. Boom! He punched her with his enormous hand. However, Mu Lei saw a pink crystal appear on Tong Rubing's forehead, resulting in a sudden increase in her aura. The defensive talisman she created blocked his attack with relative ease. The Myriad Emperor World's Proving Dao Artifact. Chapter 554 Useless Plot? Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Linming 528 for the gift. I have 2 extra chapters coming up, but you guys have to wait a couple of days because of my schedule. So, we will go back to our regular 1-chapter release. Tong Ruobing did not hesitate to use her Proving Dao artifact to boost her talisman-making abilities and their overall strength. Finally, she took out a talisman from her space ring. Flesh Atomization Talisman. A brightening white light came from the talisman and enveloped Mu Lei before he could react. Even the participants on the ground had to squint their eyes slightly as they gazed at the light. Once the light abated, Mu Lei appeared with burn marks all over his body. However, he appeared intact overall, making Tong Ruobing frown. The Flesh Atomization Talisman was one of the masterpieces she created to fight against people with powerful fleshly bodies. So, it should have atomized her opponent or, at the very least, severely injured him. However, he appeared to be only slightly injured. Tiny runes appeared in front of her eyes as she analyzed Mu Lei's body, and a look of realization dawned on her. The star body of the Star Beast world is unique in that it cannot be instantly destroyed, at least in general. Any attacks that kill a Star Beast cultivator will instead decrease their size. In other words, if anyone wants to kill a cultivator in the Star Beast world, they must constantly kill and reduce their size until they are killed. As such, the bigger the opponent, the more lives they have. So, only attacks that can instantly destroy their entire body can kill them, and her talisman did not achieve that effect. Although Mu Lei's current body looked intact, his real body was now several times smaller. Tong Ruobing quickly analyzed how to end this battle as she could tell the longer it continued, the more dangerous the situation would be for her. She did not have an attack that could instantly annihilate her opponent. At least, not until she finished her transformation of binding with the origin talisman. So, the only solution is to use a method that annuls healing or regeneration. Tong Ruobing waved her to create a talisman that manifested in the form of a spear. Then, with a flick of her hand, it flew incredibly fast toward Mu Lei. At first, he did not care about such a measly attack and planned to ignore it while continuing his assault. However, he suddenly sensed grave danger and rapidly enacted a shield to protect him. Unfortunately, the spear penetrated his defense and went straight for his heart, only stopping 1 inch before piercing it. Mu Lei had an ugly expression as he sensed a mysterious power on that spear. He knew that power would ignore his bow disability and kill him, and there was nothing he could do about it. What power is this? Tong Ruobing smiled at him but did not explain, so Mu Lei contacted his elder to ask. The Duyi realm. Is that a sign? He thought. As a person who follows a pure physical path without any genuine Tao of his own, Mu Lei knew he would have to make a choice after acquiring the heaven will. The first choice is to comprehend the grand Tao source of power and prove the Tao using that method. The second choice is to use his heaven will to go up a few layers in the true power Tao realm. If he chose that option, he could have the battle prowess of a great emperor of any class. Even eternal emperor, based on his talent for fleshly body and how much he can make use of the heaven will. However, the downside is that he cannot open the gate with the heaven will, and he will only have one yuan epoch of lifespan. As such, he only has this time to continue cultivating and opening the gate of power. Mu Lei could also become a Tao ancestor, and he would be an insurgent. With the infinite lifespan, he could continue walking the path of true power Tao until he opened that gate. The third option is to find a way around the star beast system and control law by another method. Mu Lei had some ideas after interacting with other heaven chosens and learning about their system. He cannot control law with his soul since it is fused with his body. However, he could allow his body to create some energy/chi to control laws. With this method, he might enter the Duyi realm, and after acquiring the heaven will, Heavenly Tao will consider him a dual chi refiner and body cultivators. He can comprehend the grand Tao source of whatever laws he controls while also getting a slight boost in the true power Tao realm. It seems like the third option is the best for me. Mu Lei remembered his recent business partner, Wang Wei. He was also a dual chi refiner and body cultivator. Moreover, as the wonder of the heavy axe physique, he has some advantages. The law seed inside his body should prevent him from walking the true power Tao, but he was allowed an exception by Heavenly Tao. He still could not control laws with his body. Thank you, young Lady Tong, for your benevolence. I owe you a great karma. You are welcome, replied Tong Ruobing with a smile. I could use this debt to my advantage, she thought. If I lose the heaven will battle, I could ask Mu Lei to cut off my karma for me to compete in the next generation. The only issue is whether he will prove the Tao in his world. Tong Ruobing was in a good mood after making a backup plan for herself and acquiring a decent amount of destiny. So she took Mu Lei's number 4 tokens and flew to the ground. She smiled and waved at Wang Wei, who ignored that shameless woman who stole his idea. How did she enter the Duyi realm? Li Jun asked with slight envy. She turned her divine sea into a world of talisman, Wang Wei replied. With his true vision and his recent power growth, he could see many things previously hidden. He could see many different runes inside her divine sea, Qi gathering talisman, Qi purification talisman, Qi controlling talisman, space expanding talisman, along with a bunch of others. Overall, her divine sea was unique. I have to give Tong Ruobing some credit. She took the basic ideas I gave Wu Ming, developed them to their best, and even made them better. After this fight, there were no worthwhile battles. A few people who never reached the top 10 in the previous trials challenged the seeded players, including Wang Wei. But they proved to be too weak. So, everyone returned to their mansion. After returning to his mansion, Lian Shixing had 2 pictures before him, Chu Luo and Wang Wei. One of these 2 should be able to help me with my plan, and am leaning more toward the one from the Myriad Emperor world. Based on the result of soul and comprehension, he thought Wang Wei was the best person to help him achieve his goal. Let's wait to see the result of the willpower test. Then, he'll make a final decision. In another mansion, Huafeng Huang calmly walked into one of the rooms full of formation. A man was sitting in the middle with his eyes closed. How is it going? What do you think? I've told you many times your plan was useless and stupid. Even though we are technically from the same clan, the Qiyuan Emperor severed our bloodline connection long ago. The cursed bloodline innate treasure did not work, she asked. Without any connections, how could it work? Huafeng Huang frowned after hearing this. After having all 5 noble beast bloodlines, her heavenly eye talent evolved, and she could now see the level of a threat someone has to her. When she laid her eyes on Wang Wei during the selection part of the trial, she felt an intense warning. It was so intense that she was almost overwhelmed by despair. So, she began to prepare how to secretly take him down. Her original plan was to use the bloodline connection of the Wang aristocratic clan and the Dao opening sex Wang clan. So, she enlisted the help of Wang Zheming, the next heir of the Wang aristocratic clan. Huafeng Huang hoped the latter used his bloodline connection to Wang Wei to curse, poison, or weaken him in any way. Better yet, steal his power. Honestly, She already knew her plan was pointless and stupid. However, she had to do something to at least relieve the pressure she felt every time she looked at him or when they interacted. Is there any way for this plan to work? If you could get me his bloodline, no, his blood source maybe, Wang Zheming replied. He honestly did not want to help her and antagonize the other Wang clan. Unfortunately, Hua Fenghuang's status was higher than his, and the council asked him to follow her orders. The Wang clan had 3 great emperors after the Null Era, but 2 mysteriously died right after proving the Tao. No one knew the reason. Or at least, he was not privy to this information. The clan only had a decent status amidst the ancient aristocratic clan because their founder was the heaven-opening emperor, the first emperor of the myriad emperor world. Blood source. Hua Fenghuang said softly, her voice full of helplessness. She was probably one of the few people who knew what this monster was capable of. If she planned things correctly, found a scenario where he did not fight seriously, and caught him off guard, she might get a few drops of blood. As for his source blood? Unless she could defeat him, there was no way to get her hands on something like that. I'll find another way, she said before walking to her room, left to her thoughts. Hua Fenghuang had 2 objectives in coming to this trial. To acquire the inheritance and see if she could use it to deceive her dragon bloodline into an azure dragon bloodline, and secondly, to deal with Wang Wei. Unfortunately, it appeared she would not succeed in any of these objectives. There are many worlds available in this place. I should be able to find a way to purify or evolve my bloodline, she thought before beginning to plan her next step. Chapter 555 The Incarnations Mission. Bam! 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 Powerful clashes emanated from an ample space. Luckily, a mysterious power prevented the attacks from destroying the surroundings. A few minutes later, the fighting stopped. Wang Wuqing looked at the young man before him and sighed. You indeed have the strength of 2 root Tao ancestor. Wang Wei smiled before saying, can you show the power of each root? Sure, said Wang Wenqing before waving his hand to manifest an enormous hand manifested before him. How do you feel? I feel like I could not withstand 5 attacks. Most 3 root Tao ancestors could defeat 2 roots with 1 attack. You can survive more than one because of your law and the many ways you have to defend yourself. Wang Wuqing then used another attack, but a more powerful one. That's 4 root. Wang Wei nodded. He wouldn't survive 1 attack. Finally, Wang Wuqing displayed the 5 root Tao ancestor strength, and Wang Wei could only shake his head. You should know there are differences between the roots, especially the 5 root level. The difference between controlling 4% and 9% of the Grand Tao source is enormous. I understand, replied Wang Wei. With this knowledge, he has better ways to gauge his strength. According to his calculation, if he does not do anything else, once he finishes with his 9 extremity Tao foundation, his strength will reach 4 root Tao ancestor, while DTon is likely to be 5 root. Hopefully, the Fate Palace and Fate Incarnation can give me the final boost. Otherwise, I will have to find other methods. How are things going in the commercial hub? Shadow One has already investigated things, and we can set a booth there if needed. Are you worried about something? Mu Lei seems to have eyes for Tong Ruobing. I'm afraid he will terminate our partnership and ally with the Great Talisman City instead. He does not seem the kind of person to put business above his personal feelings. We don't know nearly enough about him to make such an analysis. True. Having someone from the Star Beast world would make our integration into the hub smoother. Ultimately, we do not need to rely on them if necessary. Wang Wei agreed. The commercial hub will be very significant to his plans, so he needs to begin planning for the future. After chatting with Ancestor Wuqing, he handed him the Sovereign Dragon Qi and returned to his room. Wang Wuqing was in charge of finding someone that could make use of this unique energy. As for Wang Wei, he activated the array virus once again to spy on everyone and see if he could catch something new. But once again, he felt he had forgotten something after finishing. Wang Wei instantly became alert as he knew there must be a problem. He reviewed the footage of all the participants the virus recorded, but he could not find anything. So, he asked Ancestor Wuqing to check if there were any abnormal individuals amongst the participants. But the latter also discovered nothing. He closed his eyes and activated his Paragon Soul to its full effect. He felt he had caught something for a brief moment but could not remember. Wang Wei decided to be on guard at all times. He did know the reason for this anomaly, but it was worth keeping an eye out. Afterward, Wang Wei used the reward he received for the soul trial, which was the unique energy from the body trial. With it, he opened a total of 500,000 acupoints, nearly half of them. And his fleshly body increased to 23 primordial dragon force, and his main body had the battle strength of 2-leaf immortal. The true power Dao realms increase was smaller than expected. He knew it would be more challenging to go to higher realms, but he did not expect the increase to be as harsh as this. However, considering that no one has probably opened that gate in the lower dimension, it made sense for true power Dao cultivation to be so infamous. Nevertheless, the difficulty made him even more excited about what would happen once he opened the gate. Hopefully, it won't be disappointing. Finally, Wang Wei went to check on his incarnations and their missions. He did not check on the space-time incarnation since the latter already succeeded in using the flaw in the River of Fate to explore parallel timelines. So, he first checked on the free will incarnations. This one's mission was to remove the Great Thousand Worlds River of Fate, granting absolute freedom to all cultivators and mortals. "How are your injuries?" Wang Wei asked. "I'm completely healed now." After removing the River of Fate from the Great Thousand World, both of them did not expect that the sealed heavenly Tao would find a way to release thunder punishment on them. Luckily, the free will incarnations borrowed power from the other incarnations and survived. So, how did the world operate after giving them freedom? "They acted the same," replied the incarnation as he overlooked the entire world like a god looking at ants. "The mortals continue their daily life as if nothing changed. The only difference is that way because of their own volition, not because fate dictated it." The more intelligent ones fell into an existential crisis when they realized their previous lives were dictated at birth. Some even lost their sense of purpose because of their newfound freedom. Wang Wei watched the same them as him with calmness. Without fate's control, all of them now have the talent to cultivate. Although 99% of them have poor talent, it is still talent. So, I pass a cultivation technique to all of them. Unfortunately, they give up because of the slow progress. The ones who took this opportunity of freedom are few in between. What about the cultivators? Them? You could say they changed, but you could also argue they did not. Without any fate nexuses to restrain them, they became out of control. They no longer respected rules and regulations and turned the world into chaos. One person became obsessed with replacing the role of fate and began a mission to conquer and enslave the world. And so many cultivators follow him. "So, they want to take the freedom of others now that they are free?" said Wang Wei as he shook his head. He should have expected this outcome since cultivators are creatures of habit. In most worlds, things rarely change, even after billions of years. And that's because the long lifespan of cultivators that makes them both more conservative and sentimental. I'm starting to think the existence of the River of Fate is necessary. Without it, most people seem lost. "Maybe," muttered Wang Wei. "All right, I'll go check on the others." He used the transplanar transmission array to teleport to the Yin-Yang incarnation. This incarnation looked slightly different from the others. He had black and white hair and was more feminine. In general, it could be debated to be more handsome than the others, but it will depend on an individual's taste. "Do you want to say something?" "I know you do." "I don't have to say anything," replied Wang Wei as he tried hard not to laugh, making the Yin-Yang incarnation snort coldly, deciding to ignore this insensitive jerk. After taking a moment to regain his bearing, Wang Wei reviewed the latter's experience. The Yang incarnation became the devil's incarnate. With the devouring system, he made up for his lack of talent by swallowing others. As he grew stronger, he became a tyrant who did whatever pleased him. He was full of sins and negative karma. Meanwhile, the Yin incarnation was the opposite. She saved many people and became as chivalrous individuals as she dreamt. As for their desire to become a man, it only partially succeeded. The Yin incarnation was the embodiment of absolute Yin, so when she created a method to revert Yin to Yang, she did transform into a man. Unfortunately, the transformation was only temporary. And she grew more powerful. The time she could be a man became less until she accepted her new gender. The two incarnations eventually clashed against each other. Their battle divided the world into sides, the light and dark realms, forever changing the fundamental structure of the world. The light realm was beautiful, full of happy people, and was generally a good place. The only downside was that it was always day, the sun shining brightly as the night never came. The Yin incarnation had to use special formations to create the illusion of night. As for the dark realm, it was the opposite. Cruel and cunning devil cultivators ruled with chaos and destruction. It was always night as the moon shone on them 24/7 for millennia. Once the incarnations reached the peak of the Supreme Realm, they had a legendary battle that resulted in their unexpected fusion and entering the Quasi-Emperor realm. Everything went smoothly, said Wang Wei. He could feel that his Tao heart would sublimate after he vividly relived the experience of his incarnation after the final fusion. He then left a check on the luck incarnation. Chapter 556 The Incarnation's Mission 2. Wang Wei looked at the unkempt version of him who reeked of alcohol, and he could only remain speechless. How could she do this to me? To us? Said the luck incarnation. It's been a couple of 1,000 years, and you got your memories back. Shouldn't you let it go? Said Wang Wei. You weren't there. You haven't experienced the terrible pain. Once you do, you will understand, replied the luck incarnation as he took a big sip from his gourd. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Something changed the luck incarnation's mission. Ever since he was young, he had everything he wanted. He could be walking home from a night of drinking from the pleasure district and finding a bag full of money or herbs that could maintain health. As such, he never lacked anything in life. Even power. He once wanted to become a scholar. And the next day, he found a crystal that increased spiritual power. He then accidentally saved the life of the most famous teacher in the city, and the latter offered to teach him everything he knew for free. His luck was so powerful that it could fulfill all his desire. One time, he met this beautiful woman and wanted her. However, she had a husband. His parents appropriately raised the luck incarnation before their untimely passing. So he left things alone and did not contact or try anything against her. However, a week later, the woman's husband died in an accident, and he met her when some cultivators chased her. The incarnation wanted to help her, but he knew he was powerless against cultivators. So, he did the cowardly thing and hid in a desolate house nearby. And to his surprise, he discovered a talisman powerful enough to kill all the cultivators chasing the woman he desired. And after saving the damsel in distress, he took her home to protect and help her in her time of need. Unfortunately, at this time, the incarnation began to suspect he was a man with maximum luck and began testing it out. He went to a cultivator gathering and bought some random book and treasure that turned out to be of the saint tier. After figuring this out, the incarnation knew the reason this woman came to like him was most likely the result of his luck, making him conflicted if he should reciprocate. So, he delayed deciding by focusing on his cultivation. And as expected, everything went smoothly for him. Whatever he wanted, he would get it. Wherever he went, he encountered a beautiful woman who would fall in love with him and acquire some form of fortunate encounter. As time passed, the encounter became tired of life since everything came so easy to him. He never had to try for anything in his life. Once, he decided to become a king and headed to a place to establish his dynasty. On his way, he met a group of people who mistaken them for their runaway prince and rushed him to take the throne since most of his family had died recently. The incarnation almost died of anger when these people showed him the picture of their prince, who looked exactly like him. This world was vast with a population of the septillion. So, what were the odds of someone having the same face, build, height, and demeanor as him? Furthermore, when he tried to argue, these people pointed to a scar on his left wrist, which their prince also had. The incarnation had this scar since he was young and never healed it despite his cultivation since he acquired it in the accident that killed his parents. He kept it to remember his past. In the end, the incarnation flew away in anger after realizing his goal of being a ruler was again handed to him. He began to resent his luck. He saw it as a curse. As such, he decided to study misfortune to balance his overwhelming luck. However, before he could succeed, he met the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The moment he laid eyes on her, his entire being screamed that he wanted her. So, he quickly investigated her to find out she did not have a Tao companion. Knowing it was his opportunity, he waited. The incarnation knew that his luck would soon activate, allowing him to have a magical encounter with her and have a chance. So, he waited. Unfortunately, the waiting lasted a week, then a month, and eventually a year, but nothing occurred. So, he became more proactive. He used a technique to give her misfortune. His plan was when she was in danger, he would swoop in like a handsome and chivalrous immortal to save her. His plan failed since nothing occurred. The incarnation soon discovered his luck did not work on her, which somehow made her even more desirable to him. Therefore, he approached her to court her directly. Regrettably, the first sentence she said to him was, "You're the bastard cursing me with misfortune? Get out of my sight." Despite the rejection, the luck incarnation did not give up. For a man who could acquire everything he desired, there was nothing he wanted more than something unattainable. Consequently, he pursued her religiously. No matter how many rejections he received or what terrible things she said to keep him away, he never gave up on her. And eventually, his persistence paid off. She began to warm up to him. They became friends before starting to explore a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, the incarnation's luck had repercussions. The luck backlash arrived in the form of a rumor. Wang Wei, the blessed one, whoever acquire can rule the world and achieve immortality. Once the rumor spread worldwide, all the cultivator sects, families, factions, and dynasties suddenly knew of the incarnations and wanted to capture him. He was hunted for thousands of years. Luckily, he had the love of his life with him. She accompanied him throughout everything. She was with him when he fell from the peak of the world to the gutter. The incarnation felt that his pain and suffering were worth it as long as she was with him. Sadly, fate had another plan for him. On one occasion, hundreds of sects encircled him, and even with all the treasures and fortunate encounters he had, he could not escape. In the end, she sacrificed her life to give him a chance. Grief, pain, despair, guilt, and absolute anger overwhelmed him. So, he went on a rampage. He used guerrilla tactics to destroy countless sects or factions. And when he felt this was too slow, he finally took cultivation seriously. With his talent and resources, he quickly reached the strength to be invincible in the world. So, he killed 99% of all cultivators in this world. Sadly, revenge could not fill the hole in his heart, so he focused on cultivation to reach a realm where he could revive her. The idea of seeing her beautiful and confident smile motivated him. He had to work hard to accomplish something for the first time since he met her. However, after entering the Supreme Realm and unlocking his memories, the luck incarnation received another shock he did not know how to process. The woman he loved, lost, grieved, and pined after for tens of thousands of years was just another clone of Wu Hong. He also realized she might have changed the setting of his mission. After all, he should have never had affection for another woman. In the end, he was happy he did not technically lose her, but he could not forget the pain of watching her die in front of him. So, he began to drink his frustration and completed feeling. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he did not know what to say. He did not expect Wu Hong to tweak the incarnation's life and make him more miserable. However, he had to admit that her action made his Dao heart tempering even better. So he looked at the incarnation and said, "Don't be sad, she's fine and healthy." "You don't understand," replied the incarnation. "However, when we fuse, you will experience how I felt and know how much it truly hurt." Wang Wei knew he was correct. In the final fusion, he will experience the life of these incarnations as if it was his own experience. So, all their emotions, thoughts and actions will be extremely vivid to him. "You're right," Wang Wei replied, but he appeared a little distracted. He was thinking about the incarnation's way of courting Wu Hong's clone. Although his persistence seemed romantic, he felt that the incarnation appeared too much like a stalker. If Wu Hong did not have feelings for him, his actions would not seem as romantic but creepy. As a person with memories from Earth, he should know better. Does that mean I have some secret stalker tendencies? Or is the result of his environment? He quickly denied the first option and blamed everything on the incarnation. He also ignored that they would fuse and become one sometime in the future. So, after giving the incarnation an odd look, he went to check on the karma incarnation. Chapter 557 The Incarnation's Mission 3. Wang Wei looked at the karma incarnation, who now had yellow hair. "So, how is it?" he asked. "Why don't you see for yourself?" replied the incarnation, and Wang Wei looked at this great thousand world. He saw karma threads connecting to the incarnations, and there were so many of them. He could see that the incarnation was now connected to every single individual of this world, every single object, and even every single atom. Wang Wei looked at an ant a few 100,000 light-years away, and he could see the incarnation had some connection to it. "Is this your answer?" he asked. "Yes," replied the incarnation. "My entire life was boggled down by karma. I could not even breathe the air without owing heaven and earth some karma. I tried isolating myself from the world to cultivate in peace, but the debts I owed would eventually catch up to me. I tried repaying my karmic debts, but more kept piling on my head. No matter how carefully I tried to act or how many calculations I made to avoid karma, it was impossible for me to escape. The incarnation paused as he reminisced. Every step he took felt like he was in quicksand, unable to move and slowly drawing. It was truly a nightmare since he never knew a single moment of peace. I tried to transcend karma, to become free from its restrictions. But I failed. So you choose to fuse with it? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. I became the embodiment of karma itself in this world. The origin of all karma. And to my surprise, I've achieved the transcendence I desire. It does make sense. As the source of karma, it's normal to be no longer affected by it. So, how did you bear such a heavy burden? Wang Wei did not think it would be easy for the incarnation to fuse with all karma of the world and bear it without some backlash or negative consequence to his body and soul. The incarnation smiled before waving his hand to manifest a yellow river made of threads. You made a river of karma? Yes. While cultivating the Tao of karma, I discovered the river of fate. So, I thought of replicating it with the power of karma. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after seeing the river, thinking of the many benefits. He could sublimate his karma-unbound physique with this river, and no longer worry about karma ever affecting him after proving the Tao. Although Immortal Tier Powerhouse has high resistance to karmic restraint, it is not entirely gone. The sad truth is even paragons cannot completely ignore karma. However, Wang Wei has a high chance of reaching such a state. This will be a significant step in his goal of achieving freedom. I'm sure you can understand the significance of this river to us, but I will tell you a few more abilities. The incarnation waved his hand, and a drop of water came from the river. Karmic washing water, said Wang Wei. Yes. You can easily create an ocean and leave it to the sect. In the future, they won't worry about washing karma and needing help to compete for the next generations. Heaven will. Then, the incarnation pointed to another thread in the river. The river of karma is connected to all karma, past, present, and future. So you could do this. He took one string and manipulated it, and Wang Wei squinted his eyes when he saw what had happened. About 2 million years ago, in this great thousand world, a spiritual herb called human mushroom went extinct. As the incarnation manipulated the thread, Wang Wei saw a scene 2 million years ago. A young hunter found this mushroom and took it for dinner. According to normal history, this farmer should have eaten the last human mushroom in existence, making this spiritual herb extinct. But now something had changed. On his way home, he met a dying cultivator who gave him his inheritance. Through this inheritance, the hunter learned of the value of this spiritual herb and began to plant it. Eventually, he created a small secret realm where he stored the mushroom. And this secret realm lasted until this day as the incarnation manipulated events to ensure this. Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport the secret realm to their location. The human mushroom is an excellent herb to open acupoints. As Wang Wei looked at the mushroom with a human shape in his hand, his eyes could not help but shine. This method will help him deal with one of his biggest worries: the resources for his true power Tao cultivation. And considering how long the myriad emperor world has existed and the lost resources throughout the ages, this technique is simply heaven-defying. I have to say, you gave me one of the biggest surprises so far. Is there any restriction to this method? Anything related to the manipulation of time will have restrictions. What I've discovered is that there is no problem as long as you do not try to manipulate impactful events or drastically change people's fate. There is no problem. So focus more on using this technique to gather resources without affecting the overall timeline, summarized Wang Wei. Basically. That's good. Since nothing is wrong with you, I'll check on the others. Wang Wei then went on to check on the Samsara incarnation. The latter sat on a throne, and the environment was frigid and eerie. After arriving, Wang Wei could see many souls coming and leaving, along with many demon-luing creatures controlling and ensuring the place's safety. No problem? Oddly, no. I successfully established a separate samsara for this great thousand world, and there were no problems. However, it might not be the same if you do it back home. Wang Wei frowned. Before he became powerful, he thought each world had a separate samsara, and it was a physical location similar to a small world that he could travel to. However, as he became more powerful, he knew that the endless void had one samsara for all the world communities. He tried to learn the secrets of samsara but had no success. But he did conclude some things based on the information he had. For example, Why did Tian only reincarnate into the myriad emperor world? He theorized that it was either Heavenly Dao's doing or each world community had its own division. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access the knowledge the incarnation had. His theory was partially correct. There are separate divisions based on a soul's place of origin. But it is also possible to be reborn in another division. Albeit rare, but possible. Your method was ingenious, he commented. The incarnation did not forcibly establish a netherworld. Instead, he asked to create a branch in this world from the main branch. And true Heavenly Tao was more than happy to give him some power and reduce the burden on itself. As long as the incarnation was willing to follow some strict rules. It even gave him a lot of merit for his actions. With this method, many of our plans are guaranteed to become a success. And we might not need to refine the 9 devil god worlds. The only thing we have to worry about is Old Man Nether, said the incarnation. He had many new plans after his recent success. He had greater ambitions after seeing how handsomely true Heavenly Tao rewarded him for his actions. Wu Hong told him about Old Man Nether from the Nether Hell. This was a person obsessed with controlling the samsara of the lower dimension, and for countless eras, he has been slowly stealing its power. Therefore, he knew this person would stop him from establishing a netherworld in the myriad emperor world. And if he were to learn of the method this incarnation used, he would definitely try to replicate it. The 9 devil god world is still needed, just not as important as we previously thought. As for Old Man Nether, we will deal with him after we prove the Tao, replied Wang Wei. From what he knew, Old Man Nether was the only Empyrean in the lower dimension. Many people have wondered he managed to stay there without any repercussions. However, Wang Wei is not that scared of him. He believed once he found a way to reach the 10 Extremity Foundation, after becoming an eternal emperor, he might have the battle prowess of an Empyrean, 70% Grand Tao Source. And even if he does not, he will be closed and will not need much time to reach that battle strength. Make sure to remove all your tracks before the fusion, said Wang Wei. He did not want to get Old Man Nether's attention more than he already did. Then, he went to see the Destiny Incarnation. He found the latter reading intently before a large book titled Book of Destiny. Wang Wei called him, but the latter was distracted, so he had to push him before waking up from his deep concentration. Oh, you're here. You should be more careful. I've placed a formation in the surrounding, and only you can enter. You should still be careful since this world is not absolute. You're right. It's just I've been a little fascinated by our little experiment. Oh, did you discover something? Maybe. Chapter 558 The Incarnation's Mission, Finale. Using the Book of Destiny, the Incarnation controlled or established the destiny of everything cultivators in this great thousand world. When people with a talent for cultivation are born, their names will automatically appear in the book, and the incarnation will establish their destiny. Each individual's destiny is different. For example, it could be as simple as they are destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator. Of course, just because someone is destined for such an accomplishment does not mean that they definitely can achieve it. This is not how destiny functions. The cultivators have to work to achieve their destiny. They have to undergo arduous cultivation, temper themselves, and fight for resources. Now, as someone destined to become a supernatural realm cultivator, they will have a particular luck to ensure they accomplish their goals. They also have specific karmic connections with people that help them achieve their destiny. Nevertheless, destiny still gave people a certain level of freedom to accept or reject their destiny. Furthermore, the incarnation discovered other forms or unique destinies. For example, the destiny to become the most powerful sect in the world. Once he tried to give this destiny to a faction, and he realized that some people could compete with the chosen faction to hinder them from achieving their destiny or steal the destiny of becoming the best sect. After controlling the entire world's destiny, the incarnation tried to recreate the eternal emperor's destiny and failed. No matter what he tried, he could not succeed. So, he tried to create an immortal destiny. As long as he gave an individual such a destiny, they had a 90% chance of becoming an immortal tier powerhouse. Consequently, his actions touched the bottom line of true heavenly Tao, and he received a warning. Another application the incarnation discovered is establishing the destination of mortal objects and animals, turning them into spirits or demon race. This method is valuable to the spirit race but has no actual application to Wang Wei besides maybe creating an army of spirit race. As you can see, we have learned much about destiny but no revolutionary discoveries. That's fine as well. What about battle applications? Did you come up with something? In fact, I did, replied the incarnation, who stood up from his sitting position. He looked at Wang Wei and said, "Attack me with your chaos flame." Then, the incarnation created a wound on his forearm with his left finger. "All right," said Wang Wei before creating a multicolored flame in his hand and throwing it at the incarnation. At first, it appeared as if the latter was rapidly burning. But soon, the process ended, and the wound on the incarnation healed. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. "Purpose manipulation." "Exactly. I changed the purpose of your chaos flame from burning to healing." You can imagine the wide application of such a technique. Indeed, there were many applications of this ability. Wang Wei could alter his fleshly body's purpose, allowing it to use more force than usual. He could change the purpose of his enemies' attacks and make them help him instead or render them entirely useless. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a turtle shell. It was the 8 trigram turtle shell he borrowed from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He then used the Destiny technique to modify the purpose of this magical artifact. It used to be a supporting item used only for divination, but Wang Wei turned it into an attack artifact that used the River of Fate's power. And since the artifact was an immortal artifact, the attack it could use was at the same level. Of course, Wang Wei could modify an item of such level because he now had the strength of Immortal Venerable. If not, he would fail or suffer some backlash. "This technique is worth all your effort," said Wang Wei. "I tried my best," replied the incarnation as he looked at the world again. "I found it fascinating to control the lives of so many people, controlling their destiny with them being none the wisest. Don't lose yourself to such meager power." "You underestimate me," replied the incarnation. He knew that this great thousand world was a drop of water in an ocean in the grand scheme of things. Furthermore, he only learned to control people's destinies to control his own. "As long as you understand," replied Wang Wei, who patted his shoulder before leaving. He went on to check on the Order Disorder incarnation, the one who had problems. He saw the latter at the center of the world's core, sitting cross-legged and fighting heavenly Tao that was supposed to be sealed. He frowned. The Order incarnation had to begin his journey from a low thousand world. After becoming the supernatural realm, he would replace the heavenly Tao of that world and decide the order of this world. He would establish the rules, regulations, punishments, and restrictions for all mortals and cultivators. With this method, the incarnation could make the world safer for mortals and prevent chaos. Consequently, many cultivators did not like absolute order, rebelling against the incarnation and creating more chaos or disorder. However, this is precisely what the incarnation wanted. He wanted oppositions to help him understand disorder laws. Once he finished his mission, he ascended to a middle thousand world and repeated the same plan once he reached void-shattering realm. The issue arose after he ascended to a great thousand world. The heavenly Tao of this world acted swiftly before Wang Wei sealed it. It created a sun of destiny that Wang Wei did not even detect, and that destiny sun made some cracks or flaws in Wang Wei's formation. That person even destroyed some of the puppets he left guarding the formation. So, once the Order incarnation ascended, he had to confront the Sun of Destiny and Heavenly Tao. By now, he had already dealt with the Sun of Destiny, but the incarnation had to face part of Heavenly Tao while still in the Saint Realm, thus delaying his progress. Wang Wei frowned as he watched all of this happening. He could tell Heavenly Tao was stalling the incarnation while gathering power from the world's inhabitants to help it, and might even be creating another Sun of Destiny. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to intervene since this experience could also be a form of tempering. Furthermore, the confrontation with Heavenly Tao might give him an insight into how it controlled the law and help him in the future when he creates further levels of his force control skill. As for his battle with Chu Luo, his current strength should be enough. If it's not, he has a hidden trump card to make the difference. After making a decision, Wang Wei thanked the immortal powerhouses that controlled the time acceleration formation. Finally, he went to see the Fate incarnation. The two began to work on creating the spiritual foundation or the Fate Palace. After divination, they discovered it was impossible to make 10 Fate Palaces, one for each of the incarnations in the main body. Based on the Emperor Tao world's cultivation system, cultivators can only create one spiritual foundation for each cultivation realm for a total of 9, and the 10th can be made after proving the Tao. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also discovered both he and the Fate incarnation could create a Fate Palace and fuse them. This palace would be the main one, while the other incarnations could develop branches. And during the final fusion, the Fate Palace would baptize him with fate power, similar to how Tion did through Samsara. The fusion will also elevate his comprehension, allowing his 9-extremity foundation to perfectly complete at a power level of 5 Root Dao Ancestor. There was not enough time for Wang Wei to create the main Fate Palace, but he left the Fate Incarnation with this mission before returning to the trial. Wang Wei discovered Wang Wuqing waiting for him after he returned. Wait, your strength. Is there a problem? You already have 2-leaf strength. Yes. Is something wrong? Don't you ever have any bottleneck? Wang Wei controlled his urge to say, bottleneck? What's that? Instead, he thought about the question and realized that this was true. You should know this is odd. No matter who it is, even those blessed descendants will have bottlenecks in their cultivation journey. Wang Wei nodded as he guessed this might be another ability of his soul. Or, he might have a bottleneck in the future, but now was not the time. I should be used to your anomaly by now. Here is the thing you wanted. Wang Wuqing handed him a talisman that contained a recording of Miscellaneous 1 refining an immortal tier pill. Thanks, replied Wang Wei. Now that I remember, there will be no issue with the aftermath of the demon supremacy world? No need to worry. We have erased all traces that we absorbed their luck. Furthermore, Heavenly Dao even helped since your action benefited the people of our world. Wang Wei nodded. A lot of the luck absorbed went to the human destiny sword, which will, in turn, benefit the human race of the Myriad Emperor world. So, he was not surprised Heavenly Dao helped. Additionally, he had a karma-unbound physique to prevent the demons from using karma to trace him, not to mention his status as fateless. So he does not need to worry. And the demons of that world have to worry about dealing with the fire in their backyard, so they won't have much time to track the people responsible. After his conversation with Ancestor Wuqing, he checked on his chat group. Due to time dilation, most group members were now Tier 6, including the new member Wannabe God. Wang Wei received a few innate treasures from Mad King and Wannabe God, but he did not really care about that now. Nevertheless, he did not plan to abandon this group. He would train them as his agent to spread Buddhism in the endless void and repay his karma. The group can also help him gather resources like incense, luck, or lifespan. Finally, they can help him prepare for his future plans. Chapter 559 Willpower and Dao Heart Trial. Wang Wei flew to the pagoda. However, unlike his usual relaxed and easygoing mood, he was now on high alert, secretly looking everywhere. He did not know where the anomaly he felt came from, so he wanted to be on guard. He barely listened to Lord Spirit before entering the pagoda. He received a message on how this trial will proceed. A few seconds later, it began. A large number with at least 20 zeros appeared above his head, and Wang Wei felt a slight pressure on himself. However, the pressure was not on his fleshly body. He had to carry the weight with his willpower. Then, the number increases by at least 3 zeros every 10 seconds. Then, at some point, there were no longer any words but the character 4 small thousand world. This character meant that Wang Wei had to carry the weight of a small thousand world with his willpower, and to him this was not difficult, so he ignored the trial and took his time to review the talisman from Miscellaneous 1 and learn how to refine an immortal pill. A few seconds later, the weight on him changed to 5 small thousand worlds before continuing to increase. A few hours later, the weight had changed to a great thousand world. Feeling the drastic increase in the pressure, Wang Wei opened his eyes to check the situation. He read the character floating above his head before continuing his study. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a sudden tremendous pain and opened his eyes to see blood coming from his nose. He raised his head and understood the situation. He was currently bearing the weight of a heaven will world with his willpower alone. However, his body could not withstand the power. Luckily, this trial level only lasted a few seconds before ending. Then, Lord Spirit appeared in his lair, looking at him strangely. She had to do everything she could to hide the shock she felt after witnessing the result. Especially when you compare the result with the second place Chu Luo and the third place, Jingwu Hua. Chu Luo has gone through numerous reincarnations, and Jingwu Hua sealed herself for countless generations. So, I understand where their strong willpower comes from. But this Wang Wei is truly an anomaly. Could he be so naturally gifted? Some people are naturally born with high willpower, but Lord Spirit do not think they can reach such a level. It does not matter. The more talented it is, the better a choice for master. Is there a problem? Wang Wei asked. No. You are the first in this trial, and I figured the reward might not be appealing to you. So, I wonder if you want to exchange it for something? What's the reward? Resources to increase willpower. I see. I'll exchange for the same previous reward. Lord Spirit then gave him a crystal full of a mysterious power. I've been wondering. What is this thing? It's called tempering chi. As the name suggests, it can help cultivators temper various body parts. Muscles, bones, meridians, acupoints, etc. It's an excellent body refining resource because of its versatility. I could see why it's precious. Anyway, thank you. Lord Spirit bowed before disappearing. Immediately afterward, the other participants received the result and the allocated points. Wang Wei got 1,000 points, and Chu Luo only had 800 points to display the difference between the two. Subsequently, Lord Spirit began the subsequent trial. Dao Heart. And to Wang Wei's surprise, he discovered he had once again entered the Road of the Heart, standing at the 6th section where he left off during the void-shattering realm. So, Wang Wei continued walking in the different sections. He saw many illusions that tempted and questioned his sanity and morality, primarily his recent actions in the demon supremacy world. However, he ignored them until he reached the 10th and final sections. Wang Wei saw someone waiting for him in the middle of the road, sitting cross-legged with a table and tea. It's you. Why are you here again? That's a good question. You tell me. Wang Wei sighed before sitting in the second seat, facing the other person. He looked at the person who looked exactly like him except for a more evil aura. Heart Devil, what do you want this time? The Heart Devil poured himself a cup of tea before doing the same for Wang Wei. I'm here for one reason. Wu Hong. Why didn't you have the conversation about her motive with her? I forgot. You don't forget, you can't forget, replied the Heart Devil. Unless you subconsciously want to. Maybe you're right that I have subconsciously avoided talking to her, replied Wang Wei as he took a sip. However, I don't think that matters this much. I know for sure that she loves and would never betray me. I agree with you. However, you still need to have the conversation. Your Dao heart cannot have the tiniest flaw, and if you don't confront the truth, even if you already know in your heart the answer, the flaw will not go away. Wang Wei did not say anything as he continued to sip his tea. He knew the Heart Devil was correct. Since he knew she loved him, why couldn't he have the conversation? That's because a tiny part of him feared he would discover something else in that conversation. No matter how slight that fear is, it is still a flaw. All right. I won't procrastinate anymore. So, are you going to talk to her now? Soon. How soon? I said soon, so get off my back. Whatever, said the Hot Devil in anger. It's your Dao heart, and you can leave a flaw if you want. He chugged the entire pot of tea before slamming it on the table. Then, he disappeared. Wang Wei's eyes twitched before shrugging his shoulder and walking to the end of the section. Wang Wei opened his eyes and felt a sublimation in his Dao heart. He also felt a microscopic flaw. Although this flaw was so minor to the point of being insignificant, it was there. With his current Dao heart, he could still bear the heaven will. Let's deal with this as soon as possible. Soon, the ranking list appeared, and to everyone's surprise, Ji Lanfeng was number 1 in this trial, followed by Wang Wei in second place and Chu Luo in third. Wang Wei slightly frowned before accepting the result. Meanwhile, in Chu Luo's area, he analyzed the result. A trial that focused more on the flaws of the Dao heart instead of how powerful or robust it was. It would make sense that a swordsman who dedicates everything to the way of the sword would have no flaw. As for him, this trial showed him he had a few flaws in his Dao heart. The first one was his failure to comprehend the slightest of his existence. Even after so many years, he could not forget it. The second flaw was his failure to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, despite his parents going to extreme lengths to have 3 attempts and survive. Nevertheless, he failed and wasted time and resources on his first 3 reincarnations. Consequently, his parents had to pay another price to allow him to use a restricted Dao of creation. The third flaw was he felt he owed his parents too much for everything they did for him. He had hidden guilt that he deleted their futures because of their sacrifices. So, he desires to become an extremely powerful eternal emperor, and help them to return the favor for their nurturing. This trial has helped me find the flaws in my Dao heart so I can fix them. Chu Luo's eyes became focused before exiting the pagoda. There were no rewards for this trial since pointing out the Tao heart flaws of these heaven-chosens was the reward. They all looked relieved after discovering the problem since they could target and deal with it. As soon as Wang Wei left, he sent a communication talisman to Wu Hong for her to contact him once she was available. Then, he focused on Lord Spirit, who seemed to have a more eerie smile than usual. I have good news for all of you. There will be changes to the combat trial. It will not be a battle competition between you, as you expected. It will take a different form that will allow you to gather many points. Enough points to not even care about the first-seeded token. Many people frowned as they were getting a little tired of this trial constantly changing the rules. It was too chaotic for many. Lord Spirit, will you tell us what it will be in advance, or do we have to wait? Of course I'll tell you. It will be in your best interest to prepare in advance, replied Lord Spirit with a wide smile. So, the battle trial will take place in the form of Chapter 560 Complications and Curse, Gift Bonus Chapter, thanks to Daoist True Self for the gift. So the battle trial will take place in the form of challenges, but not from each other, but heaven-chosens in the upper dimension. The heaven-chosen presents were the backbone of their respective faction, so they had access to some secrets of the universe. They knew about the upper dimension, where all great emperors ascend to continue their cultivation journey. But now, they had an opportunity to battle the geniuses of that place. They instantly became excited as they did not believe they would be inferior a euro, even if they lived in a far worse environment. Of course, some feared humiliating themselves or bringing trouble to their sections. Things were about to get complicated, thought Wang Wei. He did not fear any challenge from these upper dimension heaven chose. He worried about the political aspect behind their presence. Even though he knew these powerful entities could not readily interfere with the lower dimension, they still had the capability. Things would get complicated if he offended one of these young masters and caused trouble for his sect. And relying on Wu Hong as a backer might make things even worse. I should probably begin to think about robbing the final winner instead of participating in this trial, he thought. He would wait and analyze the situation and weights the pros and cons before making a decision. Many participants began to ask questions regarding the upcoming battle trial, but Lord Spirit only said to wait a month until these people's arrival. Afterward, everyone returned to their mansion. Wang Wei went directly to Ancestor Wuqing to ask questions. So what do you think? I don't know much about the upper dimension. But I know mortals can descend to the endless void. But it is extremely difficult. Gu Xian is not simple if he could do this for a trial. Gu Xian is not simple. Are there any restrictions? For sure. For example, they cannot stay long here, they cannot use items above Emperor grade, and maybe others. What about the Heaven Will battle? I don't know about that. Let me ask Origin 1, replied Wang Wuqing before disappearing and returning a few minutes later. They can participate in the battle. However, they have to start cultivation from scratch, are restricted by the number and type of resources they can bring, and have to acquire an identity token. Furthermore, if they fail to prove the Tao, they cannot ascend to the upper dimension a euro, unless someone at the Empyrean level comes to get them. What about karma? Does it restrict them? After their first descent, when they lose all their cultivation, they don't need to wash away their karma and compete in any Heaven Will battle. However, if they lose, they have to follow the same rules as us. Wang Wei understood that Heavenly Tao restricted the upper dimension people to ensure they had the same starting line as everyone else and had a relatively fair competition. He was satisfied with these restrictions. What he feared was those people coming here to cause chaos and destruction. Do they have anything special about them? Wang Wei asked. They usually have ways to contact the upper dimension. But, I don't know if that counts as special. Wang Wei immediately frowned. Although this information seemed useless, it was not to him. His tentacles will one day reach throughout the entire endless void. So, if someone from the upper dimension learned of his action and sent people to interfere, this might cause some trouble. I need to take this information into account. Thank you for the information. No need for formalities. By the way, Wang Ju said she prepared everything. Excellent. I'm going to deal with the issue now. Wang Wei teleported back home before contacting Wang Ju. It seems your seclusion was successful. Thanks to you, young master. The shadow innate treasure was beneficial. That's good. We will find a day for you to officially become my shadow. I looked forward to it, replied Wang Ju before handing him a talisman with some information. After reading it, Wang Wei closed his eyes as the power of fate, karma, samsara, and time surrounded him for a few seconds before saying, "We will need more people in these positions. Use some suicide soldiers for the rest." Wang Ju looked at the map handed to her, and a look of surprise flashed before she nodded and went to mobilize the people. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a small village at the southern end of the central continent. While invisible in the air, he observed a young village boy who looked ordinary except for his eyes. Deep hidden inside was an infinite hatred. For as long as this young man existed, he carried that hatred passed down from generation. And he knew once he died, he would pass this hatred to his children. Today, the young village went to get some woods in the forest, and something unexpected occurred to him. He found a booklet with the title, Curse of Hatred. The young villager quickly hid the book before looking at his surrounding to discover if anyone had seen him. After not finding anyone, he rushed home to read the book. He was glad his wife and daughter were not here, and he felt this was not something they should involve themselves with. A few minutes later he finished reading. "Oh, Tian, do you think you can do whatever you please because you are a mighty cultivator? Today, I will teach you that your actions have consequences." The young village boy closed his eyes before chanting in weird and incomprehensible language. As he did so, the hatred deep in his soul, inherited from his bloodline for thousands of generations, activated to power the curse to unimaginable heights. Wang Wei watched as a dark and invisible power traveled to the western continent, and he knew it was going for Tian. After receiving the curse of hatred and the bloodline curse, he had a basic plan on his mind that he laid the groundwork for while taking his trial. He changed the memories of an ordinary mortal family that Tian destroyed their village, killing everyone they loved. This act resulted in fostering a powerful hatred of that family. Then he cast a spell on them to pass down that hatred through bloodline for countless generations, nurturing and strengthening that hatred over time. And after more than 10,000 years and numerous mortal generations, the hatred reached the level he wanted where it could cast a curse that could barely touch a person's existencia, similar to Lin Fan's situation. Western Continent, Sealed Mountain. Tian suddenly opened his eyes and felt a powerful curse descend on him. He frowned calmly as he looked at the markings on his body. The Curse Passion Emperors. 3 anomalous curses? Tian knew the Curse Passion Emperor as he was technically one of his mentors. He studied briefly under the latter. The Curse Passion Emperor was a pseudo-eternal emperor famous for his curse and poison Tao. During that era, he was very valuable to the war as he could poison innate demons on large scales and even weaken some eternal emperors. One day, the Curse Passion Emperor discovered a destroyed village with only one survivor. A young girl full of hatred. He tried to help the young girl, but she only wanted revenge. So he promised to cultivate her into a powerful being to have her revenge. She refused. She wanted her revenge now. So the Curse Passion Emperor created a special curse for her to use her hatred as the source and her life as the price. Finally, the girl killed her enemy before moving on to samsara. After that, he created 2 other curses of the same category, which were eventually called the 3 anomalous curses. This curse became essential to the war as it allowed mortals to have significant battle prowess. However, the Curse Passion Emperor came to hate his creation because of how much damage it did to mortals. He hated the acquired side for weaponizing these 3 curses. Tian was momentarily sad after thinking about the past. He was present when numerous primordial gods and innate demons besieged the Curse Passion Emperor and killed him. He was pretty sad after receiving the news. Although they were not close, the latter was still one of his mentors. Using such a cruel and cunning method, this must be Wang Wei's method, he thought before sneering. If I did not have some understanding of existence, this curse would have killed or crippled me. So he used his Tao will to protect his existence. He knew from the Curse Passion Emperor this was the quickest method to deal with this curse with no repercussions. A few minutes later, the markings on his body disappeared as he returned to normal. So it failed as expected, Wang Wei muttered. Then he contacted Wang Ju to begin, who then mobilized all the Fate Shadow Guards worldwide. Chapter 561 The hostile takeover. Wang Wei teleported to a special place. Meanwhile, a great event with worldwide repercussions occurred. The Shadow Guards began assassinating people from every continent, every domain, and every faction and race, including the Sea Race. Even the hidden powers that have not shown up in the myriad Emperor world were affected, alarming all the Emperor lineages. And the target of the Fate Shadow Guards was no one else but Tian sleepers. Wang Wei was careful this around and planned for many years before acting. And with the help of the Oracle Mirror and his recent increase in strength and abilities, he knew the position of most of them. So, he attacked them simultaneously, not giving them or the faction they infiltrated a chance to respond. A few minutes later, Wang Wei appeared before Wang Ju with his clothes disheveled. "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just killed a Dao ancestor," he replied casually before giving her a token. This token leads to a small world where the sleepers kept all their information. Take control of it and make a copy of everything for the sect. Tion's sleepers have gathered so much impossible that it was mind-boggling. They have detailed records of every heaven chosen in each generation since the ancient emperor era. They also have records of every noteworthy event that occurred since then. When Tion was reincarnating, they would not stop gathering information and keeping records in case their master wanted to know. The knowledge in the small world was so vast that even Tion had not read all of them. After all, he would not care much about the life of someone who has long been dead by the time he successfully reincarnated. However, Wang Wei planned to read all of them. He knew he might be able to learn many things from these records. From a person's life, he might learn a valuable lesson. From these records, he might learn some truth or secrets of this world that was beneficial to him in the present. Or, just reading the information, he might be inspired and come up with a great idea. It's a shame that he did not find any cultivation scripture from that small world. However, he knew long before that Tion was careful and did not leave any records. "How did things go on your side?" Wang Wei asked. "Smoothly. As you ordered, we did not kill all the sleepers. Instead, we stole the fate of those in high positions and used the assassination as a distraction to clean our tails. As of now, Project Deep Infiltration is complete." "Excellent," said Wang Wei. With this move, he now controlled the sleepers' information agency. He had the same spying and assassination capabilities as him, not to mention he had planted so many spies inside these factions. With this move, he should be able to get his hands on most of the Emperor lineage's scripture to learn from, just like Tion. Of course, he now had eyes everywhere in the myriad Emperor world. Wang Ju went to process everything on the sleeper information world while Wang Wei had other things to deal with. He ignored the fact he just slightly tilted the world to its side and went into seclusion. Immediately, he took out the Oracle Mirror and activated it. His main objective for the Curse of Hatred and attacking the sleepers was the mirror. With his action, he increased the karma he had with Tion, and now, the mirror increased the information by another 10% for a total of 90%. He acquired new information regarding Tion, including some secrets of the Null Era. Then, he focused on a specific piece of information that caught his attention. Tion was trying to find a way to go past the 9 Extremity Foundation to reach the 10th. And he found a way. Regrettably, the mirror did not disclose the method. "I already suspected he was doing this, but now I have confirmation," thought Wang Wei with a frown, thinking about how he could increase his karma with the latter and find the answer. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. He once tried to use the fact that Xiao Ning gave him the perfect foundation method to increase his karma with Tion, but he failed. She seemed immune to his karma technique. He knew she was the key to increasing the remaining 10%, but he did not want to get in more contact with that woman. She was too weird and dangerous. The other option was Tion's family. But based on previous divination, he did not have much affection or karmic connection with them. To Tion, his real parents were the ones who died before the Null Era. So, killing or doing anything to them would not increase his karma much. Wang Wei then borrowed the power of his incarnation to do another divination. He wanted to know if there was a way to increase karma with Tion. "Jia," he muttered. She was the woman in charge of Tion's information network from the D-clan side. She was his Wang Ju and accompanied him everywhere in the same manner as Wang Ju. From the divination, he knew she loved him, but he did not care about her. However, compared to his affection and connection to his parents, she had a higher weight on his life. "By killing her, I can increase the mirror's percentage by 1%. Wang Wei frowned. He did not know whether that 1% would tell him how Tion planned to break the 9 Extremity Foundation limit or another piece of information. "I could try to modify the purpose of the mirror to give the information I need," thought Wang Wei before deciding to try it. So, he contacted Wang Ju and asked her to assassinate Jia. Then, he wanted to attempt something. He summoned his destiny law to modify the purpose of the Oracle Mirror. He wanted the mirror to give him 90% of Tion's knowledge, which included all the techniques he knew and cultivated, every thought he had, and even his understanding of the law, instead of simply providing him with information. If he succeeded, he would now know the specific scriptures and techniques of Dtion instead of just knowing the name and detailed analysis of what they were. He then would not have to recreate some of these techniques and instantly understand them. Pluh! Wang Wei vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned pale. I guessed it's still beyond my means to modify a chaos treasure. He closed his eyes after swallowing a few pills to recuperate from the backlash quickly. Western Continent, Sealed Mountain. Dtion looked at the runes that created his cage with fury. He could feel the disappearance of all the sleepers. At first, he thought it was a normal swiping where some people's identity was discovered. This has happened a few times throughout their existence, and they always managed to bounce back. But he sensed the death of the Dao ancestor guardian in charge of the headquarters. He knew the seriousness of the situation. He created the headquarters with a unique treasure that could hide even from a pseudo-eternal emperor. And as long as the headquarters entered the endless void, even an eternal emperor cannot find it. For security measures, he ensured that only 2 people could directly enter the headquarters, him and the guardian. However, he forbade the guardian from ever leaving that small world, so he was the only person who knew its location and could physically enter. All the other sleepers had to use talismans or special magical talismans to relay information inside before the guardian properly stored them. The more Dtion thought about it, the angrier he became. And it was not because he lost something that took him hundreds of millions of years to create, but because many of these men had accompanied him since his first life. They were the remnants of his past life, his only real attachment in this foreign era. Now they were all gone. Furthermore, the core of the sleepers were these people's descendants, and he just watched them die while helpless. He remembered his promise to give them a better life after he achieved his goal. Dtion looked at his hand, feeling the anger and helplessness he was trying to suppress. It was the same feeling he had when he held Ninger in his arm, watching her slowly die. He hated this feeling of powerlessness. He thought after so many years after his strength reached such a level, he would never feel the same way. But today, he received a reminder. He was still that weak individual incapable of protecting the things he loved. Nothing had changed. Wang Wei, you wait. You'll pay for this. Dtion took a deep breath to control his emotions. He sensed someone coming to talk to him. Young master, big news, said Dijia. I know, replied Dtion before frowning. His eyes suddenly turned all black as he looked at Dijia. Death's omen? Is she going to die soon? Immediately, he connected her death to the recent event. I don't know if it is really Wang Wei who wants her dead, but better be safe than sorry. Dtion then asked to talk to his father before instructing the latter to place Dijia in a secure location where only the clan's most loyal individual resides. Subsequently, he discussed the recent event before dealing with the current problem. Most of his sleepers in the Myriad Emperor were now dead, essentially crumpling his spying agency. Although he still had the D-Clan's network, it was not the same. So, he contacted his clone to send some sleepers from another world community. Although they were a very small group compared to the previous one, it was more than enough to rebuild. I should have developed the outer sleepers more. He only created the outer sleepers to help him gather information and some rare resources from other world communities, and to have a backup in case something went wrong in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, he never focused too much on developing them. He now regretted his decision. Chapter 562 Ultimate Glorious Age. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After 2 days, he was now back in his prime state. He finally checked the communication talisman Wang Ju sent him, making him frown slightly. Did he detect something? Thought Wang Wei. It seems I may be unable to get my hands on Dijia. After deciding to try a wait-and-see approach, he left his seclusion to stretch his body. He had many things to do and would return to a retreat soon. But he decided to check on the sect's affairs first. After all, he was still the sect master. As such, he had a conversation with the elders to ensure there was no problem and the sect's plan to develop in the lower realm had no issues. Once he finished, he flew back to his mountain to continue his cultivation. As a sect master, he could use Tianwei Peak as it had the most spiritual qi and was the best environment for cultivating in the sect. However, Wang Wei loved the comfort of his home, so he rarely used it. He even planned to move the spiritual energy from Tianwei Peak to his fate-transcending mountain. After arriving home, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him. What's the matter? We have a few things that require your attention. Wang Wei motioned for her to head inside before hearing her. A protected environment was better for these kinds of conversations. Wang Ju then handed him a list with a bunch of names. These names are the sleepers who infiltrated the army of the other Heaven Chosens. 300 years ago, after you entered the trial, Feng Li Juan, Chen Chen, Sun Jiaolong, and Huang Yuan began to slowly and methodically eradicate them from their groups. Although they did it slowly and intermittently, they started doing it simultaneously. So, they wanted to hide their trials? Making it seem that eradication was natural? Exactly, replied Wang Ju. The key point is Mo Xingyun. The Mo family did a sweep of the sleepers and eliminated most of them in their clans. In this cleanup, even our Fate Shadow Guards did not survive. I see. Mo Xingyun most likely has a method to detect the agents and sold it to these Heaven Chosens. There is even a high possibility that they are in an alliance. Yes, that's the conclusion we came to. Many Heaven Chosens have been removing the sleepers from their armies, including from the sea race. Them? Did they finally begin to move? Yes. The Heaven Chosen representing the sea race in this generation's Heaven Will battle is Yi Lianqing, an abyssal squid. What's that? Asked Wang Wei, as he had never heard of such a species. That's what he calls himself. However, he is probably from the deep squid race but had some mutation. You don't sound too sure? The deep squid race supports Yi Lianqing, but their relationship seems odd. Moreover, Yi Lianqing is very secretive. So far, all we know is that he beat all the Heaven Chosen of the sea race, had a confrontation with Sun Jiaolong, and almost killed the latter. Wang Wei nodded as he did not care much about Sun Jiaolong. He allowed the other to escape after taking the human destiny sword because he knew the great Wu Crown Prince had a high affinity with Destiny Dao. And letting him live might help him gather the luck-condensing treasure of the other races. What happened to Xiao Songxi? He lost to Yi Lianqing. However, he is now in the process of taking the patriarch position from his half-brother. Wang Wei smacked his lips as he could guess what was going on. Xiao Songxi's father had another child that was pure Bai Shi. Now, these two brothers were fighting for control over the clan. There is something else you should know, said Wang Ju. What is it? Our spy has heard a rumor that the Bai Shi clan has a 5-star Star Sage sealed, and Xiao Songxi wants to become the patriarch to get access to it. So he wants to ask the Star Sage how to prove the Dao in this generation? Even how to become an eternal emperor. Muttered Wang Wei to himself. How credible is that rumor? It's not very credible. If the Bai Shi clan had a Star Sage of that level, they would have used it long ago. Unless they find a way to increase the bloodline of a lesser Star Sage, commented Wang Wei. The Star Sage bloodline is one of the few very restrictive bloodlines. There has never been a precedent of one person going from 1 star to 2 stars, let alone achieve the highest 5 stars level. Usually that would be the case. But this is a glorious age, unlike anything that has ever been seen. Anything is possible. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to justify his wild guess. He was speaking based on a recent observation from the trial. There were too many high-level Heaven Chosens. All the top individuals who participated in the trial have the talent and potential to break the barrier between mortal and immortals. It could be for only a brief moment through secret techniques with a terrible price or even using some treasures or unique methods. Nevertheless, they had the potential. And that potential will also transfer in the form of becoming eternal emperors. Wang Wei would not be surprised if all these people became eternal emperors in their respective Heaven Will world. All this information indicated that a glorious age was occurring throughout the entire endless void. This conclusion might sound absurd, but Wang Wei had other evidence to support his conjecture. The absolute chaos physique. Why did 9 of them appear in one generation? The first heavenly physique was precious not only for his power but because it allowed individuals to wield outlaws and supreme outlaw Daos without consequences. Consequently, heavenly Dao will not grant this physique lightly. So, it is normal for hundreds of generations to pass by without the first physique showing up. The only exception is when some Heaven Will world began a glorious age by sacrificing the Heaven Will of one generation to benefit the next one. And even then, the physique might not show up then. Yet, 9 of them appeared in one generation. No matter how anyone analyzed the situation, this is a statistical anomaly. And since nothing ever occurred for no reason, there must be an explanation for the anomaly. Wang Wei has a theory that involves the myriad emperor world, him, and D Tian. He believed these worlds' heavenly Tao sensed a shift in the endless void coming from the myriad emperor world, and they wanted to maintain balance. If Wang Wei proves the Tao, he will bring significant changes to the endless void. However, not every world wants to change, nor do they want someone from another world to make that change. Furthermore, the changes he will bring will grant him tremendous power. To be precise, unchecked power. Heavenly Tao is all about balance and order, and they do not like people who can easily overthrow the entire table and break the balance. If Di Tian proves the Tao, from the conversation Wang Wei had with his dead wife, he could tell the latter was on the verge of madness. With the power he will acquire after becoming an eternal emperor, who could stop him if he went on a rampage in the endless void? So, Wang Wei believed that these heavenly Taoists across different world communities had created a glorious age in the entire endless void to eventually balance the two of them and manage the influence the myriad emperor world would have during their resurgence. He believed this is why so many peak heaven chosen suddenly popped out of nowhere, making it seem as if achieving immortal venerable strength was common. Wang Wei even suspected the real mastermind behind this move of balance was the true heavenly Tao from the upper dimension. Although he did not have any concrete proof for his theory, nor could he verify the truth through divination, he felt he was correct. As such, he will proceed with his plans bearing this information in mind. Keep a watch on Xiao Songxi and the Baishi clan. Even if the rumors might be unsubstantiated, it's best to be on the lookout, just in case. As you wish. Is there anything else? Nothing that you need to concern with immediately, replied Wang Ju, who suddenly remembered something. I don't know if this news is important, but a Wang clan member from the ancient clans traveled with Hua Feng Huang. Is that so? I'll pay attention, replied Wang Wei. How about my parents? How is their mortal dust proceeding? So far, there is no trouble. During mortal dust, Wang Tian and Yu Yan sealed their memories. Although they can regain it in an emergency, it would break the tempering process. So, the people of the sect are secretly protecting them. Suddenly, he thought of something not pleasant. Wang Wei took out his sect master token and ordered a 5-root Dao ancestor to protect his parents secretly. After finishing, he dismissed Wang Ju before using his divine sense to check on the supreme cottage. His grandfather was on a long retreat to repair his Dao heart. Wang Wei designed many scenarios similar to how he did to cultivate his ever-changing Dao heart. He hoped they would help him repair his Dao heart, but he did not know if it would be successful in the end. If his grandfather could not elevate his Dao heart to a certain level, he would not be able to become Dao ancestor or immortal venerable to enact his plan to defeat Emperor Nine's sons. After checking on the cottage and noticing the latter was still in retreat, he focused on his own retreat. Memories. Gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Gordon under 4421 for the gift. In his retreat, the first thing Wang Wei did was absorb the tempering qi he received as a reward for the willpower trial. With it, he opened 720,000 acupoints and 28 primordial dragon force of strength. And it only took him a week. Since he had another 3 weeks before the subsequent trial, he focused on his other tasks. He briefly checked on his incarnations, mainly on the Fate incarnation, since he wanted to know the progress of the Fate Palace. Finally, he began to review the talisman Miscellaneous One gave him, trying to see if he could refine an immortal tier pill. After watching the process and explanation, Wang Wei frowned. The divine runes needed for a pill of that level were at least 10,000 times more complex than the best quasi-emperor pill. However, he could still manage with his soul. The problem was the immortal qi needed to engrave the runes, and he did not have that. Could I convert spiritual qi or innate qi into immortal qi? Thought Wang Wei as he pondered the feasibility of this method. He then reviewed all the knowledge he had about immortal venerables. He even went to the sect's secret archive to acquire more. Immortal Venerable have something called Immortal Mansion inside their Dantian or Divine Sea. It is essentially an organ used to convert spiritual qi into immortal qi. As long as an Immortal Venerable continues to expand their Divine Sea and acquire more qi, they can increase their realm to Immortal Sovereign and eventually Immortal King. Additionally, Immortal Venerables can increase their classification. A cultivator becomes 1 leaf or 2 leaf based on talent, control, and understanding of energy. A talented person can immediately become a 9-lead Immortal Venerable after establishing their Immortal Mansion and refining their first string of qi. At the same time, cultivators can also purify their qi to reach higher quality, leaf, before trying to reach higher realms. However, the process requires a lot of time and resources. Higher forms of neutral energy like innate or chaos chi are easier to convert into immortal chi, and the conversion rate is higher. So, one string of innate chi might convert to 10 strings of immortal chi, one string of chaos chi was worth 100 strings of immortal chi, and 10 strings of spiritual chi equaled 0. One string of immortal chi. Wang Wei wrote these numbers in front of him to better visualize the concept of immortal chi, even though he knew they had no basis. And as he observed them, he wondered how he could convert spiritual chi into immortal chi for pill refining. He first thought of his chi flower that could create spiritual and innate chi. Maybe if he knew enough about immortal chi, he could program it to create immortal chi. After all, the flower was connected to the source chi space. Consequently, anything related to the source chi space is inherently dangerous. So Wang Wei did not want to mess with that place and place himself in deep trouble. So, he wanted a second solution before trying this one. The answer he came up with was the origin pill flame that had the power of good fortune, which could change anything rotten to something magical. If he considered spiritual chi as something rotten and immortal chi as something magical, he could convert between the two with the flame. Wang Wei analyzed this possibility for the next few hours. And the more he pondered the issue, the more likely it became. So he exhaled deeply as he muttered, "The Origin Pill Flame Sutra is truly magical. Regarding uniqueness, it rivals the Origin Path Scripture and Wu Hong's Sealing Sutra." As soon as Wang Wei uttered these words, he suddenly paused as something clicked inside his mind. He always found the Origin Pill Flame Sutra unique compared to other emperor scriptures. The level of intricacy and profoundness of this scripture was similar to Wu Hong's, the Origin Path Scripture, and the Heaven-Slashing Sutra of the Sword Empress, all eternal emperors. After using this scripture to refine his primordial spirit, Wang Wei wanted to ask Wu Hong if there was something unique about the Danyuan emperor. However, he always seemed to forget to ask. It's like there was this power that was subtly manipulating my memories and making me overlook the idea of the pill ancestor as an eternal emperor. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei felt another click inside his mind. He closed his eyes as he mobilized his soul to the limit. He sensed two invisible power affecting his memories. One was very subtle but unresponsive, and the other was more aggressive. He focused on the more aggressive one as he knew it was the source of the anomaly he discovered through his quantum array. Wang Wei immediately noticed he could not remove or seal that aggressive power. However, he also found its function. The power was blurring some of his specific memories. To be precise, the memories of someone. And no matter how much Wang Wei focused or what method he used, he could not see the person in the memory. So, he reviewed the memory countless times, trying various methods. Then he sensed something. It was the emotion of hatred. Wang Wei then used the trick he learned from Xueqi to read the unique emotion released by a person, and he immediately sensed an indescribable rage, hatred, fear, and desire to kill. Using these intense emotions as a guide, he bypassed the aggressive memory-blocking power and saw a hooded figure staring at him. During the trial's dinner party, when he entered the pagoda, every time he fought or watched a battle, the hooded figure would stare at his every move. On a few occasions, he locked eyes with the hooded figure, but as soon as he moved his head away, he would forget the latter. He would forget the latter even when he watched the hooded figure through the quantum arrays. What a weird power. What a creepy person, thought Wang Wei as he decided how to act next with his new information. Suddenly, his communication talisman activated, and his eyes lit up once he saw who it was. Perfect timing. "Wife, I miss you dearly." "Really? How much did you miss me?" "You have no idea how miserable life has been without you. The world seemed to lose color without your presence. I miss your smile that could make all infinite doubts bloom. I miss your touch that made my heart beat louder than the echoes of the universe. Damn it. Although I know you are only saying sweet words, I cannot help but smile," replied Wu Hong with a brilliant smile. "I meant every word. And I don't doubt you. So, did you miss me as much as I missed you?" "No." Crack. Wang Wei held his wounded heart, his face full of shock and endless grief. "I have to say, your acting skills have gotten better," said Wu Hong. "I know, right? I think it's the result of my thick skin derived from aging. It's not bad to become an old monster." Wu Hong shook his head. 10,000 years old was nothing but a baby in the cultivation world. "You still have no proclaim how much you miss me. Although I'm not as good with words as you, I think I can still express my feelings in a poetic way," said Wu Hong before thinking of her words. Then, she whispered many sweet words to Wang Wei, and he reciprocated them. For the next few hours, this young couple did nothing but express their love and affection through flowery words. They did not care how cringy their lovey-dovey act was and enjoyed the moment. Finally they became serious. So, how is your seclusion? How is that thing going? Better than expected. That woman Qiao Ning has spent a lot of time understanding the concept of perfection, making my job easier. That's good. Do you have a rough calculation as to when you will finish? I honestly do not know. However, I should finish quicker than I previously anticipated. All right, said Wang Wei with a bit of sadness. He missed having his wife around, talking to her. Overall, he missed being in her presence. Anyway, I wanted to ask you if the Danyuan Emperor was an eternal. He had figured out how to deal with the soft memory affecting power. All he had to do was have one of his spirit particles hold the desire to ask the question. Before the power could activate, move it to another spirit particle. This tactic allowed him to delay the soft power indefinitely. Him? He is indeed an eternal emperor. I knew it. So what is his story? Why did he have to hide the fact he was an eternal? Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei always felt it was weird that none of the profession ancestors were eternal emperors since they essentially rebuilt the myriad emperor world's cultivation civilization. Since Emperor Kong could receive a boost to achieve the status of eternal emperor, at least one of these people should have received a boost for their accomplishment. Qin Zhu's situation is a little complicated, replied Wu Hong as she tried to remember the detail. Red Cauldron Empyrean was a talented pill refiner. However, she was injured in the attempt to enter the Paragon realm. So, she decided to refine a unique pill that would not only help her heal but also help in her breakthrough. Wait, you don't only need to comprehend 90% of the Grand Tao source to become a paragon? Of course not. Cultivating in the immortal stage is not simple, no matter the path. Can you give me an example? Wu Hong glared at him. I know we are going off track, but I'm curious. Let me think. Empyreans can create life at will, but Tao rulers can do so as well in their inner world. They require living beings to help them bear higher percentages of the Grand Tao source. Immortal sovereigns also have something similar to help them gather and purify qi. I am sure there is a difference between the three. Can you elaborate? Don't you want to know about the Danyuan Emperor? I do, but this current topic has piqued my interest. Whatever. Empyreans create life to help them understand the Grand Tao source. You can think of it as an aid to shorten the time needed for cultivation. Even then, it still takes you on epochs? Exactly. That's why things like merit, luck, and incense are extremely valuable in the eternal ascension world. I see. What about the others? Tao rulers can create life in their inner world. However, these lives cannot live for long outside of the inner world. So, most Tao rulers will take people from the inside and place them inside their inner worlds instead. So, population is a valuable resource. That's scary, said Wang Wei. Indeed. Immortal sovereigns can create something called life projection inside their dantian to help manage their immortal mansion. Life projection is essentially a projection of people. They are imaginary people. Inside the dantian, these people are real, but outside, they do not exist. They have no genuine existence. I see, muttered Wang Wei. I'm guessing they also have ways to deal with the issue? Yes. They usually absorbed souls to fuel the life projections and compensate for their deficiencies. Wang Wei shook his head. With these immortals all-powerful and not restrained by karma, he could imagine the life of mortals in the upper dimension was worse than hell. It's not as bad as you imagine, said Wu Hong. Life projections are immortal as long as their creator is alive. So, many people voluntarily offer their souls since this is another form of achieving immortality. As for the people entering Tao rulers' inner world, it is also a way of safety and living a peaceful life. Wang Wei nodded. All right, you can tell me about Qin Zhu. I did not even know that was the Danyuan Emperor's real name. Where was I? Yes. Red Cauldron Empyrean. The final step for her refinement was for the pill to gain sentience and experience samsara. However, one of her rivals, Steel Cauldron Empyrean, learned of her action and interfered with the pill's reincarnation. He made the pill aware of its creator and its ultimate fate. And as you can guess, that pill was the Danyuan Emperor. That could explain his talent for the pill, added Wang Wei. So, what happened next? Qin Zhu immediately ran to the lower dimension, and even entered reincarnation again to hide from Red Cauldron. After being reborn in the Myriad Emperor world, he proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. I guess he planned to hide his status in case Red Cauldron decided to kill him one day but was unaware of his status as an eternal, and he could secretly revive. So, he erased this information from history and left some subtle means to prevent anyone from deducing the truth. From your tone, I'm guessing his plan did not work. Yes. By the time he ascended, Red Cauldron Empyrean had a fortunate encounter that allowed her to become a paragon. However, her soul was incomplete because she used a part of it to refine that pill. So, was the final fate of the Danyuan Emperor being absorbed? No. He was smart and quickly ran into primordial chaos, traveling to other chaos worlds to hide. By the time he returned to the Eternal Ascension world, he was already a boundless paragon. So, he dealt with Red Cauldron? Wang Wei guessed it would not be much of a battle between a normal paragon and a boundless one. However, he was unsure since he was not knowledgeable on the topic. No, replied Wu Hong. They became Tao companions. Enemies to lovers? I did not see that coming. Most people did not. However, the two became a famous pill refining couple. I've bought many pills from them and even learned about runes from the Danyuan Emperor. Wang Wei briefly analyzed the information he had just received. I've theorized that material alchemy should have become the mainstream in the Myriad Emperor world. Did the Danyuan Emperor learn of divine rune alchemy in the upper dimension? He got the idea from there, but he did not directly bring it from there. The divine runes he created were based on the laws of the Myriad Emperor world. Do you think he spread it to other world communities? Probably to a few. I guess he did not want to be too much in the limelight. So, if he did, probably only a few instead of the entire endless void. That makes sense. What about the other profession ancestors? Were they also eternal emperors? No. Why not? With their accomplishment, the destiny of that time, I don't see why Heavenly Tao would not give them a boost. The talisman and weapon ancestors were very arrogant individuals. They refused Heavenly Tao's aid and only became pseudo-eternal emperors. The Formation Emperor only became a pseudo-eternal emperor because of the boost. What about my ancestor? Did he rely on merit? No, he relied on himself. But, he did receive a lot of merits? Yes, which helped him cultivate faster than most people in the immortal stage. The same for the Sword Empress. That makes sense. Heavenly Tao that has emotion will break the principle of balance that they should operate. So removing their emotions and even ensuring they could no longer have emotions would grant her a lot of merits, analyzed Wang Wei. From what he knew from the Sword Empress, her power existed to this day, preventing any Heavenly Tao from acquiring emotion and intelligence in the entire lower dimension. I'm guessing it was the same for you as well? After you dealt with the devil race? Yes. Suddenly, Wang Wei thought of something and asked, was there an ultimate glorious age during your time as well? What's that? When a glorious age occurred throughout the endless void, with unparalleled geniuses appearing everywhere. He also told her about his theory. Wu Hong paused for a moment. Now that you mention it, it was indeed like that. The devil race had conquered more than 95% of the endless void, but it was on the decline during my period. When I traveled to other world communities, I met numerous genius that could be considered the sons/daughters of an era and had unparalleled talents. They probably resulted from Heavenly Tao revolting against the devil race. Wu Hong remembered the time she left the Myriad Emperor world with great fondness. She met many talented individuals, defeated many, and became friends with a few. That specific period was the first time in her life she felt free, not having to worry about being constantly hunted down. It was when she built her confidence since she no longer had to always hear that it was her honor to be desired by the Devil Prince. She also no longer felt the weight of the world crushing her. As she witnessed the suffering of various races throughout the endless void, she no longer felt her mission as a daughter of destiny was a burden but a choice she consciously made. It also helped to know she was not alone. I remember this kid who was collecting absolute chaos physique, proclaiming that he would create the greatest body-refining scripture of all time, she said with a brilliant smile. Did you meet anyone with the Nine Extremity Foundation? Said Wang Wei after momentarily being enamored by that smile. Wu Hong slightly frowned as some memories she could not previously remember suddenly appeared in her mind. Beside me there was none. You also had this foundation? Not exactly. After I defeated D. Tion's reincarnation, I sealed his foundation and absorbed it as my own before taking the heaven will. Later, after I ascended, I learned I had a pseudo-incomplete 9-extremity foundation. So, I hunted an eternal emperor with a complete 1 to perfect mine. Wang Wei gave her a thumbs up. He did not expect less from her. Now that we are on the subject, what happened to the absolute beginning emperor? You said he was in limbo, implying someone killed him? Li Taishuang's fate. The absolute beginning emperor's story is slightly complicated, replied Wu Hong. Firstly, he was from the upper dimension. He was a heaven chosen cultivated by the Tai profound gate in the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Well, that might explain his overwhelming hatred for Buddhism and all things incense. You are more correct than you think, added Wu Hong. Oh, seems like there are some secrets. Wu Hong nodded before organizing her thought. To understand Li Taishuang's story, you must understand the story of Li Bo, his father. In the eternal ascension world, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism has been going on since the dawn of time. And for countless eras, Taoism always had the advantage. Until the arrival of the Maitreya Mother Buddha. She revolutionized the philosophies of Buddhism while also creating the concept of incense itself in the eternal ascension world. With her as the leader of Buddhism, they finally overtook Taoism and became the most powerful religion. However, all things that rise must also fall. Similar to Taoism. After an incalculable amount of years, after Buddhism's luck reached the pinnacle, they finally began to decline, and Taoism was on the rise. The first indication of this shift was the appearance of Li Bo. When he appeared, he was a peak paragon, 100% Grand Tao source, who could fight peak boundless paragons. He was an unmatched genius. Li Bo created the Tai Profound Gate and quickly became the de facto leader of Taoism in the eternal ascension world. However, Li Bo hated incense, and the philosophies he introduced in Taoism outlawed the use of incense. Wu Hong suddenly felt parched, so she stopped and took out some tea, ignoring the weird look Wang Wei gave him. I'm guessing his radical views on incense did cause some trouble, asked Wang Wei. Correct. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with incense. And although Taoism could not use as effectively as Buddhism, it was still a great tool in their fights against their competitor. Were there any consequences? Many Taoist factions decided to stop following him. However, they were in the minority. However, Li Bo did try to ban incense in the entire eternal ascension world, but some people put him in his place. So, he focused on his battle against Buddhism? Exactly, replied Wu Hong as she sipped her tea. So, Wang Wei decided to follow and take out his own tea. As such, while this couple communicated through formation, they also had a tea party. Despite how Li Bo felt about incense, he knew it was the main advantage of Buddhism in their conflict. However, he also knew it was difficult for him to eliminate incense in the upper dimension. So, he targeted the lower dimension? Correct, and this is when Li Taishuang, the absolute beginning emperor, came into the picture. He had the same hatred for incense as his father since it had been ingrained in him since he was young. And it did not help that his mother died to a Buddhist monk in a confrontation. Poor guy, Wang Wei commented nonchalantly. Not really. I'm 90% sure that Li Bo orchestrated his wife's death to ensure his son's absolute hatred for Buddhism. How cruel. However, from what little I know about this Li Bo, I'm not surprised. Wang Wei answered as he suddenly remembered something. Wait, was his mother a great emperor? No, an empyrean. So, the absolute beginning emperor was the son of a paragon and an empyrean? I'm suddenly full of envy. He could imagine the talent of the absolute beginning emperor, and he was slightly envious. So, is there a name for his kind? In the eternal ascension world, there are so many of these different children, making them not that relevant. Only in the lower dimension are there specific classifications for them. So whether it is emperor child, empyrean childs, paragon childs, or a combination of them with other immortal beings, they are referred to as Tao chosens, people chosen by the Tao upon their birth. I see, it makes things less complicated, replied Wang Wei. I still envy them, their talent, and their background. Wu Hong ignored the urge to say these children would still be jealous of his paragon quality soul, so she continued her story. Li Bo sent his son to the lower dimension to destroy, and as you know, he succeeded. I thought the absolute beginning emperor did what he did because of Qi of Calamity, said Wang Wei. That was involved too. Li Bo was a cunning man. He schemed against the Maitreya Buddha, and during one of their confrontations, he used some method to create an incense backlash. The backlash divided the Maitreya Buddha's mind into two, her Buddhist and devil sides. While she dealt with this problem, Li Bo had plenty of time to develop Taoism and plan things. Unfortunately, as the leader of Buddhism, the Maitreya Buddha was connected to all the incense they gathered, even the ones in the lower dimension. Her devil side began to affect all the Buddhist monks. The one in the upper dimension had ways to offset this influence, but not all the ones in the lower dimension. Is that why they began to act crazy in their gathering of incense, to the point of irrationality and madness? Yes, replied Wu Hong. She even helped them by granting them the Western Pure Bliss land. I know her and she was in her right Ming. She would never have done this. Wang Wei sighed. Is this the fate of mortals when they are connected to powerful entities? Maitreya Buddha could be said to be responsible for both the creation and destruction of the incense era. You could say that. So, what happened next? True Heavenly Tao did not want the influence of Maitreya Buddha to completely spread throughout the lower dimension as it appeared it would. So it lowered Qi of Calamity on the Buddhist monks to help increase their madness and decrease their intelligence and decision-making, an act that would increase the hatred they garnered from other races and factions, encouraging them to band together. Finally, it also gave some Qi of Calamity to ensure that nothing went wrong on Li Taishuang's side. Regrettably, that only escalated his already deep hatred. Is that why he even eradicated the god race and other races connected to incense? Probably. Now I feel bad for him, said Wang Wei in a tone that was hard to believe whether he was genuine or not. So what caused his death? Li Taishuang eventually ascended. Under his father's care, he soon became a boundless paragon. However, the Maitreya Mother Buddha finally dealt with her devil's side. She even managed to kill Li Taishuang. As for Li Bo, he was schemed and killed by Taoist. I can't say his name, or hell no. Wu Hong did not dare say his name since even her main body, at her peak, would have to be careful when saying that man's name after the events of the ultimate taboo. Now you pique my interest. All you need to know is that another person became the leader of Taoism after killing Li Bo. He's responsible for preventing Li Taishuang from completely being annihilated by the Maitreya Buddha since he wanted the latter's magic to remain in the lower dimension. So, what was the result between Buddhism and Taoism? Did any of them win? No, there is currently a balance between the two, as they are now even considered partners on some issues. However, if you were to analyze the situation, you would discover Taoism has an advantage in overall strength, while Buddhism wins in terms of popularity or prestige. So one has power while the other is loved by the people? I guess you could put it that way. Wang Wei nodded as he analyzed the information he had just received. He felt that Feng Heng was a pawn in reviving Buddhism in the lower dimensions, and when he accepted the future Buddha scroll, he also entered the game and already chose a side. Whatever. Let's deal with the issue when it arrives. I always felt that the Myriad Emperor world was involved in too many world-changing events affecting the lower and upper dimensions. You're correct, and that's because of your ancestor, the Qiyuan Emperor. Qiyuan Emperor. Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Dengist Khan and Wazi for the gift. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. But after thinking about the things he read about his ancestor from the secret archive, he was not surprised. His ancestor was a brilliant cultivator, not just because he created the origin system. Back in his time, the Qiyuan Emperor was known as the man with 3,000 Daos, which was not because he cultivated Chaos Dao. The reason was that he had 3,808 talents in the supernatural realm. Each of his talents represented one of the primary and original Dao that made up existence or the universe. The records did not mention the classification of his talents, so most of them were probably normal ones. But the fact that he had so many of them proved his talent, luck and strength. Qiyuan lived in a special period of the Myriad Emperor world. The world had just gone through a civilization destruction era, forcing cultivators to restart from scratch. In that period, any knowledge related to cultivation was precious beyond measures. Cultivators would fight for a Tier 1 scripture from ancient times, meaning a scripture that could only cultivate to the body-refining realm. Furthermore, cultivators refused to share their techniques because they were precious. Of course, a few intelligent individuals realized this was the perfect opportunity for them to rise. They began to create a cultivation system of their own. Most truly talented cultivators at that time could only develop cultivations techniques that were perfectly suited to them. Only if someone had similar body types as the creator could they cultivate these techniques, and these individuals would never reach the same height as their predecessors. Another way to cultivate these techniques was if someone was talented enough to modify them to suit their bodies. Subsequently, a few geniuses created a perfect cultivation system suited for everybody. Unfortunately, their fate was death at the hands of the ancient aristocratic clans. Before the establishment of the ancient emperor era, the myriad emperor world was still recuperating from the null era, resulting in no heaven will manifesting in countless generations. Nevertheless, the ancient clans survived the catastrophe while preserving the cultivation system of the old era. As such, even though they were severely injured and recuperating, they still had the power to rule the myriad emperor world. These clans ensured that no genius would spread a new system or any factions would rise to take power. The ancient clans only needed to wait until the world source regenerated itself. They could cultivate another great emperor and rule the new era with their advantage of resources and cultivation systems. Everything proceeded smoothly until the Wang clan birthed an ambitious young man. As the heir of the Wang clan and the most powerful heaven chosen of the clan, he had the destiny to bring the ancient clan to greatness. However, the young man saw the downside of the rule of his clan. The environment was not suitable for the ancient cultivation system to thrive. If it became mainstream, it was only a matter of time before the resources of the myriad emperor world would be sucked dry. So Wang Chishan, as he was known back then, told his concerns to his elders. He even suggested that they create a new cultivation system to spread. A new system could solve this problem and bless the clan with enough chi luck to survive for countless generations. Unfortunately, the elders declined. The primordial body system they currently use was created by the heaven-opening emperor, the ancestor of their Wang clan. So, these pedantic elders refused his proposition with no room for debate. However, they acknowledge his concern over resources. So, they planned not to spread the cultivation system even after cultivating a new great emperor. Instead, they will hoard all cultivation resources to ensure that all the emperors came from the ancient clan, creating a monopoly. Wang Chishan became appalled after hearing this. He argued with his clans and the others. But no one listened to him. If he were not the most talented individual of his time, his status would have been revoked or worse, he would have been killed or imprisoned. Nevertheless, Wang Chishan began to plan for his future as he knew it was not in this family. He used his political skills to turn many Wang clan members into his allies while creating his own cultivation system. After reaching the supernatural realm, Wang Qishan's treachery was discovered, and the ancient clan hunted him down. The details of his escape were briefed, but Wang Wei theorized that this escape might have been his ancestor's outlaw trial since Origin Dao was an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei was not too sure about this since there was another incident that could have been his trial. After leaving the ancient clan, Wang Chishan eventually met a very talented young man from a cultivation family. His name was Li Ming, also known as the Battle Maniac Emperor. Li Ming's family had a unique cultivation system. However, he was not suited for it, making him an outcast. Nevertheless, Li Min was very talented, so he developed a plethora of methods to temper his body to be on par with supernatural realm cultivators, overwhelming his family and becoming the patriarch. After meeting Li Ming, the two became friends rapidly. It was as if their meeting was fate, written in the stars. They did not waste time becoming sword brothers. And after spending time with Li Ming, Wang Chishan learned a great deal about the body, allowing him to create the divine body realm in his new system, even making up for some of the flaws in the body refining realm. The two optimized the already existing realms and even completely changed some of them. Afterward, the two began to travel worldwide and through otherworld communities. They learned about other cultivation systems based on Taoism, Buddhism, bloodline, martial arts, soul, etc. They learned from them to perfect the system. With each new system, he would improve the origin system. And it was during this time that Wang Chishan invented the concept of innate talent and made the origin system unique. Then, the two encountered a great danger in another world community that caused them severe injuries. Luckily, a young lady from a wealthy family saved them, despite her family's disapproval. Her name was Yan Hai, and her name would one day be known throughout the endless void, the Sword Empress. After meeting Yan Hai, Wang Chishan knew someone had sealed her talent for the sword. And after a quick investigation, he knew the heavenly Tao of her world had sentience, so it sealed her out of fear for her talent and future potential. The records on this period are not much. Most likely, there might have been some trouble with Yan Hai's family. However, What is left is that these three began their travel together around the endless void, fighting other heaven chosens and perfecting their cultivation system. After accomplishing their tasks, these three returned to the Myriad Emperor world to spread this cultivation system without being detected by the ancient aristocratic clans. The process was not easy since the clans still had some immortal tier powerhouse alive. But they survived and succeeded in their actions. Then, Wang Chishan participated in the Heaven Will battle, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. Afterward, he took the Wang clan that followed him, Yan Hai, and Li Ming's family to create a sect, the Tao Opening Sect. He sealed the ancient aristocratic clans for a few generations to prevent them from messing up with his achievement. He then removed the karma for his sworn brother and sister so they could prove the Tao in the subsequent generations. Unfortunately, Li Ming failed and did not become an emperor until much later. So, what did my ancestor do? He has done many things. What he is most known for was the Battle of Origin. After becoming a peak boundless paragon, Qiyuan wanted to change the origin of the Myriad Emperor world to bless with the most luck and destiny, making it a focal point of all history of the entire Eternal Accession world. If he succeeded, the Myriad Emperor world would have the most eternal emperors, the most pseudo-eternal emperors, and first-class emperors. Most major incidents that would affect the entire Chaos world would be linked to it in one way or another. The Myriad Emperor world would become the epicenter of this Chaos world. That would explain a lot, nodded Wang Wei. The innate acquire war began in this plane, and there are rumors it also ended here. Then, there is the Buddhist catastrophe and the end of the devil race, two events also connected to the upper dimension. I'm guessing he succeeded? Yes, but it was not easy. All the paragons of the otherworld communities would not allow such a thing to happen, so they joined to stop him. A lot of paragons from the Myriad Emperor world came to help, but few also did not want this to occur as this move could place the world in danger. Then there were the paragons from the upper dimension who also did not like the idea of some world in the lower dimension becoming the focal point of history. Wang Wei's eyes lit up more brilliantly than the sun. Did you participate in that battle? No, that was before my time, Wu Hong replied. However, I did travel through space-time to experience it myself. It was truly legendary. Qiyuan, Sword Empress, and the Battle Maniac fought and slaughtered so many paragons and others in this confrontation. Wang Wei's blood boiled as he listened. I wish I were present. Me too. Luckily, I was there for the second Battle of Origin. There was a second one? Yes. Qiyuan wanted to do the same, this time, for the entire Chaos universe. He wanted the Eternal Ascension world to be the focal point of all history of the Chaos universe. That battle involved countless paragons from other Chaos worlds, countless fiend gods, and other races. That battle also started the Golden Age of the Eternal Ascension world. If the Devil Invasion was the precursor to the Golden Age, the second Battle of Origin was the beginning, and the ultimate taboo was the end. Wu Hong remembered that epic battle as she killed many paragons, Tao monarchs, immortal kings, and fiend gods. So many Chaos worlds of any category died, not only her hands but also the paragons from the Eternal Ascension world. Of course, many of their own also fell. Did you guys succeed? You could say we did, and you could also argue we failed. Wang Wei nodded but no longer asked any more questions since it seemed this was not something she was willing to talk about. Then, he found an anomaly. The Battle Maniac Emperor was the sixth emperor of the sect. The time he proved the Tao was only a few 100 million years before yours. How could he already become a paragon? Before the Devil Invasion, time operated much quicker on the upper dimension than the now relatively synchronized time. Additionally, Qiyuan and Sword Empress ensured Battle Maniac became a paragon as quickly as possible. Their actions even created some conflict with the ancient Desolate Emperor and the Turtle Shell Emperor. Luckily they solved their differences. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He enjoyed reading about the legends of his ancestors. However, he was not jealous since he had his own journey and did not think it would be less epic. Although I have many more questions, I will stop avoiding the issue. So let's talk. Insecurities. Wang Wei directly told her about the conversation he had with his heart devil, his worries, and the flaws in his Tao heart. Wu Hong frowned slightly before ending the communication. Then, she disappeared and appeared outside his retreat room. And after opening the formations for her, she entered so they could have a face-to-face conversation. The young couple sat opposite each other to have their conversation. I understand how you feel, but what do you want me to do to fix the situation? Asked Wu Hong. You should understand that there are some things I physically cannot say even if I want to. I'm aware of this, and I've come to terms with that. Then what can I do? If you want, I can link my existence with yours. What does that mean? It means if you die, I die. And if I die, you also die. Wu Hong felt this was the best way to show her love and devotion to him and how far she was willing to go to save this relationship. She never wanted any harm to come to him. Her main goal was to ensure that he did not have many regrets or suffer tragedies. At the same time, she wanted to meet him earlier than they did in the previous timeline and create more beautiful memories. She did not want their relationship to go through all the dramas. Wang Wei looked at her deeply in the eyes before holding her hands. I never want you to have to prove your love for me. I know you love me and would be willing to die for me. And I would gladly do the same. Wang Wei sighed aloud. But I still have my insecurities. For heaven's sake. You are Empress Wu, a beautiful and renowned eternal emperor. No, a boundless paragon. Your name and beauty are probably known throughout primordial chaos. I cannot imagine how many men more handsome and capable than me who desire you. So why me? Why did you choose me of all people? Wang Wei did not evade her eyes as he said these words. I've thought about this many times. What is so special about me that you, of all people, choose me? The first explanation I used to convince myself was my potential. But, upon deeper analysis, it did not make sense. My paragon soul made me unique, but I know for sure many people have the same soul or something similar. My background is nothing compared to your achievement. The only thing special about me is that I'm from Earth. But with the recent encounter with Hong Jun, I doubt I'm the only one. Wang Wei paused as he felt his voice was slightly elevated, so he took a moment to control himself. I've thought about it all. I tried to convince myself that you did not care about these things as they were artificial. I convinced myself you love me because of who I am, my personality, or how I make you feel. But is that really enough? Are those things enough to make me worthy of you? Wang Wei once again sighed out loud. After his recent conversation with Heart Devil, he realized his real problem was not whether Wu Hong was planning his downfall. He did not care about that. He knew her and her character, so he did not think she would do such a thing. And even if she did, he did not mind dying for the chance at finding love. The real issue was his hidden insecurities about their companionship. Although Wang Wei was a confident person about his future, he had to admit he had many insecurities about his relationship with Wu Hong. Of course, the secrets they had to keep did not make things better. Even though he understood it was simply unavoidable. There was a significant gap in their status, and without filling it, he literally could not access these secrets. Yes, these things are enough, replied Wu Hong as she held his hands. I love you because you were not like these other men. You did not want me simply for my body, beauty, strength, or reputation. You treated me like a real person instead of the fame Empress Wu. You never tried to change to appease my likes or dislikes. You never wanted to change me into something I was not. You never wanted to possess me or treat me as a consoling prize for conquering the famous cold and prideful beauty, Empress Wu. Wu Hong looked slightly disgusted as she said the last sentence. She had met too many men like this. I love you because you were you, she said with great conviction, squeezing his hands and not wanting to let go. Even if heaven and earth had suddenly disappeared. And Wang Wei squeezed back. Now, I acknowledge the power unbalance in our relationship. And I never want you to feel that you have to be worthy to be with me. I support you in your cultivation journey, not because I want you to reach the same status as me or so that we can be socially compatible. I simply want to support you in all your endeavors, just like you have done or will do for me. I just want you or us to be happy. Wang Wei held her hands even tighter than before, then gently laid his foreheads against hers. I know this about you. And this is one of the many reasons that I love you. But sometimes I cannot help my insecurities get the best of me. I know how you feel. You do. Of course, I have my own insecurities as well. What are you insecure about? You. Me. You have no idea how charming you are. Although I know I'm handsome, it's not to the point of causing insecurities. Look at all the women in my generation. They all want to kill me instead of being attracted by my charm, said Wang Wei with a smile. That's because you live in a glorious age. All the women in your generation are focused on the throne and have no time or desire for companionship, which would make things complicated for their future. However, after you prove the Tao and ascend, with your looks, strength, achievement, smooth tongue and personality, I can already foresee how many women will throw themselves at you. Wang Wei laughed joyously before he saw the sneering and severe look on Wu Hong's face. You're serious? She sneered even deeper. In the other timeline, Wang Wei had attracted so many women even though he was not as accomplished as he would be, and always being cold and indifferent like some emo kid. However, she could already imagine how things would be 100 times worse in this timeline. His future self will be irresistible to many immortal women that have lived for countless epochs, searching for the perfect Tao companion. I'm warning you right now, said Wu Hong with a deep tone. If you dare cheat on me, I will castrate you and seal your regeneration ability for 1,000 yuan epochs. Gulp. Wang Wei swallowed his saliva as he touched his legs. Just imagine not having his little Wang Wei for such a long time was the worst form of torture. And he would also imagine that the process would not be clean, not to mention the pain. Come on, give me some credit. I'm not Li Jun or Lin Fan. I would never do such a thing. Don't forget today's promise since I'm not playing with you. I promise, he hurriedly said with sweat falling down his back. Then the two laughed out loud. Then, Wang Wei felt a weight suddenly removed from his shoulder. His mind became refreshed, and his control over his power increased by a negligible amount. The flaw in his Tao heart was now gone, and he could not be happier. Wait, why don't we talk about you cheating? Women don't cheat, replied Wu Hong with no shame. Only men cheat. That's the worst double standard I've heard of. But it's true. Based on what? Because I said so, replied Wu Hong, and Wang Wei became speechless by this response. However, he soon lost the strength to argue when Wu Hong kissed him. Instantly, he gave up arguing for man's sake. At this moment, she was correct. While this young couple indulged in their animalistic instincts, a bird with enormous wings traveled in the endless space. The bird was unique as it had a small world inside its body. After traveling for a few days, the bird suddenly stopped, and the person living inside its body suddenly opened his eyes before appearing outside. The man looked at a compass in his hand before muttering, "We've arrived." As he looked around, the man thought, "According to the information, I should be near the abyss gap. Luckily, I don't have to go deeper." The man then followed the compass to a specific location in the void. At first, there was nothing until the man used a few techniques to see an enormous pitch-black coffin appear. And before the man could do anything, even react, an irresistible power swallowed him. When he reappeared, he was in a dark and stale space. But before he could look around and analyze the situation, the man heard a deep voice. "I've finally found you." Limit Breaker. An older man with long white hair tied loosely in a bun, a long white beard, and wearing a plain black robe, looked at the trespasser before him. His pure eyes, which seemed to contain the entire world, calmly looked at the young man before him. "A clone?" the older man said in a deep voice. Then, his eyes seemed to penetrate an infinite distance to see a young man sealed underneath a mountain. Finally found a perfect 9-extremity Tao foundation. Although he cannot reach the absolute peak power of 5 root, it is still 5 root. "Who are you?" asked Di Tian's clone with vigilance. "And what do you mean you've been waiting for me?" He did not understand the words coming out of this person's mouth. Di Tian used a massive amount of luck to reach this place. Most of these lucks were gathered by sleepers when both Buddhism and the devil race were destroyed. Many people swallowed the chi luck of these two groups, and his sleepers took part in the feast. He tried using his luck to counter heavenly Taoists scheming against him, but according to his calculation, his luck only allowed for his survival and even his reincarnation. Otherwise, he might have reincarnated as an animal with no memories or in some heaven-forsaken world with no chance at survival. In his last reincarnation, Di Tian used a lot of this luck to ensure that nothing unexpected occurred this time around. And now, he used the remaining to find a fortunate encounter that could help him break the limit of his 9th reincarnation strength and win this generation's heaven will. The older man did not immediately reply to Di Tian. After observing his real body, he sensed something else. "Another one?" he muttered as he found the source. Then, he saw a naked young man with gray hair and eyes lying on a bed with another woman. However, the older man's heart skipped a beat as the woman looked straight at him. Why does this person who only has the strength of an eternal emperor give me a sense of dread? No, why did she notice me in the first place? And why does she seem familiar? After thinking about it for a while, the older man decided not to think about the situation. He did not have time to waste. After a quick check, he saw the gray eyes young man was an unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, but he was not perfect and would only have 4 root strength at best. Although commendable for having such a result with an unorthodox method, it was not what he was looking for. However, he sensed another extremity aura from that boy's body and checked. 3 root? Forget it. Then, the older man searched the entire endless void for another 9-extremity foundation. He essentially saw almost every secret of the lower dimension but did not find anything. Once he finished, the older man became a little more transparent. Finally, he laid eyes on Dtion. My name is Empyrean 9 Pillars. You can call me 9 Pillar. The clone immediately cupped his hands and said, Young generation Dtion has seen the noble Empyrean. I don't have time to waste, so we'll get to the point. 9 Pillar then explained the concept of the 9-extremity foundation to him, including the orthodox and unorthodox methods and the qualifications. However, Dtion's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he clenched his hand. So, you're telling me I did not have to go through all 9 reincarnations? I could have simply created 9 clones to get the power I want? He did not care about the so-called 9-extremity foundation. All he wanted was the power to revive his wife. And if he did not have to suffer through all these reincarnations, pain and failures, he could have proven the Tao countless eras ago. Don't be mad. The unorthodox method has the highest failure rate of the 2 approaches, and the difficulty of achieving perfection is 1,000 times more difficult. Furthermore, Samsara Tao is perfect for the orthodox method, having the highest chance of success through the constant nourishment after each reincarnation. And the fact you have comprehended a tiny part of existence made it easier for you to absorb your cultivation seed, thus boosting your success rate of achieving perfection. Unfortunately, Dtion did not care what 9 Pillar said. For a moment, all he could think about was all the time he wasted. How he could have been holding his wife's body long ago, enjoying her warmth. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath to rain out his hatred and anger toward the world. 9 Pillar watched how Dtion regained his composure. He analyzed that the latter accidentally walked on the orthodox path of the 9-extremity, and even achieved perfection through some level of luck or coincidence. Nevertheless, he knew this kid's situation should be special to require him to have to reincarnate so often. But, he did not care about that. I will tell you my story to understand my purpose in bringing you here, said 9 Pillar before giving a half-minute explanation of his life. He was born in the upper dimension, and his master, Emperor Red Spear, took him as a direct disciple when he was young. His master had high standards for him, so he immediately told 9 Pillar about the 9-extremity foundation with the hope of cultivating it. And 9 Pillar did not disappoint. After his master paid a hefty price to have an eternal emperor preach about existence to him, he managed to comprehend something. However, his master did not want him to walk the unorthodox path due to the low percentage of success, not to mention Red Spear wanted him to achieve perfection or the power of 5 root. At the same time, he could not easily go through the orthodox method in the eternal ascension world because of the stricter rules about samsara. No mortals can keep their memories intact after going through reincarnation. If they want to keep their memories, an Empyrean or Tier 11 cultivators at the weakest must use their powers to protect the mortal's memories. Furthermore, going through 9 reincarnations could have many complications in the upper dimension. So, his master sent him to the lower dimension to accomplish the 9-extremity foundation. He abandoned his cultivation to start over. Then, 9 Pillar tempered his soul's energy, body, Tao heart, and willpower to the absolute peak before condensing his cultivation seed, or extremity seed, as that was the official name. He joined a powerful emperor lineage to gather resources. Because of the restrictions, his master could not help him in this aspect. Then when it was time, he did not fight for the heaven will, but reincarnated instead. After 9 reincarnations, 9 Pillar not only completed his 9-extremity foundation but reached perfection with a battle strength of a 5-root Tao ancestor. However, 9 Pillar was not satisfied, so on his last reincarnation, he condensed 9 clones to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm before absorbing them. His strength did increase drastically. According to his calculation, he had the battle strength of a 5-root Tao ancestor with 4.9% control of the Grand Tao source. Regrettably, 9 Pillar was not satisfied. As he felt the limit of the 9-extremity, he wanted to go beyond it. His master warned him that it was impossible, but he wanted to try. So, he asked his master for him to find a way to remove the limitation of only 9 reincarnations. His master then used countless precious resources in the upper dimension to refine an immortal soul essence for him, allowing him to undergo 81 reincarnations. 9 Pillar figured if he could keep condensing his cultivation seed and absorb it through reincarnation, he might break the limit. But he was wrong. His battle strength increased to 9,999% control of Grand Tao Source, but never 5%. He could not enter the realm of the Great Emperor. 9 Pillar then tried to have each of his incarnations to condense 9 clones each to break the limit, but it was useless. Despite this, he did not give up since he wanted to succeed. However, his master finally convinced him that it was futile, so 9 Pillar eventually proved the Tao to become an eternal emperor. He was among the most powerful eternal emperor of the upper dimension, making his master and sect proud. But 9 Pillar did not care about that. He had become obsessed with breaking the limit of the 9 extremity. So, after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, he entered primordial chaos to search for a method. He was prepared to abandon his cultivation and start again once he found it. That's how determined he was. And he did find what he wanted. Regrettably, a fiend god also wanted the thing that would help him. And after a battle, the fiend god killed him and even eradicated his existence, history, and anything related to him. The only reason 9 Pillar survived for this long was because of a unique treasure he had and because of his intense obsession to find a successor that could break that limit. He has little to no power left, so he spends most of his time in deep sleep, waiting for someone worthy to find the inheritance he scattered all over the world. But he did not expect someone to come directly to his door. 9 Pillar raised his hand, and a purple orb the size of a tennis ball appeared. This is a very rare primordial chaos treasure called the Limit Breaker. Its purpose is to remove limitations or restrictions. Fiend gods are restricted by the laws or attributes they are born with. So they love treasure like this since it can remove their bloodline limits. Great emperors, empyreans, and even paragons use this thing to remove the limitation of their talents and achieve higher realms of cultivation. There are even rumors that a unique limit breaker exists that allows paragons to reach the realm above. Of course, I think that's pure nonsense. Tion did not understand many of the words coming out of 9 Pillar. However, he understood the concept of removing restrictions. You said this thing could remove any restrictions? That's correct. Does it apply to taboo as well? What do you mean? I'm asking if someone could use this thing to remove the restriction that they cannot partake in certain taboos. 9 Pillar frowned slightly. Depends on the taboo. The taboo of perfection. The frown on his face became more profound. It would depend on the level of taboo. What do you mean? Perfection taboo has many nuanced complications. But, it can be loosely divided into mortal and immortal perfection. Tion acted swiftly and showed 9 Pillar his memory of his wife, asking what level of perfection taboo she was. She appeared to be a peak mortal perfection. So, would the limit breaker work on her? Yes, replied 9 Pillar with a deep frown. But I did not give it to you to revive your loved one. I gave it to you to break the 9 extremity limit. But, 9 Pillar raised his hand to interrupt him. Then, he pointed at the purple as countless runes appeared above it before fusing with the orb. I've put a seal on it so it can only be used to break the 9 extremity limit. Otherwise it won't work. Tion's face became ugly after hearing this, and 9 Pillar secretly shook his head. He suddenly regretted choosing this person. Unfortunately, he waited for so long before he could find a suitable heir. 9 Pillar did not know how long he could last. But with his awakening, he knew it wouldn't be long. I guess I don't need to give him my other inheritances. His coffin was extremely precious, but he decided it would be buried with him. Nevertheless, he still had one last thing to do. I've studied the 10th extremity all my life, and one of the requirements I've determined is to have at least an emperor quality soul. 9 Pillar waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. This cauldron should help you achieve an innate emperor quality soul. Tion had controlled his emotions, hiding his thoughts deep in the back of his mind. So he respectfully asked, is there a difference between acquired and innate emperor soul? He knew great emperors would reach such quality after accessing the Grand Tao source. But he felt that 9 Pillar's words hinted at a difference. There is. People with innate emperor, Empyrean and even the rare Paragon quality soul are numerous times more talented than people who have to acquire it through cultivation. A higher quality of soul increases comprehension. But people born with higher soul qualities are naturally more gifted than people who acquire them through cultivation. Not to mention, they also get a boost after accessing the Grand Tao source, added 9 Pillar. I don't have much time. The cauldron will refine your soul into an innate Emperor soul, elevating your comprehension beyond your current state. Then, you will be able to bear the power of the limit breaker and reach 10 extremity, 9 Pillar said with glowing eyes. Tion's woe. 9 Pillar had an expectant look, followed by regret. He knew he would not live to see his dream accomplished. However, he was satisfied with knowing it would eventually be fulfilled. He glanced at Tion before controlling the power of the coffin and using it on the limit breaker. He used the coffin to escape with this precious treasure from a fiend god. After so long, he knew his enemy was alive and even more powerful than ever. As such, he decided to take precautions to prevent the feed god from sensing the limit breaker and coming after it. 9 Pillar handed the 2 treasures to the clone before waving his hand. In an instant, Tion's clone appeared before the mountain where the real body was. Meanwhile, 9 Pillar's gaze penetrated the upper dimension to check on his master and sect. And as expected, they were now all gone. He sighed deeply before shaking his head. He wanted to leave the coffin for his sect. But based on what he learned of the upper dimension, they could not keep such a treasure. So, he decided to disappear with it. And that's exactly what he did. With his obsession removed, he had nothing to keep tethering him in the world of the living. So, 9 Pillar and the coffin disappeared from this world as if they had never existed. Myriad Emperor World, Western White Tiger Continent. Inside the sealed mountain, Tion looked at the limit breaker before him, deep in thought. What should I do? Which is the right choice? These questions echoed in the depth of his min, occupating all his thoughts. After syncing memories with the clone, he analyzed the situation, realizing he had to make an important choice. Absorb the limit breaker now or wait later to remove 9 Pillar's seal. With Wang Wei as my opponent, I may not be able to win this generation's heaven will even with the 9 Extremity Foundation. So, I need the limit breaker to prove the Tao. He never thought about going to other world communities to prove the Tao. Every great emperor has a special connection to the worlds they prove the Tao to, and he needed that connection to revive Ning'er. He used materials and laws from the Myriad Emperor world to create her. As such, she has an imprint in his world. An example of the imprint's importance was that she used it to live on for many years as a spirit. If Tion proves the Tao in another world, the plan he has to revive might fail, or at the very least, become hundreds of times more difficult since he could not access her imprints in the Myriad Emperor world. Tion looked at the purple orb floating before him, his eyes full of complex emotions. On the other end, after I prove the Tao and revive her, will she be my perfect Ning'er or someone who just looks like her? Tion asked himself how he would feel if it was the latter, and he did not know the answer. He did not want to know. And with the limit breaker, he did not have to find the answer. His Ning'er will be the perfect creature he envisioned and created. Then, everything would be back to normal. Maybe, Wang Wei will not reach the 10th extremity. Maybe, I can still win with my current strength. He wanted to convince himself dearly of this truth. After all, a person as powerful as 9 Pillar searched for numerous Yuan epochs for a method. And he died after finding the answer. So it is not far-fetched that Wang Wei would fail, especially given the available time. But he knew better than anything to underestimate an enemy. Especially someone like Wang Wei. Tion took a deep to enter a logical thinking state. I have 2 options. Find a way to break the 10th extremity limit on my own to use this limit breaker on Ning'er, or find another limit breaker or something of the same effect. As he analyzed the 2 options, none of them were ideal. Although he was intelligent, Tion knew it would not take intelligence to find a way to break the limit. Such a feat would require imagination and ingenuity, something Wang Wei seemed to have in abundance, but he did not. The second option could cause a problem if his wife were not resurrected on a specific timetable. No, I don't have to choose. I can use the limit breaker to prove the Tao. Then, gather Ning'er's imprints but not immediately revive her. Subsequently, I got to the upper dimension to search for methods to perfectly revive her. He learned from 9 Pillar how vast the world truly vast. So, he did not think there would be only one limit breaker. So no matter what he had to do or how long it took him, He was determined to find what he wanted. After making a plan, Tion suddenly felt his mind open up as if a group of dark clouds had been dispersed after a storm. He felt the world was brighter and had a new sense of purpose. Then, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he began refining the limit breaker to fuse later after he entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Central Qilin continent, Dao opening sect. Wu Hong had a slight frown, thinking deeply about what had just occurred. She tried to rack her memories to find who was peeking at her, but she could not remember him. It was an anomaly that she did not know such a powerful everlasting Empyrean, especially one living in the lower dimension. And Wu Hong did not feel that the reason she did not know him was due to her missing memories. Has this timeline changed so much? Too many things occurred that should not have. The deceiving heaven trial never appeared in the previous timeline. Many of the current heaven chosen were not as powerful as they were. That included Tong Ruobing, Su Shi, and Hua Fenghuang. In the previous timeline, Lin Fan and Ji Song survived until the heaven will battle. Forget it. Too many things have changed for me to care. Anyway, the point was to change things for the better. Is something wrong? Asked Wang Wei. No, I just felt someone peeping. Oh, who was it? A very powerful and talented Empyrean. Do you know what he wanted? No. He seemed to be scanning you. Wang Wei nodded. He did not care much since Wu Hong did not indicate he had something to worry about. It's a shame, Wu Hong said with a small sigh. What is it? That person would not survive for long. I think it's a shame such a talented individual died. He must have been excellent if even you have such high praise of him, replied Wang Wei, who suddenly thought of something. An Empyrean just saw us naked, but why did that suddenly arouse me? Am I into exhibitionism? Asked Wang Wei, a little perplexed. Let's test it out, said Wu Hong with a smile. She then waved her hand to change the room into a stadium with people made from illusions watching them. Finally, she got on top of him. Wang Wei looked at the watchers. His eyes lit up before snapping his finger to change the illusion into a modern setting with people and cameras filming them. Then he got down to business. A few days later, Wang Wei left the room, refreshed and happier than ever. He went to brew some tea to further enhance his current happiness. Then, he walked toward the main room of the mansion to contact Wang Ju. However, when he took a step, Wang Wei suddenly realized something. He forgot to mention the hooded figure to Wu Hong. I let my guard down, he thought. He was so invested in spending time with her that the hooded figure's power worked on him again. He took a talisman to contact her, but he received no response as she seemed to have already entered deep seclusion. He shook his head before deciding to be even more careful from now. Then, he proceeded with his meeting with Wang Ju. How are things going? Everything is proceeding smoothly as you instructed. We have been keeping an eye on the alliance and the sea race, but nothing as of yet. What about the old beggar? Did you find him? Unfortunately, no. However, we did receive news of an innate treasure's aura appearing on the eastern continent. Our investigation has suggested that it might have been related to the old beggar. So, he succeeded, muttered Wang Wei. Even he could not find the old beggar through divination. You don't have to focus too much on him, he ordered. The old beggar will only be vital after he proves the Tao. And by then, no matter where the latter hides, he will find him. Wang Wei chatted with Wang Ju for a while before dismissing her. Immediately afterward, he received a summon from Li Jun from the trial. Someone wants to see me. God King. After pondering about things and reading the information Li Jun sent to him, Wang Wei decided to return to the trial. Before returning, he first checked on his parents' mortal dust, the sect, and other things. He saw someone waiting for him in his mansion after being received adequately with tea and snacks. Young Master Liang, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Wang Wei asked after sitting down. He could tell the person next to him was a clone, but he did not mind the latter's cautiousness. The pleasure is all mine, replied Liang Shirxian. I'm sorry for the intrusiveness. I hope I am not bothering you. Not all. I'm always happy to receive guests, added Wang Wei. Then the two had small talks about their thoughts on the trial, the other competitors, and what to expect when the heaven chosen from the upper dimension arrived. Have you heard of the god, or divine race? Liang Shirxian finally asked with some embarrassment. He thought Wang Wei would ask him about his purpose, and he would use this question to mention his goal, but the latter seemed to really enjoy talking and receiving guests. Of course, Liang Shixian knew that was not true. His competitor likely wanted to dominate the conversation. And since he wanted something, Liang Shixian decided to no longer beat around the bushes.
I've heard of the tragedy they suffered at the hands of the absolute beginning emperor.
Well, I'm a member of the divine race. I see. How fortunate for your kind. You don't seem surprised.
I've had my suspicions when I saw the mutation of your soul was incense-related, Wang Wei replied.
But that could have meant I used an incense-based cultivation system. I've met people who use incense, and they have a less pure aura than you. Adding the fact the absolute beginning emperor did not completely eradicate Buddhism, it is not far-fetched that some members of the divine race survived. So, I've had my suspicions about you but could never confirm it until now. Liang Shixian slightly squinted his eyes as he analyzed some information from this brief conversation. He theorized that something in the myriad emperor world affected the absolute beginning magic, thus allowing the divine race to appear again in the world. He previously did not have any proof and was uncertain. But now, he was sure the person before him was either responsible or knew something. You are correct.
Before our extermination, we used help from the upper dimension to save many of our kind and sealed ourselves until now.
We could not appear outside because of the absolute beginning magic, but recently, we realized that some members could leave. I'm guessing the god race now wants your clan member to prove the Tao in some world communities to completely unseal the rest? Wang Wei asked. Correct. I'm curious. What kind of god are you? I'm a second-generation god, so I am the god of river and thunder.
But from my cultivation, I'm also the god of soul.
Second generation. Wang Wei had never heard this term from the secret archives. It's understandable if you don't know since this term has only recently become popular after the catastrophe, replied Liang Shixian. First-generation gods are the ones born purely from incense and worship. They usually have one attribute or divinity based on the people worshipping them at birth. Meanwhile, second-generation gods are born from two gods mating. They usually inherit both their parents' divinity. Fascinating. Are there any other differences? Yes. First-generation gods have a harder time cultivating laws not related to their divinity. In fact, most of them don't even try, Liang Shixian said with a slight sneer. Second-generation gods are more open-minded and not overly limited by their divinity. Of course, it is also because it is easier for us to understand foreign laws, and it also helps that we usually have two divinities, making us stronger. I can see the conflict such a division would create. Indeed, replied Liang Shixian. Second-generation gods are way more talented and powerful than first-generation. Nevertheless, the first generations are the ones with most, if not all, of the power. The main reason for this situation was the seal. First-generation gods are the oldest, and many of them survived the annihilation. Second-generation gods did not increase their population to a substantial level until after living in the sealed world. As such, they were younger but with no power. The first generation had many immortal tier powerhouses, but the second generation could not become immortals in the sealed world. The only immortal tier powerhouses they had were the rare second-generation gods that existed before the catastrophe and survived. But many of them are old-fashioned and share similar views as the first generation. Luckily, only second generations could leave the sealed world, and as soon as someone proves the Tao, the power scale will shift to their side. So, why are you telling me all of this? Asked Wang Wei when he realized Liang Shixian did not want to mention the inner conflicts of his race. I need your help with something. Liang Shixian took out a book before handing it to Wang Wei. After inspecting it, the latter read it. What a good idea. How come I never thought of that? It's perfect for my situation, thought Wang Wei. You want to create the fourth path of immortality? Correct.
Besides the Emperor path, the Tao path, and the Immortal path, I believe a soul path is also viable.
Just like there are immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, I want to create God kings. Interesting. I like the idea, but why are you coming to me? Because I want your help to help me create that path. I've observed your trials. Whether it is the soul or willpower trial, you excel at both of them. I understand why you came to me. I want to know why you didn't create this path on your own.
If I could, do you think I would ask you?
Of course you could. Based on your work so far, it's obvious you could create this path after proving the Tao. Liang Shixian quieted down for a moment.
I don't want to become emperor.
Excuse me. It's as you heard. I despise the Emperor path. Why do I have to compete like Poison Gus stuck in a cave to be the final winner? I refuse to participate in Heavenly Dao's cruel game. So, my goal is to create a path that is above the Emperor path. I understand how you feel and admire your conviction. But you understand your actions are futile, right? Said Wang Wei. The endless void is a place dominated by the Emperor, to the point of strictly restricting the others. So, even if you create the soul path, no other individuals will be able to become a god king without an emperor's aid, including you. I know.
That's why I wanted to use the Deceiving Heaven longevity art to deceive Heavenly Dao to allow me to become an immortal tier powerhouse.
You should understand that this is most likely impossible. Otherwise, this scripture would have been too valuable, and Gu Xian probably would not have survived long. Liang Shixian sighed aloud. I'm aware, but I still choose to become a god king with an emperor's help instead of becoming one myself. Wang Wei shook his head before commenting. No matter what you do, the best outcome is for you to become an insurgent god king capable of killing eternal emperors. In the end, your soul path will probably be between the Dao and immortal path regarding strength. Not necessarily. The way I envisioned it, god kings can create a mortal mansion inside their bodies while also borrowing the Grand Dao source's power. Then, you are delusional. Heavenly Dao will probably restrict the soul path, making it separate and incompatible with the other paths.
The best you could do was create an insurgent technique that allows you to have the power of the other paths.
But such a technique would never be universal or a fundamental aspect of the soul path. How is that fair? Asked Liang Shixian with slightly clenched teeth. It is fair. The Emperor is technically a combination of the three. Great emperors have powerful souls, can directly control the Grand Dao source, and their Dao bodies are immune or have high resistance to most high-level forms of energy. And as long as they understand enough about a particular energy, they can search for it in the source chi space and directly use it. Liang Shixian snorted coldly. I still refuse to be a performative puppet for Heavenly Dao. I despise the Emperor path, and nothing will change that. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He also did not like how the heaven will operated. However, he understood that sometimes you must play the game before making the rules. Heavenly Dao and Grand Dao above dictated the rules of the cultivation world. But, as long as he becomes powerful enough, he can dictate the rules. Now, if he reaches the top and realizes he cannot surpass these two using their rules, he will then walk his own path. But so far, he has not found any evidence that proved such. So, there was no need to complicate his cultivation journey or goals because of his displeasure. I did not want to dissuade you. I just wanted to point the truth to you to eliminate certain expectations you might have. Liang Shixian calmed down. I understand. Quick question. Do you have a name for the Tier 11 and Tier 12 realm? Tier 11? Tier 12? The realms after Great Emperor, Dao Ancestor, and Immortal Venerable. Liang Shixian frowned after hearing this. He never thought about these realms far away from him. Although he suspected they existed, he never learned about them. Let's call it God Lord and God Emperor. Good name, I supposed, said Wang Wei. In the Dao language used by all world communities, the character for soul can also be translated as God, depending on the context. And adding Liang Shixian's identity as a god race, it made sense he used such a name. Last question. Aren't you worried I steal your ideas and leave you out? I've observed you, and amongst all the people here, you have the least amount of karma. I concluded that you're the type of person who likes to repay his karma, and would not just abandon me. And if I can only blame my lack of ability to judge people. Wang Wei's facial expression did change much. He knew he did not have much karma due to his karma-unbound physique. Nevertheless, Liang Shixian was correct about him. He was a person who paid his debt and also kept his word when not facing an enemy. As such, he did not plan to kill Liang Shixian to swallow all the merit of creating the soul path. Anyway, he would still receive the majority upon completion. The upper-seeded players. Wang Wei no longer said anything to Liang Shixian regarding his ideals and goals. He took out the book about the soul path and reread it with greater focus. Liang Shixian did a lot of research on the soul beforehand. He studied incense, different cultivation systems, and spirits. He even traveled to the ghost immortal world, which was a world that focused on cultivating the soul to the point of entirely abandoning the body. From the book, Wang Wei saw that the latter included many studies in the soul path,
even suggesting that all god kings abandon their bodies to achieve an immortal soul. Other methods included fusing immortal chi or some other forms of energy with a soul, using a massive amount of incense, cultivating an immortal body before sacrificing it to nourish the soul and turning it into an immortal soul, and finally, using other resources like the law to elevate the soul to another level. After reading everything carefully, Wang Wei frowned. Why don't you try modeling the soul after an emperor? If a soul has the quality and quantity of an emperor, it will become an immortal soul. I know the easiest way for the soul path to become a reality is to have a great emperor use their grand Tao source to temper a mortal soul. But, as I said, I don't want my path to have anything to do with them. And as I said, you will have to rely on them. Yes, but I can reduce the amount of influence they have on my path. Fine, said Wang Wei as he contemplated. He activated all his spirit particles, acting like a supercomputer as he analyzed many things. I think I may have a way that used incense, he said a few minutes later. Really? What is it? Wang Wei did not immediately respond. He took out a highly binding contract before inscribing it with his divine sense. Liang Shixian looked at the contract and hesitated. Since I come to see you, I'll put my faith in your character. There is no need for the contract. I admire your nobility. But, we should never mix business with personal beliefs. The contract is for both our peace of mind. Liang Shixian thought it would help their future cooperation, so he agreed. However, after reading the contract, he frowned. Why are all the rules about secrecy? They seem a little too harsh. He could not reveal any information, and the rules even involved his memories and soul. The contract would prevent anyone from getting information from him, even if it meant killing him. The method I came with involved some secrets I do not want to get out before I prove the Tao. Hence the harshness. If you want to remove these clauses, it's fine. But, I won't share the method I came up with you until I prove the Tao. Liang Shixian shook his head as he did not want this. He did not want to wait that long. So he decided to accept the clause and continued reading. Once finished, he added a few clauses as well. Wang Wei had to use other means not involved with the emperor's path, and the final division of merit would be decided based on the ingenuity method he thought of. So, after a few debates and back and forth, the two signed the contract with their souls before taking an oath to their Tao. Finally, Wang Wei told him the method he thought of for the soul path. The required secrecy was because this method involved another one of his plans after becoming emperor that would affect the entire endless void. He did not want the information to leak and cause trouble. With his mouth slightly opened, Liang Shixian looked at him. You're crazy and ambitious. But I'm glad I chose you. He had eyes on both Wang Wei and Chu Luo as his partner and chose the former after close observation. Chu Luo had an unapproachable vibe that kept most people at a distance. If your plan works, shouldn't there be no need for a great emperor? That's possible but very unlikely. I figured. Afterward, the two discussed the plan's possible success and the division of merit. Once everyone was satisfied with the outcome, Liang Shixian left. He had accomplished his primary goal of coming here. He did not want to leave yet since he still hoped to get his hands on the inheritance despite knowing it was improbable. So, he decided to watch to the end to see if there was an opportunity. Time passed, and it was time for the combat aspect of the trial. Wang Wei flew to the plaza and saw two podiums facing each other, with 6 seats. The one on the left with his name on the second seat had the words, lower-seated player, while the other had the title upper-seated player. Wang Wei shook his head as he could tell Lord Spirit used these titles to raise contradiction and fighting between these two groups. Without saying much, he sat in his position. Not long afterward, everyone arrived. Chu Luo sat on the first seat, Wang Wei on the second, Ji Langfeng on the third, Tong Ruobing on the fourth, Shi Qian on the fifth, and Jingwu Hua on the last. As for the other participants, they sat on the side of the two podiums. Lord Spirit manifested with her eerie smile. I know many of you have been anticipating this moment for some time. As such, I won't waste your time. Let's begin. She pointed her finger to the first seat on the other podium. The number 1 seated player from the upper dimension is Xiao Tiandi, owner of what is considered the best physique for cultivation, the innate Tao source physique. A light beam came from the sky, descending on the first seat. Then, a young man dressed in ordinary, almost shabby clothes appeared. He glanced at the other group for a moment before closing his eyes, laying on the chair as if he did not care for anything.
Everyone could see dirt and plant leaves on his hair, but he did not seem to mind. These heaven-chosen were speechless, wondering if this man was naturally arrogant or if he genuinely did not care for anything, even his personal appearance. Lord Spirit ignored these people's confusion before continuing. The second-seeded player is Xueqi. She was born with an emperor bones, meaning after she reached the peak of the mortal realm in cultivation, all she has to do is activate her bone, and heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for her to prove the Tao. Moreover, the heaven will is specially created as only she can use it, and give her a 10% chance higher than normal to become an eternal emperor. The participants looked at Lord Spirit, their eyes asking if she was joking, but the silence indicated otherwise. Then, one participant stomped his feet on the ground before flying back to his mansion. A few people followed him. The words, "This is unfair," could be heard from them, even from a distance. Meanwhile, a young woman appeared in the second seat. She had a blue hanfu and short hair, which was quite surprising to many since only monks or nuns cut their hair. And after Buddhism's destruction, the practice has become less prominent, except in a few martial worlds where it is more common for women to cut their hair. But even then, it is still not as commonly seen. Xueqi looked at the opposite team and waved her hand in enthusiasm. However, she quickly realized something and stopped. Instead, she became serious and cupped her hands before bowing slightly to them. The others returned the salute. "The third place goes to Ao Tianyi," said Lord Spirit, one of the most talented younger generation of the primordial dragon race. For those who don't know, primordial dragons are chaos life forms born from pure or orderly chaos chi. They are a race that does not exist in the endless void. A young man dressed in tight white martial clothes appeared, with 2 horns on his head. He looked at the opposing team with disdain before looking at the people next to him. "I understand not being first, but how could I lose to her?" "Didn't I slap you around the last time we met?" said Xueqi with a gentle smile. "I had just shed my scale and was still in a vulnerable state. How does that count?" "You dragons always have an excuse for your defeat," replied Xueqi while shaking her head. She decided not to engage with this prideful idiot. "The 4th place goes to Shi Shangyan, a member of the celestial race," Lord Spirit announced. However, everyone was confused, including Wang Wei, since they'd never heard of such a race. Ao Tianyi sneered even more after seeing these people's reactions. The Celestials are a unique race born in the source chi space from immortal chi gaining sentience and condensing a body, similar to the spirit race. As such, they have an unparalleled talent for the immortal path. All celestial races are born with an inactive immortal mansion in their bodies. They do not need anyone's help to become immortal venerables. On top of it all, 80% of them who decide to become immortal venerables are insurgents. And that's because their unique immortal mansion can give birth to 4 types of unique immortal chi: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Yellow immortal chi grants them battle prowess on par with 3rd-class emperors. Profound immortal chi corresponds to 2nd class, earth to 1st class, and the potent heavenly immortal chi grants battle prowess on par with eternal emperors. The participants looked at a beautiful woman with black hair and a long golden robe. Her beauty was unparalleled, on par, if not surpassing Xueqi. Not to mention, she had a cold and natural noble aura emanating from her body. Most people did not care about her beauty as they were still shocked at the fact such a powerful race existed. These heaven-chosens always knew that heaven and earth were unfair, but they did not think it was to this point. Longevity resources. Shi Shangyan looked at the shocked expression on these people's faces and mentally shook her head. Although it looked like the celestial race was powerful beyond reason, it was not. In the Eternal Ascension world, the number of great emperors battle force a faction had did not matter. What dictated the authority of any faction was the number of paragons or tier 12 cultivators they had. And in this regard, the celestial race's innate talent did not help because of the fundamental flaw of the immortal path. Just because someone was an insurgent in tier 10, it did not mean they could become one in tier 11 or above. For example, the clan members who cultivated heavenly immortal chi had less than a 5% chance of sublimating it to golden immortal chi on par with regular Empyreans. If they wanted to continue becoming insurgents, they had to be like everyone else and search for rare and unique chis in the source chi space. An inherently dangerous place for them despite being born there. Throughout the history of the celestial race, many geniuses have tried to elevate the immortal path to a higher level. And it was not just the celestial race but also many other cultivators. There was a brief period of history where a movement to weaken the emperor path took place. During that time, Many heaven-defying geniuses of the immortal path took place. And a few noteworthy people are still remembered to this day. The myriad Qi immortal sovereign, for example. He created a method for his body to hold more than one immortal mansion. His goal was to create 3,800 immortal mansions, a number that symbolized the number of primary Daos in all existence. In each mansion, he refined a unique and powerful insurgent Qi. The myriad Qi immortal sovereign was an unparalleled genius regarding understanding and controlling energy. So after using countless yuan epochs and an incalculable amount of resources, he built more than 2,000 immortal mansions with unique Qi, becoming an insurgent immortal sovereign capable of killing everlasting Empyreans. Not defeat, but kill. Although he could not erase their existence, he could force them to enter limbo and revive them. However, in one of his battle against an Empyrean, the latter caught him off guard and destroyed hundreds of the immortal mansions inside his body. Although he defeated his enemy, myriad Qi realized the weakness or frailty of the immortal and Tao path. The immortal mansion or inner world was an apparent weakness for them. Meanwhile, the imprint of the emperor path could only be removed by Tao wills and some unique treasures. So myriad Qi sacrificed all his immortal mansions and Qis to temper his body, eventually opening the gate of power and walking on the body path. Another genius of that era was the Heaven Will Immortal King. After acquiring the Heaven Will, he did not become an emperor but spent years analyzing it to fuse it with his immortal mansion and create a unique Qi. The concept of Heaven Will Qi existed long ago, but few people dared to try it. And the ones that did fail. But, to everyone's surprise, Heaven Will Immortal King succeeded. The Heaven Will Qi was one of the few Qis that allowed an individual to become an insurgent from Tier 10 to Tier 12. The only downside was cultivation took almost as much time as the Emperor path. The Heaven Will Immortal King could fight and defeat paragons at his peak. Regrettably, he became dissolute with the immortal path because it did not grant him eternal attributes like the Emperor path. If an immortal king or a Tao ruler died, that's it for them. But an ordinary great emperor, Empyrean, and paragons had so many ways they could revive themselves, not to mention these freaks eternals, everlasting and boundless. After voicing his frustration with the immortal path and his regrets about not using the Heaven Will correctly, the Heaven Will Immortal King left the world to enter primordial chaos and was never seen again. Many people believe he went to find a way for the immortal path to acquire eternal attributes. But most people think he went to prove the Tao in another source chaos world. Shi Shangyan has read the stories of many geniuses similar to these two during the booming era of the immortal path. However, the ending of most of them was not satisfactory. The booming era ended with the conclusion that the immortal path had no future. There was no way for it to rise. However, some people did not give up and went to search for the source Qi, an energy believed to exist at the core of the source Qi space. Source Qi was theorized to be the only form of energy capable of creating an insurgent on par with a peak boundless paragon. Regrettably, to this day, only rumors of it appearing in some other chaos worlds are known. As Shi Shangyan thought of that period, she could only sigh to herself. That booming period did a lot to raise the status of the immortal path, but it also ruined it. The Emperor path would not just stay by and watch as the immortal path flourished, they counterattacked. Many great emperors from 3rd to 1st class began exploring the source Qi space to discover insurgent Qi and grant them battle prowess above their class. Meanwhile, eternal emperors would also find insurgent Qi similar to the Heaven Immortal Qi. They would understand it and absorb it into their Tao body to become immune to it. As such, an insurgent immortal venerable might defeat an eternal emperor. But, in the subsequent encounter, he realized his Qi was useless to the latter, rendering him powerless. This tactic has been normalized now in the eternal ascension world, thus further weakening the immortal path. Because of these hard truths, the celestial race has long focused on the Emperor path. Although some factions are die-hard supporters of the immortal path, they no longer have much power. Our next contestant is the Taoist priest, Zhang Yuqing, Lord Spirit said. He is the owner of the 22nd heavenly physique, the myriad sword soul physique, and the 5th heavenly physique, the Wuji Tao body. The face of the participants was neutral. They were done with being surprised. Furthermore, a few people have been born with 2 physiques, albeit rare, but it was acceptable. The only thing noticeable about this upcoming person was how high his physique ranked and how powerful the physiques in the upper world were. The Lord Spirit shook his head. You ignorant people. In the upper dimension, having 2 physiques means you can absorb 2 heaven wills and instantly reach cultivation of 40% Grand Tao source. Of course, there is also the possibility for someone only to achieve 10%. Wang Wei's lips twitched, and he was not the only one. Many people did not know how to react. So, more people just flew away back to their mansions. Things were getting even more ridiculous. A young Taoist with a very youthful face appeared.
He politely bowed to the lower-seated players before bowing to the others and sitting down, not uttering a word.
And everyone immediately returned the salute, including the previously arrogant Ao Tianyi. Even Xiao Tiandi opened his eyes and nodded before going to sleep. Wang Wei and the others took notice of this behavior, thus placing even more emphasis on this young Taoist. Wang Wei could even see Lord Spirit looking at the young Taoist with even more respect than the others. The final seeded player is Monk Wuzhu, born with the 9 Nirvana heart, a longevity physique. Lord Spirit paused as he realized these people probably didn't know what he was saying. Let me explain. Longevity resources are one of the most precious resources in the upper dimension. They can appear in the form of spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, physiques, pills, etc. Their purpose is to grant immortal cultivators one chance at revival without any cost. For example, once an emperor is killed, they must spend countless yuan epochs reviving themselves. However, if they had consumed a longevity herb, they could instantly resurrect without any resources or time needed. So Monk Wuzhu will have 9 unlimited revivals in his life after proving the Tao. Lord Spirit simplified the incredible power of longevity resources since their classification is too many. For example, some only work for a certain tier. As such, after an emperor becomes an empyrean or paragon, they no longer have the previous revival. Some longevity resources can work for a cultivator from tier 10 to tier 12. Those are extremely rare. Some can only work for lower tiers. For example, a paragon cannot take a longevity resource that only works for tier 10 and 11. Nevertheless, no matter the restriction on the longevity resources, any of them are precious enough to enact wars with thousands of emperors, empyreans, and paragons. Monk Wuzi's 9 Nirvana heart will work for him even after he becomes a paragon. At this point, even Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud. He always believed that fate was unfair, and today, he has the final proof. A young man with no hair and 6 dots on his head and forehead appeared before the last seat. Like the young Taoist, he saluted the other sides before saluting his former comrades. And he received the same respect as the Taoist priest. However, Monk Wuzhi did not appear for long before the sky suddenly changed. Then, lightning began to fall on him. Absolute beginning magic, thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes, observing how the situation would play out. A mysterious power came from Monk Wuzi's body and blocked the lightning as he watched everything calmly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing seemed to hesitate about something but did not act in the end. A few minutes later, the lightning stopped falling, and Monk Wuzhi smiled at everyone. Sorry for the disturbance. Then, he calmly took his seat. Damn it, thought Wang Wei as he noticed something that made him unhappy. He could already predict that things would get messy, and he would be dragged into something he did not want to.